where would I read? Which number would I go to if I'm looking for backlogs? That way, when you come before us for quarterly meetings, I can see that you're taking care of backlogs. That'll be my question. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Delegate Newton, want to respond to the delegate's questions?
Yes, I'll go ahead and turn it over to my agent at this time, and I know that Delegate Mitchell, for the last meeting did request, I guess, information, and just so you know, Delegate Mitchell, we can add them to do a report on all of the backlog of cases, and then how they're planning to address that, because we are working towards that. But I also, while I have this time, I was just now looking, in my notes, and I did see that the page 3 of 9, which lists the current positions and assignments. There's 2 of them that do state vacant that are at 2088. So I don't recall, and I was just now looking at my notes. I don't see anything in my notes saying that needed to be fixed. So I'm not sure if those positions have been filled, which is why they did it at 2088, but I just want to bring it to your attention as well. I'll turn it over to my agent at this time.
Thank you. I kind of think that you might look at 7000. That kind of might be a place where a lot of the cases would be impacted on the budget for that. For backlog, a lot of the backlog that we had this is with the Office of Hearings and Appeals was unconformed settlements. Gave us maybe a big list of unconformed settlements. We took initiatives to take care of that, and we took care of all of them. So that really decreased our caseload down to something that would be reasonable. We used to have a backlog to where we had cases that were scheduled all the way into the next year. But since we've done that, and since we've kind of handled a lot of those cases, where schedulings have gone down to maybe 3 months. We're at September where we're starting to schedule and get new cases that come in. So I think that we've done a great job to bring that down, but before you move forward, I think we can give you a query for all that.
Thank you. That be your answer. Delegate Mitchell?
My question was where would it go on your form to, after looking at this? What's the difference between number 4 and number 5? Seems like it mean the same thing. So you addressing the backlog, would it be part of this 4 or 5?
The backlog, I think, would be addressed in 5. In 5.
What?
Delegate Mitchell?
That concludes my question.
Mr. Mitchell.
Hold on, wait till,
Madam Chair? The backlogs that Delegate Mitchell was asking about, I guess we're trying to find this on Form Q of 7. And I just pointed out the bottom program performance measure for the, I don't know if that was supposed to be a 6 month, actually has goals and actuals on it. Madam Chair?
okay, I'm sorry. Number 6, I see 5
Right,
on page.
but I thought maybe that would be 6 here. Well, this is performance measure things, not.
Oh, okay. I think that Delegate Mitchell, I think that that is as item number 5. Where it says, Navajo Nation Labor Commission staff process and complete closed cases, and it says timely process and complete closed cases, final order according to the Navajo Nation Labor Commission rules. The number 4 also states, Navajo Nation Labor Commission continue finalized and closed Navajo Nation Labor Commission cases, timely close Navajo Nation Labor Commission cases. Are you, I'm not sure if that falls in line with what you're asking.
My question, my second part to this question, what's the difference between 4 and 5?
Mm,
We're talking about closed cases,
mhm.
both of them. That was my.
Madam Chair.
Did I answer your question?
Did you answer it?
Yeah, if I answered Mr. Mitchell's question.
Are you satisfied with the answer or?
Yeah,
I guess what we'll need is a quarterly report of the backlogs, and that's what Delegate Mitchell was asking for. Lorraine, you might want to put that on notice that we will need that report is at some point. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, we should provide that for you.
I think we can go ahead and put it on the next agenda item under reports, to get report from, let's get a report from all of our, so ethics and rules on their case backlog. These are just reports. We'll get a report from Office of Hearing and Appeals on their case backlog. We'll get a report from Navajo Nation Labor Commission on their backlog of cases as well. And then in that report, we should also be getting their plan of operations so that we can start looking to see if there's enough staff to fill the goals and the requirements for each of the office. And then we can also at that time open it up for questions. So let's go ahead and let's schedule that on Monday for reports, because I think we only have one agenda on Monday. Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you, Vice Chair, and I think that answers our questions at this time. Delegate Mitchell.
Are there any others? Any other
Oh.
questions?
Yeah, I have a question. When you say backlog, are you talking about cases that are way back? Or are you talking about any cases that we have
Cases that are a year older
a year? older?
Yeah.
Okay.
and where there's no, like the cases are still open. So if those cases are going through the process of, I don't know, maybe you guys are trying to settle the case. Or maybe it's scheduled for a hearing, or I think you guys came to us previously and you guys reported that, that there were continuances that were requested. So we need to get that, information.
Okay.
If there's no other questions, we did get a motion on this, right?
Yeah, we got main motion already made by Delegate Mitchell and second by yourself. Mhm.
All right, then, if there's no other questions for Labor Commission, I guess we could go to vote. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Honorable Delegate. So my name is MacArthur Stan, and I am from the Office of Legislative Counsel today. So I just want to make sure in terms of this legislation, that what we are asking for is separate from the legislation itself. And it's not a condition of appropriation, or it's not a legislative concern that would be amending the legislation in any way. I just want to make sure I understand that.
Yeah.
Not amending the legislation, but thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure that we're still following the correct procedure for the legislation. Thank you very much.
If there's no other questions, I think we can vote on this legislation. Staff, if you would assist us with the voting process.
Yes, thank you, Chair Pro Tem. This is roll call for a main motion, legislation number 0128.
Pause. We need to make an amendment to change this, to switch that. We need, this is the new one, this one is the old one that's a text. We just need,
this is the rule.
Yeah.
Go ahead, make it, okay?
So
Hey, then, we need to make an amendment, to add the new form. I guess we have the old one and this one here. So if I could get a motion to, we'll hold off voting process. Just hold that thought there.
motion, oh, Delegate
We have a
Mitchell made it.
motion to make an amendment to replace Form 27 with a new 27. Is this correct? We have a motion by Delegate Mitchell. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have a second? Are there any questions? If not, staff, can you assist us with the voting process, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair Pro Tem. This is roll call for amendment number 1 to add new form to legislation. Honorable Arvin Mitchell, how do you vote?
Will Green.
Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable
Oh.
Eugenia Charles Newton.
I'm sorry.
It's an exhibit as well in the legislation.
No, it's only Form 207.
Thank you very much. Just want to make sure it's not an exhibit. Thank you very much.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Chair Pro Tem, we have 2 members in favor, 0 opposed, with 3 not voting, including Chair Pro Tem. Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you. Now, go back to the main motion. Is there any other questions or any others that we need to make changes, staff? If there's none, then we'll proceed to voting on the main motion. Staff.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. This is roll call for main motion on legislation number 0128-25. Honorable Arvin Mitchell.
I will agree.
Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Chair Pro Tem, we have 2 members in favor, 0 opposed, with 3 not voting, including Chair Pro Tem. Chair Pro Tem.
Staff, thank you for that and thank you so much.
Thank you.
What is this, Labor Commission? Like, there's so many departments here that I, like, which one, but it don't matter. Thank you so much. And congratulations, Madam Chair, for your legislation. We move forward to budget and finance. Thank you.
Yeah, budget and finance.
And just a quick announcement for the budgets that get passed today. The Budget and Finance will be calling them next week. From Law and Order Committee. We don't know what days yet. They just kind of have a agenda and that they're going down the line for legislations. So be prepared next week to go before Budget and Finance. Vice Chair.
All right, thank you for that information.
Before we proceed, just for the legislative council's information, the worry. So exhibit A stays the same. Exhibit B, since we didn't make any number changes, it stays the same. Exhibit C, there's no changes, it stays the same. And then exhibit B, there's no COEs, so it stays the same.
We have call-
And then there's no unmet needs, so the packet is stays the same as agreement.
Thank you, Delegate. Very useful information. So just to make sure I understand, in the legislation, the exhibits, there are no changes or amendments to the document.
The only change that we did was to the budget form.
Thank you very much.
So just so you know, the budget forms that are behind the legislation, so each of the committees, they receive the budget form.
Sure.
The legislation and the exhibits that are attached to the legislation, that's the one that goes forward to Budget and Finance, and then it goes forward to Navi. So we don't get to see the budget breakdown, the budget forms for the other, like, let's say, Department of Health or to Controller's Office. We don't get to see that because we're not the oversight. So any changes to the legislation is an amendment. But if it's just to, or, that's a little bit separate, yeah.
Yes.
If we're changing these ones out, then that's, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, because we're on the same information. So thank you.
Before we call it, I know yesterday Clorinda stopped by because I did have some questions about the budget, but just really quickly. Because once we call it and then there's a mistake, then we table it again, we kill it. So I just want to make sure that we have this information correctly. So the issue that we had with ethics and rules on Monday was that their positions and assignment was at 2088 when it should have been at 1044. So they did change that, which changed the amount from $437,290 to $360,244. And then that one was changed. Yeah, it's on the separate packet. Yeah. So that one was changed in page 4 of 9 at 360,244. You see this one? Yeah, so that one was corrected. So that amount came out to 504,048. Which is in the proposed budget. Now going back to the exhibits. Okay. I think it's correct. Delegate Mitchell, does it look correct to you?
Yep.
Okay, just making sure before we call it that. Because the other one was just a simple budget change. This one was a little bit more. Yeah, specific. So Delegate Vice Chair, I'm gonna, there, we're ready. We can just call it that.
Thank you. All right, we're on legislation 0130-25. An action relating to the ethics and rule committee. Or office or department. Ray, you want to, has this legislation been read into the record? If not, can we do so at this time?
Yeah, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
They-
Table.
We just need to unable.
three.
We have a motion to untable by Delegate Mitchell. Can I get a second?
Second,
Second by Delegate Newton. Are there any questions? If not, staff, can you assist us with voting process to untable legislation?
Yes, thank you, Chair Pro Tem. This is roll call to untable legislation number 0130-25. Honorable Arvin Mitchell, how do you vote?
Agreed.
Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Chair Pro Tem, we have 2 members in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 not voting, including the chair.
Lori, just for the record, we have Vice Chair Nathan Nota, who has entered the building, so if you want to get his vote on that
Yes.
for the record.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Chair Pro Tem, we have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting, including Chair Pro Tem. Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that. Now we move into the main motion. Oh, we need a motion.
There's already.
We already got a motion. The main motion was made by Delegate Mitchell. The second was made by your. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
all right, then. Are there any questions?
We just need to think out well,
And then you got the form.
Delegate Mitchell. Because the exhibits haven't changed, right?
I'll give it to you. Yeah, motion.
Thank you. I will go ahead and make a motion. Make an amendment. To the budget packet. And the reason of tabling was to change the personnel vacancies. To 1,044, which I see that they then did that. Then doing that adjustment. Your form number one. Will be assessed and it ties in with their total allocation.
Does it make changes to the,
No.
okay. So we're just changing out the form. Okay, so not the exhibits, just the
Nothing.
forms.
We have a motion to change out the forms on the packet. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Delegate Nota. Are there any questions on the amendment? If not, staff will proceed to vote. Will you assist us, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair Pro Tem. This is roll call for amendment. To legislation 0130-25. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Arvin Mitchell.
Green.
Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Chair Pro Tem, we have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed, with 2 not voting, including Chair Pro Tem.
Staff, thank you for that. Now we go to the main motion. Do we have any questions on the main motion? Delegates,
Chair Pro Tem.
staff?
So, Madam Chair or Pro Temp Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee, so you're switching out the exhibits only, right?
No, we're switching out only the budget.
What's the budget?
Because the
Okay.
exhibits were not, the numbers weren't changed on the exhibits.
Oh, okay. All right.
Are there any other questions? If not, we're gonna vote on the legislation at this time, staff. It's just us with the voting process, please.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. This is roll call for main motion to legislation 0130-25. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Arvin Mitchell.
Green.
Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Chair Pro Tem, we have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed, with 2 not voting, including Chair Pro Tem.
Appreciate that, staff. With that, legislation. What was this, 0135-25.
0130-2.
All right, then. Have that. Believe you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Let's see
Madam
what
Chair.
the finance.
Congratulations, thank you. Yeah. You're, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
My name shows up, just kind of toss it at me. What do we have here? Pass them out.
That's a joke. I always tell Lou now, when I see him coming towards me, I get scared. I like start to kind of whimper a little bit. You don't want ethics coming at you, is just what I'm saying. Now we're at the public defenders.
Public defender, legislation 013825, you're up. Office of the
Let's
Public
make sure-
Defender.
Yeah, let's make sure
Let's
they're,
review the documents and make sure they are in order, so there will be no questions, and we can just zip through this and get done by lunch.
yeah, you have to just love Delegate Irby doing his. Lunch wise, so you guys fill up patties for lunch.
Salad. Salad is fine.
So,
Yeah, salad.
okay. We can-
Those folks out there, what do you all want for lunch? I'm the chair right now, so we'll make that decision.
To have a 24-hour notice for that one.
For supper.
Big sandwiches, mutton. We need to bring a grill here one of these days when we're doing the budget review and grill burgers outside, or, CI, Leslie said steaks.
That's what they used to do a long time ago. They used to cook outside.
Yeah,
See the, what the
we
fish.
need to do this sometimes, okay? Remind me next year. And
Okay,
I'll
so-
bring the grill
In
and.
terms of lunch, then what do we want to do?
Salad, I want salad, I'll bring a salad. From where?
I don't know, if that's Quality Inn or Denny's. So,
Okay.
Quality Inn has a chef salad and Denny's has steak and chicken salad.
I'll take the chicken salad from Denny's and that's okay, yeah, that's fine.
for Denny's.
Denny's.
I'll check.
Denny's.
All right, continue.
okay, so we're looking at the forms.
I see that they changed, form 3.
Form
They did the
3.
correction on the personnel.
Yes.
And
So that,
that ties into page 4 of 9, the 1,46051. You have that on form 1, page 1. 1046051.
104651.
So,
Yeah, so now it's
all
not-
the allocations.
So went from 949,773 to 104651. So does that change the exhibits?
It is,
No,
Okay, change the exhibits, and you guys have the exhibits in here?
yes. Exhibit A stayed the same. I think the only thing that's suggested we changed was just exhibit, E.
Yeah, so just really quickly, so under your regular positions, you have temporary employee at the very bottom, which is 1,120 hours as opposed to the 1044. And that one is 16,766, which puts your business unit total at 926,321. But your 909,555 is what was entered into for the amount on budget form 4, page 4 of 9. So is your temporary employee not receiving any type of fringe benefits?
None.
Okay. So it's just, they're just receiving salary.
Yeah.
Okay. So the 909,555 is what being budgeted. So that's 1046, so that changes, okay.
Question.
a question to Oldie. So their total allocation is 1,046,051, right? Their baseline allocation.
So, okay, and the other issue is on your budget form summary. You have, you have the 104651. But even though you have less in your operational, which is why I'm guessing you zeroed out all of your operational.
We prioritize our
Yeah,
personnel.
yeah, and that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, so your operational is gonna go into your unmet needs.
Yes.
Yeah. But right now, the 1379.33 minus the 1046.51 is the difference of $324,882. So whatever funds you guys have left, that should have been plugged in somewhere in your operational.
There's none left.
So,
That's the base of my question, is that the total allocation? The baseline allocation is the one.
the 1046.51.
And 46,051, is that their total allocation?
Yes.
Only,
Thank you. Members of the Law and Order Committee, yes, that is correct. So they can't go zero for their operation beyond that allocated amount, but it's up to the committee to accept the unmet needs.
And your unmet needs,
what's it?
I attached it to the end,
Look at
behind the exhibit.
okay,
Is it
so your unmet need, 216,571. So 385,088. So I think, Delegate Mitchell, committee members, I think the forms are in order. So I think we can go ahead and move to untable, to start talking about this, because we have to look at the unmet needs now.
Make a motion to untable?
I have a motion to untable legislation one. What was it?
0138-25.
I get a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion on the, I've got a motion on legislation 130-25 to untable. Are there any other questions to the untabling motion? Delegate Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. Just a quick recap. On the budget packet, Form 1 has changed. So it ties in with their baseline allocation of 1,046,051. So that's changed. The other change is their form personnel form 3, which they did a correction to the vacant positions. The adjustment hours of 1044. Then also, I guess they included the temporary. So when you add all this 926, 321, you add that at the fringe benefit, you come up with their total baseline. And then the other adjustment or amendment that they made is to Exhibit E, which is the legislation packet, which includes the unmet needs in a total of 385. Would that be a question to the sponsor if I'm correct?
Delegate Newsom. Get a response to the Delegate Mitchell's question, please.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and, so I'll turn it over to my agents to verify that all of the documents are correct, and then I'll also ask OMB to, because Delegate Mitchell, we had staff yesterday, stay, and they reviewed the documents. I know Corinda stopped by, as well, but, Public Defender's Office actually falls under the President's Office. So Corinda, like, technically is only assisting for the legislative branch offices, and ensuring that the documents and the numbers are correct. So I think for that reason, I can go ahead and ask OMB to see if there's any issues that OMB sees with any of these documents. And we should have asked that before we removed it from the table. So hopefully there's no issues that they see. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to my agents at this time and then to OMB.
You want me to represent the whole budget or?
Delegate Mitchell, they're asking, do you want them just to go ahead and present the whole budget? Because
No, just to concur, like I said, you did the correction on Form 1. I just call it the numbers, and then I did, the correction was made.
Yeah.
In Form 3, and then there's a new Exhibit E, which is the unmet needs. This a concurrence, if I left out
Yeah.
anything, or did I capture everything?
Okay.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Courtney and I am the ASO with Public Defender's Office. And I'm gonna go ahead and recap what we just discussed. So our proposed budget or the allocation that we were given from the executive office was $1,046,051. So I went ahead and revised, had the budget form 3 revised for personnel. I did budget all the current employees at 2,088 hours. And then the vacant positions, I budgeted them for 1,044 hours, with one temporary budgeted at 1,120 hours. So with that being said, our total amount for personnel came up to $926,321. And if you look at budget form 4, I wanted to clarify the fringe benefits. When I went over the fringe benefits, you see that the amount on the left-hand side, where it says object code description, if you take the $334,807 plus 1,494, it gave me a total of $336,301. So considering the allocation amount that we were given, we were only able to cover the regular positions, the vacant positions, the temporary, with partial of the fringe benefits. We didn't have enough to cover the whole fringe benefits itself. So that's why you see it capped off at $119,730. So if you go to the unmet needs, we did indicate it under exhibit E, this the priority 1. We put funds as needed to cover fringe benefits for personnel. Allocation projected for FY26 only covers 9 current personnel at 2088, 6 vacant positions at 1044, 1 temporary at 1,120 hours, and partial of the fringe benefits in the amount of $119,730. So the amount of unmet needs for fringe benefits is 216,571. And all of our operating, it did fall under unmet needs, as we don't have enough allocation to cover our operating, just our personnel.
Any other questions? On the tabling motion? If not,
I have questions. As sponsor to this legislation, I need to know in terms, so the 216,571, I think that's a given. We have to, that has to be covered under unmet needs. So at the committee level, I questioned Kristen the other day to ask if we approve the unmet needs as a committee, what does that mean? And what I was told was if we approve this unmet needs as a committee, then we have to take it from one of the other offices. However, what we can do as a committee is we can recommend to budget and finance for the unmet needs to be funded. And then let budget and finance try to figure out how they're going to get that one covered, which I think is the best way to go. So again, if we approve the unmet needs here, then we have to take it from another one of our offices that we oversee. But if we recommend to budget and finance for the unmet needs, then we let budget and finance figure that out, how they want to do that. So that's number 1. Number 2 is in terms of your unmet needs. So I was just now reading through them. They're different from what you guys initially had when you guys had your 1046.91. I know that that some of the funds are, like for fleet and personnel travel. So your staff is required to travel to attend hearings, interviews with clients. So I'm seeing the breakdown in Exhibit E. However, I want to know how much more is it from last year's allocation for your operations? That's going to be a question I know that we're gonna have to answer. So from last year's, how much did you guys bump it up? That's my question at this time, committee members. What's the difference?
Chair, thank you.
Okay. So the difference between FY 25, our travel expenses for last year was, or I'm sorry, for this year, was $42,390. And our fleet for this year is
44. So it says that 2,000.
so an addition, addition of $2,000.
Okay. And then the next one, the supplies.
Okay, so for the supplies, that one, 4,000, the proposed budget, our approved budget for FY 25 was $82,435. And this year we're asking, or for FY 26, we're asking for $26,222. So that's a decrease.
Okay. Next one.
The next one is lease and rental. The approved budget for FY 25 was $20,568. And for FY 26, we're asking for $19,000, which is another decrease.
Okay.
And then for communication and utilities, for FY 25, we had an approved budget of $13,800. And for FY 26, we're requesting for $14,800, which is an increase of $1,000. And then for
What was that? Like, like, why is there an increase of 1,000? Did you add an extra line? Was there?
we did get an additional line to our central office. We did get because of the conferences that we have virtually, we had an extra line added, so it's like in a conference room.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was through Suntech, I think that's what, Sunstate.
Okay.
Who we went with. And then the special transactions. So for FY 25, oh wait, I'm sorry, I'm skipping one. So for the 6,500 contractual services for FY 25, we didn't have a budget there. However, this year we did request for 15,000, which is an increase of, $15,000 itself. That one was requested for contractual services to contract outside attorneys, public defenders to assist with the staff, as we are currently short-staffed and in dire need of assistance in serving the court-appointed clients for each judicial court located within the Navajo Nation. Considering that it's hard to fill the vacant positions for senior attorneys and attorney candidate. And going to 7,000 special transactions for FY 25, we were approved for $35,403. For FY 26, we're requesting for $23,559, which is a decrease. So our total unmet needs comes up to $385,088.
Okay, you missed the 25,920. Where does that go? For repairs and maintenance?
Oh, okay. So repairs and maintenance for FY 25, we were approved for 9,600. And for FY 26, we're requesting for $25,920. And that's considering the 4 district offices that we have located: Window Rock, Tuba City, Shiprock, and Palm Point. I did want to make it, that's an increase for FY 26, and I did want to make it known that our district offices being located inside the judicial complex, we were told that we're responsible for our own maintenance. So we address our own HVAC issues and anything that has to do with the heating and cooling. And that includes our Shiprock office. Our Shiprock office is located in a modular trailer. So we're addressing issues there, anything that regards maintenance and repairs.
So from last year's budget, which there's 1, 2, 3 decreases, 1, 2, 3, 4 increases. So your unmet needs right now is $385,088.
Yes.
So I'm a little bit curious. And anybody in the room can answer this for me. So with operations and maintenance, I know if it's a 638 contract, that gets covered, but you guys are not 638. So for those programs that are not 638, when you guys request for operations and maintenance, I'm still trying to figure this out. So we have a facilities, right? So facilities is the one who provides operations and maintenance to Navajo Nation buildings. So does facilities then charge your office for operations and maintenance?
I wanted to clarify that
Okay.
because this is the issue that we ran into. We tried to work with Division of General Services because when I've been with public defenders for 3 years now. And when I started to do site visits for each district, I learned that from the judicial complex, we were told that, you guys have to address your own maintenance and repairs. I went through DGS and tried to get facility maintenance to address the issues. However, they told us we're not told to touch those buildings because they have their own maintenance there. And I've asked Tuba City, there was a maintenance guy working there, and he said, I was told I can't help you guys.
Yeah, you guys are kind of in a screwy situation because
Yeah,
the facility falls under corrections,
Mhm.
which if it's 638, O&M is separate. But you guys, in the new complexes, you guys have your buildings, which that's why I'm trying to figure out. So our committee members, what I'm trying to figure out is if we give additional funds to facility management, right? And they're saying that they need that for operations and maintenance. And then we're giving additional funds to our divisions and departments for operations and maintenance. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is under facility, if they get additional funds for operations and maintenance, what are they using those funds for? If our divisions and offices are coming, asking for, in this case, operations and maintenance for 15,000. Does that make sense? So are we creating like more of a budget when it should be one division department that's responsible for it and they should be getting all the money? So I guess we need clarification on that in terms of how our offices are getting assistance for operations and maintenance. Does that make sense? Elliot Mitchell, did you? I know that you have a little bit more experience with this.
I guess for process purposes. Does your building have a Navajo Nation tag
they
registered
they
with
are-
property map? Let me finish real quick. If it, to me, I had this issue with general services team. If a building has a tag, it's registered with property, it's their responsibility to maintain that because it's a Navajo Nation property under general services. And then I guess you guys fall in same boat as the chapters. Because a lot of times my interpretation is that chapters are still under Navajo Nation and they're Navajo Nation property. They're insured under Navajo Nation property. But general services, they say, but we don't have any money. We only can cover the campuses on Window Rock and the agency. That was usually their justification. So I do see money is being requested for officer. For maintenance. From different divisions, so. Sort of question general services there at times.
So do you think that that should be an issue that we should be bringing forward to ask that question? Because what I'm saying is if we give facilities additional money and they're saying they need us for facilities, I think we need clarification. What, like if we give you this additional money, what services are you gonna be providing to the office? Because if these guys are requesting the additional 15,000, and right now it says for HVAC, well, no, that one is the 25,920. So HVAC I know is a little bit different. So I guess we need to, Tatiana, on the board, can you write at the very top budget issues and then maybe slash questions? And then, I think the first one should be how, is it general services? General services,
Facility maintenance.
yeah, facility maintenance. So number one is facility maintenance. How they,
I see.
what's the question? Is it how they budget
Well,
for
Which-
operations and maintenance?
For which properties?
And then for which properties? So how they budget for operations and maintenance, and then I guess maybe it would be under that would be A, for which properties? Because that actually is gonna play a role in the budget. If operations and maintenance under facilities says we don't cover Shiprock, then we can ensure like all the offices in Shiprock are gonna be asking for O&M funds. So now my question is, so let's say you guys, so if we give you this additional funding for your operations and maintenance, 15,000. And then, is it 15,000 contractual services? No. It's a 25,920. That's not O&M costs, right? So if we give you guys this 25,000, if we approve that as an unmet need, then do you guys get to contract out to anybody to come and provide that service to you guys?
Yes, we do. I
Yes.
usually look for outside contract. I usually work with purchasing. And then I've already ran into issues like with the Tuba City District Office. They
Mhm.
have plumbing issues, they have water issues, heating, cooling. And then with the Shiprock, they're in like an old modular building. We just recently had it remodeled for them last year. And the next thing that I needed to address was the ADA accommodation because their railing that they have now is falling apart. So it creates a safety hazard to our employees and not just our employees, but also our clients.
Okay.
And then the Crown Point, they have issues with their heating and cooling as well. I've tried to work with the individuals at the judicial complex to see if we could somehow tie in with the contracts that they have to at least pay for services to be provided on our side, because I was informed how the HVAC system is set up and centralized to one main, one main component that sits on top of the building. And that, I think I brought that to your attention last year, how I said that. I guess it was the vendor that initially had set up the HVAC systems is no longer in services. So the HVAC systems. I can answer part of that question.
I'm up to the chair and would like to hear it. But continue.
So I was explaining how the HVAC system is set up, and the way I found out how it was set up was that I had to hire, an individual to go in there and inspect the HVAC system. So when he crawled up to the crawl space, to the building, he went to the main, component that sits, I guess the brain that sits to everything else. And he was telling me that it's not properly set up, and he was like, I can't do anything. Basically, you know, because it's one brain, I can't fix your heating and cooling. You have to get with them themselves. And I guess the maintenance guy at the time told him that, you know, it's beyond my control. And so I sat down with some individuals down there, and they told me that, you know, while we can try to address it, but we do have issues with the heating and cooling. And if you want, you know, we can see if we can try to tie you into the contract that we have, because like I said, the vendor that was initially had set up the component or the whole HVAC system is no longer in service. So they're like, basically what they're doing is, I don't know. I guess they come out every month and they have to, like, if it goes out, there's a special way that they go around it to try to fix it. And if it'll last for so long and then it'll go out again. So I asked, like, is this something that's gonna be addressed? Like, I mean, if you guys are gonna try to redo the whole HVAC system, I would like to be a part of that, because then, you know, I can pay for, or our department can pay for our behalf, like where our district offices are located. And we were supposed to have had a meeting, and I think Dolores Gray Eyes was supposed to be part of that meeting, but I never got notification back from them for me to be a part of that.
Wow, that's, oh, the other one, can we get a list of what they do cover from, I'd like to see who they do cover. The, facility maintenance. Is that who it is that we're talking about?
Yeah, I think we have-
want to see a list of who they provide service to.
Mhm.
On the reservation. If you all are not a part of it, then I want to know how many. And I want to see how their budget reflects how many they actually provide service to. And I don't want to get nobody cheated out on a couple dollars here.
I wanted to clarify that I did submit several work orders through facility maintenance for our district offices. Because I was told that they have a maintenance guy that travels to the districts. And considering that they do that, I would think that they would address these maintenance issues or repairs that we need. I mean, it's just like the simplest things, like if somebody breaks into Shiprock office, then they need a window repaired or a door, or, you know, just at the district offices. And when I put in those work orders, they told me that, well, we can't accommodate the work order. And I'm like, why is that? But when we put it in for window rock, they address it right away.
We probably need to also in the issues, figure out how they handle or how they maybe not prioritize, but how they do their work orders. I'll get Mitchell has his hand up.
Just real quick. Remember, HVAC is a major purchase. It's under a different line item. We're talking about, repairs, minor repairs, minor maintenance. So with the HVAC is a major purchase.
So Delegate Mitchell, on the unmet needs for their O&M, it has funds is needed for repairs and maintenance for each district office who have HVAC systems. So that's repairs and maintenance for the HVAC systems. And then also says Xerox fax machines, pest control services. And it says, unfortunately, each district office located within the judicial complex is responsible for their own maintenance. Need to ensure the offices are comfortable and safe for our personnel who occupy these offices. So it's not requesting a brand new HVAC. I think I understand what you're saying, and I kind of have an idea of what Dolores is gonna say over here, because it's a little bit complicated. But I'm gonna go ahead and turn it back over, because I mean, I can already see how complicated it is based on how I know O&M works with BIA. And then you guys are kind of entangled in that as a Navajo Nation office. So I guess we need to figure out how to correct that. But, Vice Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
It sounds like that, you know, I wish that, these HVAC systems, even at the chapter level, they're all different. Why can't we just go with one vendor so that everybody knows how to fix it, including the maintenance guy? I mean,
Even our HVAC for
Yes.
council.
swamp cooler would be good right here.
No, it wouldn't.
I mean,
I have a swamp cooler at home. Trust me, you don't want a swamp
see
cooler.
how we tend to do things like that, right? We choose this one, maybe they're on sale this month, then we choose this one. Then something else is on sale next month, we'll take that one. And then when it comes to repair it, they're outdated, they're, you know, when they get old and we can't get parts for them, and I just. That comes from being a chapter official for 14 years. I've had the same issue. The HVACs always seem to go out. And they never do at home. Why is that? I mean, you pay 25,000 for an HVAC who lasts us about 3 years, and I got one at home that's hasn't broke down for 7 years.
Knock on wood, knock on wood. You don't want it to break down, not in this week.
Anyway, yeah, let's hear your part.
My story. Yeah, Shanondado, the question you have on operation and maintenance, particularly on these new facilities. We were told that, the Navajo Nation isn't responsible for these new facilities. One, because they don't have the budget. Two, because they don't have the certified personnel working for them that could address the more technical systems, HVAC, for us, it's the detention systems, and then the plumbing. They didn't have certified personnel. That's the issue here. And then, depending on which location they're talking about, Crown Point A, that's handled all by BIA maintenance. So they come in and they do the, price quotes. They have their own contractors. And so that might be the reason that you're not able to tap in. We don't deal with those contracts at Crown Point. It's handled through the BIE maintenance. Now, Tuba City is a whole different story. We do have one trunk that serves the entire campus. And this is one of the major discussions that we had when we were in the planning stage. And part of it, the reason that we don't have a system for each building was the costs. And it was, we're trying to save costs. We didn't have a lot of money to build these new facilities. So the team itself that consisted of the judicial branch, public defenders, their representatives were involved, and I still have a list of who participated. And they were upfront informed that they have to provide their own O&M on these buildings. And it wasn't going to be handled by DOC or that if they're going to be a participant and have an officer, they needed to take care of this. So, but in Tuba City's situation, you're welcome to attend. And Lieutenant Babbitt is our lead on that. And the way that we would handle it is address the entire cost, but you would be responsible for an amount in making those repairs. But let me tell you, these HVAC systems are not cheap. When they go down, and we have problems within Tuba City because of the lightning struck a couple of years back. Even if it's nearby, very nearby, it impacts our detention systems, our anything that's electronic. And so I just wanted to bring that out, to let you know. And with the 105L lease, the only eligible programs are the 638 programs that are providing services there. Any programs that are under general funds, they're not eligible to receive that. So when we did the application, we had to actually measure out the buildings where PD was occupied, investigation, corrections,
And even corrections, certain areas they wouldn't, include, particularly like the service, the programming areas. So, Ada, yeah, thank you, Shonda.
Thank you for that insight.
That's crazy.
Any other questions, any other concerns? I have a question. There-
Just so you guys know, I'll bring these questions to BNF, so hopefully they'll be able to help us and maybe put that on the radar in terms of O&M costs. Otherwise, we're gonna have every office, every department coming before their oversight asking for O&M costs. And then facilities over here, because we don't know what facilities is asking for their unmet needs. We won't know until we get to council, but even then, we get the actual budget as it's set. We don't get these detailed budget forms that show us this is what you've been allocated and this is how much your unmet needs are. So we don't get that breakdown, but I can certainly put that in there for budget and finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Nota, you had a question?
Real quick, just a quick question. You're saying that, you're being, told to, take care of these, maintenance costs. Is that you're being told that, was that just recent? And it just covers 2026, or did you have to do that in
We had to
2025?
do that prior for 2025. Like I said, I've been with public defenders for 3 years, and the time that I got there, when I started addressing the issues that the district offices were having, that's when I discovered, when I first put in my first work order with facilities, they were the ones that told me that unfortunately we can't address your district office because we don't have a maintenance to go out there. And the story changed like over the years. And when I put in work orders for Windrock, like I said, they would go through. So we've just been paying for our own repairs, like even for like broken fixtures, like to the buildings. They were like minor repairs, so I would take it upon myself and then fix them myself. Instead of hiring somebody, I would just go pick up a doorknob and then take it out.
So obviously we have this question, are they gonna, is this services, are they gonna get double funded? Are we gonna do it here, and is it gonna be done through general services or general, services, I guess? So how do we move forward from here with this budget?
I mean, the only thing we can do at this point is because they're not under our oversight. So we can bring it to budget and finance's attention to ask that question and then have budget and finance take a look at it to see. And I can let them know that those are the questions that we're asking. If facilities asking for unmet needs, what buildings do they cover? Where do their unmet needs go? Who do they provide service to? And how are work orders handled?
So would we move this forward as a recommendation then?
Yeah, at this point we can, because then basically what we're doing is we're giving it to budget and finance to figure it out and then to put it on the radar to hopefully get those questions answered.
Okay.
But as a committee, we can recommend that the entire unmet needs be that it be moved forward. The reason why I was asking questions about increases and decreases is because that's something that I would have to explain as sponsor at BNF. So it just, committee members, when you go before BNF, they get very specific in the budget. And we just have to be, as sponsor, I just have to be very careful in the way that we approach it. So usually what I do is if there's unmet needs, I give them like the amount and then the reason for unmet needs, and then some of the issues that we may have uncovered during that process. And then I just basically give it to BNF to figure it out.
Screen, you
Yeah,
put your hand up and then we'll go to.
Okay. One last comment in relation to Delegate Notas. When were you told, I guess is the question, about providing O&M? One of the things that we did right at the initial planning stages, we told the programs, you have to budget and you have to find money to do the operation and maintenance. So any new projects, that's what's happening. The programs are being told that. So they were aware of it right at the initial planning stages that they have to find the operation and maintenance.
Rare, thank you for that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair or Chair Pro Tem. and members of the committee. Just a small piece of information. Our offices in Crown Point and Tuba City are in the so-called new facilities. And at the beginning, there was very little maintenance to be done because they were new. But our office in Shiprock, we've had bee infestation, we've had plumbing problems, we had, like she said, problems with access for handicapped. And I think we had electrical problems too. And every time we have a problem, because we're renting from the chapter, we get into a discussion about who's going to take care of it. Because we have a contract with the chapter, and that trailer is beginning to have, has been having a lot of problems because it's old. It used to belong to Farmington Daily Times. And then they gave it to the chapter, and that's the only space we could find to rent. So over the years, we've had problems with making repairs to that old trailer. So that's where some of our R&M is going.
So Shiprock is running out of office space. And I've been, as a delegate, I have requested with the previous chapter to start working to, let's work together, let's plan, building an office complex, because you have home site lease, public defender, prosecutor's office. Even our elderly programs are in a dilapidated building right now that are rodent infested like mice. And so we did start working we never started working towards that, but I know that land has been withdrawn for that. And so I've been questioning as a delegate, do I just take it over and start working towards building this new office complex? In addition to that, public defender's office and prosecutor's office would actually fall in line with the new police, with the judicial complex that we're trying to request funding for. But as a committee, you guys know that we're kind of at a stalemate right now for for building out that facility. So once we build out that facility with the new police department, then you're gonna have public defender's office that will have an office within that new complex, as well as prosecutor's office. So I'll at least get to address 2 of those offices, as well as police department that needs to be put back into these or put into those facilities. So we're really at a stalemate right now. And that's why I did meet with the president, and we talked about it, and I did tell him that I hope that I still have his support with the public safety facility buildings, so that we can move forward in addressing these the shortage of our facility buildings. But I just want to let the committee know that that what Ms. Bowman is stating is true, that public defender's trailer is really old and dilapidated. The first time I went into that trailer, I thought I was gonna fall through the floor. And it's like the carpet is the only thing that's holding it up right now. But it is very, very old, and it sits just east of the chapter house. But it certainly is needing a lot of attention. And as long as we don't build a new police department, it's gonna continue to need attention. And we're just kind of putting a Band-Aid on this issue. So just an FYI on that, and what we're trying to do with moving forward. But as I stated, as a committee, we know that we're kind of we're stuck because the RRR funds we haven't even started discussing the RRR funds yet. The one, was it 521? Yeah.
Million.
We haven't even started having that discussion yet. So, okay.
May I ask what size this trailer is?
It's a single wide, I don't know the measurements right off the bat. It's only like a 2-bedroom.
Yeah, I think it's like a 16 by 40, maybe
That's-
smaller than that.
That's about the size of it, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
14, I don't know.
It's like the size of this, but half of it.
no, it's not even, it's a
It's
really,
small.
it's very tiny. Yeah, it's like
14 by
14.
60 maybe?
Yeah, like
Yes.
14 by 60, and it was like maybe a trailer that was like produced in the early 1980s.
It was really bad when I first did my site visit there, but I was able to contract out and have somebody change out the sidings because that whole thing was peeling off, like there was gaps between the wall. And he went and fixed the whole siding, the bottom of it, so I think the only thing we're dealing with now is the ADA, addressing the ADA. I found out yesterday that another issue was the electric, I guess it's overheating, so I have to find somebody to address the voltage on that. And
And the-
then the
yeah.
trees, that's another thing. If you see where it's located at, we have a tree that sits on the east side of the trailer.
Just right at the edge of the trail.
And a branch already broke. So I had to do outside source and look for somebody to work on it. And even that itself is like, they quoted me $9,000 to address chopping down that tree, not the whole thing, but just fixing it up to where it doesn't fall on the trailer. Cause right now it's barely hanging on. And if I just leave it like that, it more than likely will fall onto the trailer, and I'm worried about the staff that are there.
What do you have with chapter and MOA or MOU?
I did get a hold of the contract. I did look at it myself. I read through it. And unfortunately, it does state in there that we are responsible for our own maintenance. We're renting from them, but they're not responsible to address any repairs.
Cause I have 8 trailers left at Peru that FEMA brought in, and I gave 2 away to constituents of Peru, and
Give us a
Can you
trailer.
give us that?
well,
We'll take 3 of them from you, from Shiprock.
um,
One was supposed to go to the end for ASCO.
what was it?
Go over.
It's still over there, but I never got the plan.
We only have 2 staff that are there. We have our legal secretary and our tribal court advocate, so.
That's just something to look at, but I think I'm giving most of those trailers to give out to constituents, but. I mean, they're FEMA trailers, they are offices, and. Y'all don't get any ideas here, because this is the only one I'm looking at.
I'm gonna drop
Your-
legislation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you guys really need it.
We
trailer,
need it.
They
We
do.
really
They do.
need it.
They do.
There's 8 of them sitting at the Roo right now, and I think,
I'd be happy to
Maybe.
show you the offices in Shiprock.
oh, I believe you don't need to show me. I wanna do. I believe you all. All I wanna do is try to get y'all in a better place. And if we can use one of those trailers, I think we should, and all we gotta do is move them.
Thank you.
And I mean, it's something we have to talk,
Is it, who owns the chapter? Does it the chapter that owns it?
no, that,
The
the
nation.
president does, the
President.
nation owns it. We got 2 of them, we gave them away. And, we requested the other 8. Some of them were really small, but, we're just giving them out to people that need homes, veterans and elders that need homes. And if you guys need a trailer,
It's like really bad. Like yesterday, I went out there, I think after 3 o'clock, and cause they were having issues with their heating and cooling. And so, their cooling went out, like it wasn't blowing enough cool air, and that trailer was like really hot. Like I was only there for I was there for the remainder of the day, but just standing in there for like 30 minutes, like I was sweating. And I was like, that's really bad. I felt bad for them. And I was like, you guys should just go home and telework. I mean, it's not safe, because the last thing I need is for somebody to.
I'm sure let's work on that together.
I'd love that. Thank you.
We'll see, let's set up a meeting with the president and see what he has. He had a plan, well, he didn't have a plan, Mr. Sandoval and Mr. Kiyomi. Those trailers, but they're no longer with the department, so, falls back on the chapter. If I could get maybe, show me how bad it is, so that I could take it back to the chapter and possibly get a supporting resolution for the cause.
I'd be happy
And
to
then-
present at your
And
chapter
then
for,
we'll meet with the president and see if we could maybe move one of those trailers up
Mhm.
to Shiprock.
I would recommend 2, only because I know public defenders, has come before us right now to say that they, like their office right now is ready to fall apart, like that rock is ready to come down on them. So maybe like a temporary location here in Winter Rock to help them with their location.
Now they got really tiny ones too, like about 14 by 40, the smallest ones.
So just really quickly, who prosecutor's office is in here? Is a prosecutor's office in here? Okay, I got my reading glasses on, so I'm just making sure that it's you there, Vernon. What did you guys do with this prosecutor's office over here at the corner? Who has control of that now?
You mean the one next to our office or?
The old location,
Location's been
yeah.
condemned.
Who?
It's condemned.
Oh, it's condemned.
Yes.
See, we could move that one and we could put a new trailer there for the public defender's office for a short time. Because part of their office as well is we're also working to build a new complex for the Window Rock facility. So once that complex is starting to go and starting to move, then public defender's office will eventually move there, but there's always somebody that needs office space.
I know my LDA needs an office space here in Winter Rock.
We need a substation.
Yeah.
Here
Only
we
have
go.
8
Here we go. All
trailers.
right. Tell me what you got on me. No, but oh, no,
I know that, one of the requirement was that you're responsible for your transportation,
Right,
then your registration, your title and all that. So,
well, we could drop
There-
UFB funds to help
Yes.
them move and to cover that.
yeah.
so when President Nance was in office, those 8 was assigned to different, I know that ASC had got one for Kansas. Then after the new administration turned over, those were taken off the list and just sitting at the room lot for the last couple of years.
It starts to dilapidate actually.
They're still in decent shape, they have furniture.
But still, it's a good thing.
Oh, yeah.
So if we're gonna go
Sorry,
that route, like,
yeah.
do you want me to provide pictures and?
Yes, let's go ahead and at this point right now, I think in terms of the budget, since we've heard your information, Vice Chair or Pro Temp. What I would like to ask of this committee is that we recommend to the Budget and Finance that the unmet needs be met for the Public Defender's Office. And that in terms of the trailer and working with President's office, what we can do is I can request a meeting with President while does he have, I thought I saw his assistant come in, Mr. Largy. Can you assist us in setting up a meeting with his office to talk about those trailers? To see what we can do so that we can try to get a trailer out there for Public Defender's Office and then to talk about the Public Defender's Office for Window Rock as well here. So maybe we can start moving on that. And of course, Delegate Arvizo, myself, Public Defender's Office, and President's Office to see what we can do to start moving this forward.
Thank you.
And then Lorraine, if you can, maybe send an Lorraine, to President's office. I'm not sure who you would send it to, but maybe Mr. Largy can let us know. I would guess it would be Beecher to request this meeting, so that we can start moving forward and finding a temporary location for Public Defender's Office here in Window Rock, and then to address the trailer in Shiprock. Okay. That would
Madam
be.
Chair, on your recommendation, you're just gonna formally talk about it at Budget and Finance, or recommend those at, or
So-
would you like, how do we usually do the by letter or?
So with the unmet needs, that would be a,
Request, formal request to Budget and Finance at the presentation of the legislation.
I think we just, yeah, I think we just vote. We just vote, yeah, that Law and Order Committee recommends to Budget and Finance that the entire unmet needs be covered for Public Defender's Office. And I think that's the language that we use. Is that correct? Office of Legislative Counsel?
So the concept is I've been looking at the legislation that was, posted. And looking at the documents that were given to me this morning and the unmet needs, they are different, they're different items and numbers in terms of both, the totals as well. So before we do this, I think there needs to be an amendment. Because I also noticed on Form A and, that on Form A, there was two totals that were missing. And so we need to amend, and we're working on that right now to make it in line so that we're not using more time than we need to. So that we can amend those. And the reason I say this is once we amend both exhibits A and E in the legislation. Then after those have been motioned and voted upon, then that is the equivalent of what you just said about accepting the unmet needs as is.
So which numbers were incorrect?
So on Form A, in the legislation, the very last column of the totals, the number of 1 million
It wasn't incorrect, it just wasn't added in there.
wasn't,
And so we
it was
just,
missing.
it was just this portion that was filled out. Whatever was here didn't carry over here. Do you know what I mean? So all it showed was just the total here. So I had to drag whatever was here onto this side because there's two totals. There's total here and a total on the other side.
Mhm.
So all he's saying is that we just added these two right here, even though it's the same amount.
There is no correction on numbers, it's just the addition of two total numbers. Just to make sure that the amendments read correctly on the
You're
legislation
the old.
and that they can move forward to.
Exhibits.
How long is it gonna take for you guys to
We're doing
correct
it
it?
right now. Yeah, and so the staff have been working on it, and I think all we've done is, for the amendment, the language is quite simple, and it's asking to replace the current Exhibit A and the Exhibit E with the new Exhibit A and the Exhibit. And so that's the amendment that we recommend.
Okay,
And when we do that, that means the new Exhibit E, which is the unmet need, which you're looking at, is what the committee is accepting and recommending to go to the
Okay.
which I think is what you're asking.
yeah, I just want to make sure that the language is clear that we are, as a committee, we're not approving the unmet
Right.
needs. We're just recommending,
Recommending.
yeah. Because we don't want to take from the rest of you guys, and we want to give that to BNF to figure out how they're gonna do that.
So but replacing with,
Okay,
with the current one, with the one that's currently in the legislation, and by passing it, I think that is exactly what the committee's doing. is the
Okay,
committee's
perfect.
recommending.
so how much time is needed to complete out the language?
5 minutes?
Chair, do you
10
mind if I ask if?
Yeah.
I sent it.
We sent,
Oh,
I sent it.
so again, we were trying to be
oh,
proactive.
they sent it to you.
Well, they sent it to me,
Yeah.
so I have to approve it and then I can send it over to you.
So let's maybe,
5 minutes?
yeah, I'd like
Yes.
to recommend, request maybe 5 minutes. Is 5 minutes gonna be enough?
5 minutes should be enough, right?
5
Yeah,
minutes
should be enough.
recess? Yeah.
Alrighty then, at this time, we'll take a 5-minute recess, stretch your arms, do what you need to do. You've been sitting there for a while. Kind of relax, folks. I mean, it's not that bad. Right, we're here to help you. That's it. We'll convene at 10 minutes till 11.
All right.
We're at
I have
recess.
it.
Oh, send it to me in my file. I mean, so we just fine.
Oh, yeah. that's-
All right.
For you.
I wanna be.
So, don't worry.
Well, we just talked about it.
So I used to put this right now. I'm gonna be right here. I'm gonna send it both. Just to-
Thank you, Eugenia. That Chevron office is just
I know.
a mess. They didn't have a bee infestation. Had to get a beekeeper to get the bees out.
I tell you guys, I know we need to start moving. It's just so
One of the other
frustrating.
things that I'm having problem with is the
Roll call just for the record, staff.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. This is roll call to exit recess at 10:52 a.m. Honorable Stephen Arvizo, are you present?
I am present.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I am present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Nathan Nota.
Here.
Honorable Nathan Nota is here. Honorable Arvin Mitchell.
I'm here.
Honorable Arvin Mitchell is here. Vice Chair Pro Tem, we have 4 members present and we do have quorum. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that. At this time, well, we still have to untable it, right? And for the record, we didn't untable it because we wanted to make sure that all the documents were in order, and that kind of took us into a lengthy discussion. At this time, we do have a motion to untable it, and we will vote on this legislation to untable. Is there any questions on the untabling motion?
You just go straight into vote when I'm tabled.
All righty then, let's vote. Staff, if you can assist us.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Excuse me, staff, Mr. Bennett.
So once it's untabled, I'd recommend making sure you have a motion that you're gonna amend. Because once you amend, then what you want to do to accept the new one need met will automatically accompany that. When you do the motion. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. Staff.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. This is roll call to untable legislation number 0138-25. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green on favor.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes in favor. Honorable Arvin Mitchell.
Or green.
Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Vice Chair Pro Tem, we have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed with 2 not voting, including Vice Chair Pro Tem. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Staff, thank you for that. At this time, I think we have an amendment. Do we have an motion for an amendment? Delegate Mitchell.
I'd like to make an amendment number 1. Replace exhibit A and exhibit E to reflect the loan order. Approve exhibit A, exhibit E.
Bless you.
The replace new exhibit A is an application in general funds comparative summary with the current exhibit A for this amendment. Second one, replace the new exhibit E, an application recommended unmet needs budget with the current exhibit E for this amendment. That'll be that amendment.
We have an amendment on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Are there any questions on the amendment? If there's no questions, we'll vote on the amendment. Staff, if you can assist us.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. This is roll call for amendment on legislation number 0138-25. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
I agree.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Arvin Mitchell.
Vote green.
Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Vice Chair Pro Tem, we have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed with 2 not voting, including Vice Chair Pro Tem. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, staff, for that. And now we have a new amendment that's in place with this package. Now we go back to the main legislation that we have already a motion by Delegate Mitchell, second by myself, Arvizo. Is there any further discussions or questions on the amendment? On the legislation? I don't see any. Delegate Mitchell.
Just for clarification, the one that's on the board, would that be part of the LOC report that will be part of the legislation or?
The issues?
Yeah.
No, those are issues that I'm going to, so the first issue is going to be an issue that I'm going to give to Budget and Finance to ask that question. The second issue is more internally for LOC so that we keep track of that and that we know we have to address. So the purpose of me putting that on the board is for us to keep track of some of the issues that we're finding with this budget and then issues that we have to address.
Are there any other questions or concerns at this time? If not, we're gonna move the vote on this legislation. 0138-28. Staff, will you assist us? Please.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. This is roll call for main motion on legislation number 0138-25. Honorable Nathan Nota.
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Arvin Mitchell.
Go green.
Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Vice Chair Pro Tem, we have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed, with 2 not voting, including Vice Chair Pro Tem. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that. Legislation 0138-25 is passed with the law and order will continue to go on to budget and finance. Congratulations, Chair and Budget and Public Defender's Office. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, committee.
Y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you, you too.
Who we got next on the line? Let's keep going.
Next is, so we addressed the 3 for the ones that
All
were
the
tabled. Yeah,
These are done.
so all the tabled ones we
Yeah,
have
that's-
addressed. Next, we have,
Department of Justice.
Department of Justice.
Department of Justice, you're up. And before we get in motion, can we review all the documents, from, attorney to, advisors to LOC? Has everything looked in order and also the sponsor? Are you satisfied with all our documents in order? If so, then we'll call for a motion. Delegate, Mitchell.
I think the new packet, Lori, is this a new packet that was handed out? This way.
We'll find it.
Mayor Pro Temp and members of the Law and Order Committee. So this is the new packet that was dropped off yesterday. So what I did is I went through the document and I tabbed them beside those that have the personnel listing.
Okay. You all got the tabs and everything in order? I appreciate that, oh,
Sorry,
almost lost the leg.
because of my leg, huh?
Get it inset.
Got my.
You got, committee. Can move forward to a motion?
Oh, what was said? I'm sorry. So we need OMB to provide a report. Is it a motion to hear the legislation?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm good.
Madam Chair, I think this is heading on that.
So what, Laura, we made the heading of the notification, since we got it already, and then we try to help on motion. Yeah.
I'm confused. All righty, and at this time, we'll have staff read the legislation into the record. Staff, would you do that at this time, please?
Thank you, Chair Pro Temp and members of the Law and Order Committee. Tracking number 0147-25 and action relating to the Law and Order Committee and Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the nomination Department of Justice. And this will move forward to Budget and Finance Committee and it's bound for the 5-day comment. There are no comments received. And attached are the exhibits from A to F. Chair Pro Temp, thank you.
Thank you for that. Committee, I will need a motion and a second and to move forward to discuss this legislation or ask questions of any. I
Motion,
have a motion. Motion by Delegate Newton, second by Delegate Mitchell. OB to do their presentation or the report. What do we call it? A presentation or
the
report?
report.
Let's get this time OB to do the report. You have the floor.
Good morning, Yate. Thank you, Pro Temp, Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee and also Department of Justice. My name is Tanya Sosi. I'm the senior budget analyst with OMB. And I will be doing the OMB report along with my colleague, Ms. Janet McCabe.
Morning.
So with the report for Department of Justice, FY 26, there's a table of contents. You have tabs A through E. Tab A would be the fund site budget summary, and with this, with the Department of Justice, is 2 business units that are listed. And for FY 25, the total was 6,815,992. The proposed amount is $5,526,079. There's a indirect cost of $2,278,335, which gives a grand total of $804,414. Going into the tab B is the budget status report that's finished. And for the 2 business units, the original budget amount was $4,699,984.50. The revised amount is $9,911,325.86. Actuals is $3,818,839.22. Encumbrance is $77,444.57. Budget available is $6,015,042.07, which gives an expenditure rate of 39.31%. And with that asterisk, with one asterisk is noted as expenditure, 2 asterisks meaning over expenditure.
Moving on to the next meeting, the second quarter performance assessment report. There are 2 business units with an average score of 3.60, which is range from 80 to 89%, which is satisfactory. Moving on to tab D, the plans of operation status report. Again, there are 3 business units, 3 business units, adopted in 1990, 1993, and 2008. And as you will note, that the gray colored shade means that they have an outdated plan of operations that's older than 12 years. And below that is the statutory reference to the plan of operation resolutions. Moving on to tab E, the conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns report. Again, the Department of Justice and the Office of the Prosecutor were responsible to respond to the all divisions department programs to provide the report at the end of every quarter, beginning with the 3rd quarter, the number of employees that received step increases, bonuses, and number of performance evaluations completed in the prior quarter, as well as how the GWA funding was allocated and how the funding was spent, and if there were any employees that did not get compensated, compensation increases as a result of the program being deficient in program evaluations. Again, the business units are listed, and Department of Justice is not listed. Again, the due date is 3rd quarter, and there was no response from the Department of Justice, and the status is ongoing. On the second page, there are 3 positions of appropriations. Number 1, the Department of Justice is responsible to present an oral report to the Law and Order Committee by the end of the 3rd quarter, explaining the open positions at DOJ and DOJ's effort to fully staff the vacant positions, DOJ's employee retention numbers, and the dollar amount spent and remaining as compared to the amount budgeted for the employee positions.
If this COA is not complied with, travel funds for business unit shall be frozen until the COA is fulfilled pursuant to 12 NC number 820R. Again, business unit 10401, the due date is third quarter. There was no response for the second quarter, and the status is ongoing. Number two, Department of Justice. Office of the Attorney General and the Department of Justice shall present an executive session oral report and attorney-client privilege written report to the LOC by the end of the third quarter of FY 2025, listing all the Department of Justice consultants, outside legal counsel, and contractors used by all DOJ programs and offices, and shall include detail on the scope of work and the terms of the contract. This COA is not complied with, the travel funds for business unit shall be frozen as the COA is fulfilled pursuant to the 12 NCC number 820R. Again, this is the 10-40-001. Due date is third quarter. There was no response for the second quarter. Status is ongoing. For the number 3 LOC, the Department of the Attorney General and the Department of Justice shall present an oral or written report to the LOC by the end of the third quarter of the FY 2025, recommending amendments to the plans of operations for all DOJ business units. If this COA is not complied with, travel funds for the business unit shall be frozen until the COA is fulfilled pursuant to the 12 NCC 820R. Again, it is assigned to business unit 10-40-01. Due date is third quarter. There was no response in the second quarter, and the status is ongoing. Vice Chair, that completes the OMB report.
Obi, thank you for that report. Can I get a motion? Thank you. Can I have another one? Okay, then are there any questions?
As sponsor, I've got questions.
As a sponsor, we have questions. Your own sponsor has questions. That means you're not working close with your sponsor.
Well, this is technically for OMB,
Oh,
because of the report. We didn't get this report till just now. Actually, it's for both, because we just got the OMB report. So very.
Let's hear it.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. So there's a lot of red flags. Number one is conditions of appropriations have been stated, so I think that this is where we cut the travel budget. For the COAs, since Department of Justice has not complied across the board, their travel budget should be cut in half until they can prove to us that they can submit the documents, because I think are we past the third quarter?
Yeah, we're finished it.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
Again, this is due to the end of third quarter.
But we're past the third quarter, yeah. And these issues haven't been addressed yet. So, number one is I don't know if I can, as the sponsor, make that amendment to cut the budget in half, which means that we probably will request from DOJ, we might have to table their legislation so that they can, I'm not sure how that would work. Office of Legislative Counsel, we might need guidance on that. Because I mean, just preparing you ahead of time, because the conditions of appropriations were set. And we had this discussion at the main lobby, where the conditions of appropriations have been passed. How do we address that? And what we were told is the travel budget can be cut in half. And in this case, I believe that the conditions of appropriations, it does state that within the legislative concerns summary. So across the board, DOJ, all of their travel budget would be cut in half. That's number one. Number two is the outdated, I guess the outdated plans of operations. I know that, and this was my concern, I did bring it up at NOB, and I'll bring this up across for everybody who is listening. If your plan of operation is outdated, do not ask this committee for new positions. The plan of operation is your responsibility. And within that plan of operations, you should be submitting your, what is it called? Your organization chart. Your organization chart tells us how many positions your plan of operations should be. I guess how many positions are covered within your plan of operations. And again, I brought this up at Nobby. And the reason, we had a few where 1989 was the date for some of these plan of operations. Here we have Department of Justice, 1990, Navajo Hopi Legal Service Program, 1993, Office of the Prosecutor, 2008. As was stated by O&B, they've been outdated and they're older than 12 years old. And so I don't know if we can make that motion here to not approve any new positions or any divisions, departments, offices that are under the oversight of legislative council for plans of operations that are outdated. And I think OMB every year does this. They come and they tell us plan of operations needs to be updated, plan of operations needs to be updated. That plan of operations, my understanding from a budget and finance member who also stated on the record, the plan of operations helps us to budget each year. So if the plan of operations are outdated and we're approving these budgets, we don't really know what these positions are doing. And the example that I used, committee members at Naviquiyatskit, was for the president's office, which was last updated in 1989. Where does your IT specialist fit into that? And the answer is, in their plan of operations, they don't even have internet covered in their plan of operations. So how are we giving them additional funds for like internet or for now it would be like the satellite internet when it's not even covered in their plan of operation. So right now we have Department of Justice, 12 years. That's a lot. That is a lot. And so I'd like to recommend to this committee as chair that we not approve any new positions until the plan of operations are addressed. And this could be, I will be making a motion for a legislative concern on that, but because the conditions of appropriations has already been passed for the plan of operations and they have not been addressed. The last thing that I will state is, it is concerning that 39% of your budget as of 6/18/2025, only 38% of your entire budget has been spent. And the question that I ask every division, every office, every department that comes before this committee is, why should we give you more money when they're showing that you're not spending it? And what are the hurdles with spending? Like, what can we do to help you spend this money? Because we're giving it to you. So at this point, I mean, I'm guessing that it's gonna be hard for you to spend. I don't even, like, I don't know at this point whether you have funds that are encumbered and that's going to change it dramatically to bring it up to at least 75%. But it's kind of hard to give you additional funds when you're not even using those funds. So, in terms of the report that has been provided to us, those are my concerns. And it's a concern, I think, across the board for all of the divisions and departments, right? We get this OMB report. We don't get the OMB report until right before the budget. So this was not even given to us like previously. So we just got it today. It tells us the funds that are currently sitting there. Okay, so encumbered, you have 77 million encumbered right now, which will bring your availability at 6 million once those encumbered have been set, and it's still at 39%. So what is the reason for your funds not being used? And why should we give you unmet needs and give you additional funds if you're not spending it? And even Beecher said that on the record, right? At Nabi on Thursday. That's why your budgets are being cut. His reasoning is President looked at it. If you're underperforming with your budget, then you get that 3% cut because you're not using those funds. And we've asked that question time and time again at council. How can we help you guys spend your money? Because you're coming before us and you're saying you need this money. We're giving it to you, but you're proving to us you don't need it. So why should we give you more money on top of what we gave you last year? So that, you know, like when you're proving to us right now in black and white that you're underperforming and spending. So at this time, those are my questions and my concerned committee members based on the OMB report. Again, this OMB report for the record was just given to us. Just maybe like what, 10 minutes ago. So, and that was what was read into the record. And OMB has stated on the record as well last week at Nabi that the conditions of appropriations that council has passed on multiple occasions, not only with Department of Justice, but across the board with the entire Navajo Nation. What are we gonna do with that? Well, you know, what options do we have? And the option that we were given was cut their travel in half. So that's gonna be my recommendation when we get to the main motion of this legislation, is to proceed forward to cut the travel across Department of Justice in half. And then have them revise their budget as such until they can meet the assigned, I guess, condition of appropriation issues that have been addressed, not only with last year's budget, but previous budgets as well. Thank you, Chair Pro Tem.
Mitchell, have we heard of earlier? No.
I'll go ahead.
Delegate is,
Oh,
those
John.
we had before.
Just a clarification, on the budget status report, it does show that they spent 39.31%. There's two dates on this document. Upper right-hand corner, there's 6/18/2025. And then the title of this has budget status report as of 3/31/25. Which one is it?
I was gonna ask that question. I'm glad that I forgot.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
But
Delegate, no further questions.
I'll turn it to OMB to answer that question.
We had before.
Thank you, Delegate, Noka and members of the Law and Order Committee. The budget status report is for second quarter to the end of second quarter. So it is up to March 31st, 2025. The date at the top is the day that I actually ran the report.
And that was
On
without,
6/18.
without an actual update, correct? When you ran the report, the date you ran the report?
So the day I ran the report is on June 18th. But that was for second quarter.
Yeah.
Up to March 31st, 2025.
Based on that question, Vice Chair, I think, why not run it to the end of third quarter so we have the actual information before us?
Okay, I could go ahead and run an updated report to the May 31st.
And how long
As
will that take?
recommended by, I know, Budget and Finance did say to May. But that's with Budget and Finance. So this report will be updated.
How long will it take you to run that report?
Like 5 minutes.
I want to see the updated report to the end of third quarter, because it might change.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm getting mad at DOJ right now and they're at 75%. So,
Agree.
yeah,
Okay, with that, I think, we'll just do.
10 minutes, do it 10 minutes.
Before the recess.
Oh.
Let me, I'll make this one before the recess. On the COAs, the way I understand COA is that the travel restriction ties into FY 25. Not to the current proposed budget that we're talking about, which is FY 26.
Legislative council, did you get that?
I'd like to hear it one more time.
Delegate Mitchell, would you please state your question?
Chair Newton was saying that, we're going to cut the OJ's budget in half. Travel budget in half. Because they're not complying with the COA. So the COA is for FY 25, which is the current budget that we're in. So if LOCs want to implement that, then there has to be a separate issue, because what we're talking about is FY 26, right? Yes, the FY 26 travel budget and half because they don't have any money. Travel money.
So the concept is, I'm trying to repeat what I believe is happening at this time. So for FY 2025, there was a addition to the appropriation, the COA, that was put into the budget legislation for the Department of Justice. And if that additional appropriation typically mean that, for the monies that are appropriated to that particular department, there are conditions that are expected to be met. And so what would consequences be if those conditions were not met in regard to that specific year, which in this case is FY 2025? And if those conditions were not met during that particular budget appropriation period, could there be, lack of a better word, consequences or actions taken in the upcoming, which would be FY 2026 budget in connection with those COAs? So I feel that's what we're talking about. As of such, I've already reached out to other attorneys in the Office of Legislative Counsel, referring to them the action that was suggested by the chairwoman and waiting for a response on that. So at this time, I have already communicated digitally about the possibility of this action by the committee in terms of a recommendation is what I understood. But I want to understand what the chairwoman is saying is what she is hoping the committee recommends is that for FY 2026, the Department of Justice's travel expenses be cut in half because of not being able to fulfill or meet the COA from last year, FY 2025. So again, I'm in the process of trying to find the answer to that as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
we could probably do that within the recess time.
because right now, under unmet needs, the travel expenses has been set at $172,804. So if we approve the unmet needs, we can make that amendment to say we're only gonna approve half until the conditions of appropriations has been satisfied. Does that make sense? Because in your unmet needs, they have it broken down for travel expenses. But I guess we'll wait for legislative council to provide that guidance to us on how we can do that.
So, but again, as is mentioned in the previous as well, so the concepts are that these are recommendations, especially under the unmet needs.
Mhm.
These are the recommendations that each committee is giving for the departments under their oversight. So that they are recommendations moving forward for the Budget and Finance Committee as well as on the TA committee and moving forward as well. So just a reminder about that, that needs our recommendations from the.
Thank you. Jackson, you had your hands up earlier?
Yes, I just wanted to just clarify what you've already clarified, the dates, 3/31 versus the 6/18. The other one was, I wanted to get a distinction between DOJ and the Office of the Prosecutor concerning these requirements. So is the budget idea of cutting it in half, does that include the Office of the Prosecutor also, or just DOJ?
I'm Chair.
Office of the Prosecutor has 2008 for your plan of operations. So right now we have conditions of appropriations for per the legislative concerns. We have the Office of Attorney General and Department of Justice. And the prosecutor's office does fall under the Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, then I would assume that's covered. Prosecutor's office is not separate from the Department of Justice. It falls under the Department of Justice.
Okay. Madam AG?
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. I am wanting to go ahead and respond. We have looked at it and I understand we are definitely in a transition situation. We are addressing or had been in a transition in the last quarter. And so we are looking at it and definitely going to be addressing those under the current administration that we're at this point. I have a definitely understanding of where we're at and what we're going to be doing on this situation. So for instance, the scope of work that we're looking at, taking a look at it, the structure of it is still the same. I get the point where you're talking about, are you going to add in the internet or anything of that sort? So we actually have hired a couple of really great and staff in the Office of the Attorney General, which were already assigned to go ahead and cross-reference any kind of title changes that we need to go ahead and update on that. So that is definitely in the works to go ahead and get done. I would say we probably just need by the end of the month to go ahead and take a look at it and get the sponsor in order to go ahead and move forward on that. Same thing with the Office of the Prosecutor. And that's what we talked about early last week when we were going over everything for the budget on that. So I understand the approach and understand what you guys are wanting to do. I just wanted to give you an update of where we're at to actively go ahead and address that with the current administration that we have right now. There was also alluded to the reports executive session. We did complete that. So on June the 13th of last month, we did our legislative update, which included all of the legislative updates with the council members everybody was invited, those who were able to attend. We did provide the legislative and executive session update on that. We went over our budgets and where we're at with the fixed cost litigation. And we were even asking that because of where we're at with the litigation, because of the request for investigations, this is where all of our money's at. Once we get those cleared out, we would be in the negative on that. And that's what we shared in that executive session. So we did conclude that portion of the COA. But I do, and I will admit that it's the plan of operations that what we're lacking right now. But I wanted to, hopefully you guys consider what we're planning to go ahead and do to do that.
Did you cover the listing of all DOJ's consultants, outside legal counsel, contractors, and their scope of work? I was a part of that meeting. I don't remember that part of it.
Madam AG?
Thank you for that question. We did start the whole day on that. We had a section on that. It took us with all the questions on there.
dollar amount spent and remaining as compared to the amounts budgeted for the employee positions. Your conditions of appropriations, number 2, is to provide an oral report and an attorney-client privilege written report to the LOC by the end of the third quarter of FY 25, listing all of DOJ's consultants, outside legal counsel, and contractors used by DOJ programs and offices, and shall include details of the scope of work and the terms of the contract. Number 3, conditions of appropriations for the Department of Justice is that DOJ shall provide an oral and written report to the LOC by the end of the third quarter of FY 25, recommending amendments to the plan of operations for all DOJ business units. If COA is not complied with, travel funds for the business unit shall be frozen. So you did your litigation update, but that was never a conditions of appropriations. I don't even think that that was a legislative concern. Your legislative concern for all the branches and the division who is in here, there was in here information or the report every quarter, beginning the third quarter, for the number of employees that received step increases, bonuses, and number of performance evaluations completed in the prior quarter, as well as how GWA funding was allocated and how the funding was spent. And if there's any employee that did not get compensation, it says, this is, I don't know if it's a typo, but I'm going to read it directly. Any employees that did not compensation increases as a result of the program being deficient in performance evaluations. This is in the overall divisions and departments and programs that was approved. That's a legislative concern, but the conditions of appropriations, there was 3 outlined. So that's what I'm talking about with your conditions of appropriation. So I appreciate the information on the litigation update. Every AG, since I've been a delegate, every year they do provide that, and it is important information. But specifically, we were looking at the consultants, the outside legal counsel, the contractors, because as memory serves me correct, committee members, when we were at NABI, there was concern of some of the attorneys who were being hired on that we got a report on. I believe the report from memory was what was that attorney guy who from Gallup? David Jordan. Because the report that we got was that he was a part of a training on sexual harassment. And so we questioned whether there was a conflict there, since there are litigations pending against the Navajo Nation from his office regarding sexual harassment. And there was questions of him even being hired by the nation, since there are litigations that are currently pending where he does have cases against the Navajo Nation, as well as Chris Beecher's former law firm that received millions of dollars. There was questions of that came out during, I believe it was I want to say it was either council or NABI, which is why we were requested at LOC to address these issues, since we are the oversight, and it is part of the conditions of appropriations. So I just want to make that clear that we're still waiting on that. Those questions have not been answered, and no report has been submitted to this committee. So at NABI last week, I questioned what is council doing? We're issuing all of these conditions of appropriations, but what are we doing exactly? Every time we don't address these issues, we strip, I guess, that concern. We strip it away from our oversight responsibility. So I just want to make that clarification, Chair Pro Tem, that the conditions of appropriations are stated in black and white. And although the AG is, the acting AG is mentioning the litigation update, that whatever was a condition of appropriation. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you for that. Obi, did you have your hand up earlier? No?
No.
timing on this, no? Any other questions? So how would you like to, proceed with that, Madam Chair?
I think, I think we still need to go into a recess.
Where did our attorney go?
Yeah, he went out. I think we should
He
still
had
go.
enough. He's leaving.
He's like, cut me out of it. I
Okay.
think, we should still go into a 10-minute recess to allow our legislative council, to get some information on how we handle this. And then, cause we are gonna have to bring this up at budget and finance, that these conditions of appropriations haven't been met, and that are, like, whether we're recommending the travel to be cut in half based on the conditions of appropriations. And I think he's getting clarification on that, and then, we did get the updated report. I think that's what was, sent out to us. But it'll give us time to look at, this I'm requesting that 10-minute recess.
Okay, we'll do that, I just wanted to ask. On these, additional appropriation, when they're coming up. Does anybody get a notice, like the delegates or somebody to say, hey, you guys got a condition of appropriation and we haven't got a response from them, just for you all to know, does anybody get that kind of information?
Yes, there is a memo that, is signed by our executive director, and it goes to the, I guess in this case, the Attorney General, and, also to, Mr. Jackson, and then to the oversight.
Okay. Get those right.
Yeah, we get the memos, and we wait for the divisions and departments to, I guess, to initiate that. And so a good example is we had, probation and parole. Based on that memo, they moved forward, and then they changed their plan of operations, and that's the one that we approved on Monday. So, we can't always hold their hands through this process. We're all updated. We just wait for the divisions and departments to come forward and tell us that they're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. I did provide the updated budget status report, and you could go ahead and review that. And there is a difference in the expenditure percentage on both business units.
Okay, all right, at this time, we're gonna go take a 10-minute recess, we'll be back. 10 to 12, 10 minutes till 12, welcome be. Again, stretch out. Tell a joke or something. Anybody have a joke? Good joke, please, good joke. Well, let's take 10 minutes recess. if, we're doing the legislation 147 25. It's gonna take a little bit longer. So if your legislation is not, if you're in line for next, and the remaining three legislations after this, y'all can go to lunch. You're excused to go get something to eat. From what I understand, lunch, they did get some lunch, but not for everyone. So if your legislation is not gonna be commented when you go to lunch, maybe an hour.
Well, with DOJ, so what we're gonna do is we haven't even started with DOJ.
Right.
So we're just at the OMB report. So, if you guys want to, go head out to lunch, what we'll do is we'll start, finishing up with DOJ's legislation. And then, if, the next on the list is judicial. Is it judicial?
Yes.
Judicial. So if, judicial's not back by that time, we'll take a short recess. And then we'll text, just leave judicial if you could leave Lorraine your number. That way we'll text you to let you know, when we're gonna be calling you. And then, cause I think there's going to be, well, there's gonna definitely be some explanations and possible amendments. So I'm guessing that DOJ will probably take about an hour. So if you guys want to excuse yourself and go have some lunch, and then we will, Director Henderson, I will text you, and Chief Silversmith and Director Leslie, I'll text you guys when we're ready for DPS. That way you can send a message out. That way you guys are not sitting here this whole time. So we're gonna complete judicials, DOJs, yeah, keep the judicial and DOJ mixed up. And then we'll go from there. But before everybody leaves, I'm gonna ask everybody to stand because we do have the Chief Justice who just entered the room when we were on recess. Okay, you guys can be seated. At Law and Order Committee, we recognize when President walks in, when Vice President walks in, when the Chief Justice walks in, and when the Speaker walks in. We try to show our respect to them, and we do stand for them when they do come into the room. So thank you, Chief Justice, for joining us this afternoon. And again, with judicial, we'll send you guys a text message when your legislation is coming up. Okay, and the same thing, Director Henderson will send you guys a text. That way you guys are not sitting here that whole time. But if you guys want to, you can sit here. If not, then you guys can head out to lunch.
I like hearing Belly do or Viso's one-liners. Can I stay?
Well, he certainly brings us tension when it comes to the budget.
All right, then we'll get back over to the legislation at hand. Legislator? What's his last name?
Matt.
Matt. That's not his last name.
Arthur.
Mac like you said.
Big Mac.
What do you want us to call you?
Mac is good.
Matt.
Makes it easy for all of us, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
Matt. Thank you.
One day I'll tell you the story of my full name. I'll just tell my full name now. It's MacArthur Lanakee Lesavance II. So my father's Hawaiian, my mother is Navajo. So I got a great Navajo name, right? But anyway, but please just call me Mac. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mac, are we ready on your end?
I do have some information for you today.
Okay, well, we don't have to go there just yet. I think that's gonna come up when there's a motion. But we just got OMB's report, so Chair Pro Tem, I would ask if there's any other questions for OMB's report. If not, then we can go to the legislation and then allow DOJ to present their budget.
All right, then, OMB, is that, you're complete with your report, right? Are there any other questions to OMB? And if, Madam Chair,
You just gave us this updated. Can you just very quickly, yeah, maybe for the record, just,
Explain what you
yeah,
did here?
explain what, yeah, the updated, report.
Okay. Thank you, so Senator, members of the Law and Order Committee. The updated report is updated to May 31st, 2025. And for business unit 104001 is the original budget amount, and the original budget amount is the CR, which is the $2,779,336. The revised amount is $6,006,330. The actual is $3,100,430. The encumbrance amount is $19,247. The budget available is $2,896,652. The expenditure rate is at 51.85%. The next business unit, 104005, original budget amount is $1,920,648. Revised budget amount is $3,900,464. Actual is $2,284,657. Encumbrance is $72,130. The budget available is $1,543,676, which gives the expenditure rate of 60.42%.
Okay, then. Are we good with that, Madam Chair?
Mhm.
Are there any other questions for O and B? If not, thank you for your report. We'll move on. Mr. Jackson, you have your hands up?
Yeah, I'd just like to real quickly say that this is to 5/31/2025. Let's say for the record, we're in July now, and we have made expenditures that are probably, this 60.42 is probably higher than what it is. I'd just like to make that for the record. Thank you.
Okay. Noted, thank you. And again, thank you for your, you can be hanging around with us all day, huh? Okay, then. Now we go to the legislation. Now, we already have a motion established by Billwoman and second by Delegate Mitchell. And at this time, Margaret, you can go ahead and proceed with your presentation.
Okay. What I wanted to go ahead and start with is we have the new tabs that we would be utilizing on there. So under tab 1, the proposed budget that we were provided for the Department of Justice, and this is just specifically Department of Justice and business unit. Okay. We were allocated $5,093,872. As you can see in the proposed budget and B, that we are using all of that with personnel. There wasn't any money to go ahead and cover any operation costs on that. We have the listing for personnel on here. If you want to go ahead and go to form 3. They have listed everything on there. We have all of the people who have in their warm bodies. We have we've allocated to the 2,088 hours that we were required to do. We do have 3 vacant positions here that are still, like, for example, the position number 22235.
principal attorney, it does say vacant and it is at 2088. That is because we have filled 3 positions within the time frame. The PAF is still going through the process, so it's showing up vacant on there, but we do have them filled. And then the rest remaining that we have 8 positions that are vacant. We have them on there and we have them listed at 1044 on that. Okay. And go ahead. Oh, okay. And so that's where we're at completed on there with, let's see. Well, I guess that's where we're at with our current budget with the personnel. On Form 5, I appreciate your guys' guidance, our chair's guidance a couple days ago, where we were misunderstanding how we go ahead and show the need. We listed those 8 on page 7. 2 of those positions, the senior programmer analysis, we are cost sharing with that. Or actually, I'm sorry, that was at 100% ARPA. So we went ahead and added that to the general funds because we were told that the ARPA is going to be completed at the end of in the 2026. The rest that are listed below that are the ones that are vacant, and it lists the cost of the remaining balance to add up to the 2088. And that is prorated. Let's see, and that would conclude our budget for the 2026. And the next tab number 3, we have put in our unmet needs. So the unmet needs that we're looking at, so column A is the approved budget that I just went over there. Column B is the proposed budget for the unmet needs on there. We're still lacking $2.3 million for personnel, and that would cover the remaining vacancies as well as fringe benefits to the current filled positions. The travel expenses in there is at $172,804. Supplies were at $50,000. Lease rental is at $1,938. For communications and utilities is at $2,208. Repair and maintenance is at $4,598. And then special transaction is at $128,532. Going to form. Let's see. We kind of go into details with that. So starting at page 6, form 7, or form 4, you'll see under personnel 2001 personnel expense. You'll find that everybody is listed on there that we do need to meet the unmet needs for the vacant positions. And that comes up to $340,000, $532. We do have some salary adjustments for negotiation for professional staff. EF is at 75,000. We do on line item is hiring summer interns for law clerks. We have budgeted that till about $40,587. I would definitely this summer, we weren't able to go ahead and do our summer intern program. And it was very disappointing. The year before that, last summer, we did hire 10 interns. And it was a huge success. The first in 2023, we kind of put one together because that's when the administration started. And we were able to go ahead and do 4 interns that summer. And that was a huge success that we had over 20 or 15 applications and interviews. I would say more applications and interviews, about 15, that we were able to narrow it down to 10. And out of the 10, we have 3 of them that were 3Ls. That means they're going to be graduating. We hired 2 out of those 3Ls. So I believe that we were very successful in that summer internship program. However, we hired a total of 3 because we have one of them that it was working, he was an undergrad, we had two undergrads, our graduate students. And he finished and he's decided he wanted to come work for Department of Justice as one of our administrative assistants. He's one of them that we have hired to go ahead and do, relook at the, plan of operation to do some of the cross references on there. So that's where we were excited to get him, because he does have a master's degree, and that helps out a lot. We are wanting to go ahead and consider bonus and annual EPF performance bonuses. That comes up to 254,900 or 694. We're looking at the Department of Justice. Since I've been here, there have not been any there has been a level of different step increases. Since I have been here at the Department of Justice, we've been making sure that all of the employees are getting their step increases. We were behind on that prior. And so we caught up with that in this, within the start of this term. Nobody has ever received any type of bonuses. I'm on the SIB step increase bonus committee, where I'm signing off on a lot of these, bonuses, which is great. But I'm like, where are we finding the money? How are they able to have the money? The Department of Justice is not. I do want to note that the obvious is that we are, heavy in personnel. That's our heavy. I know sometimes people have made the comment of, you know, why do the attorneys are the highest paid employees on Navajo Nation? And I get that, and I totally understand that. However, the work that they do and what they're moving forward to doesn't shouldn't prevent them from also being awarded for the amount of work that they do too as well. So that's what I want to go ahead and have asked the committee to consider when I add that in there. And then the rest of the remaining is the fringe benefits for the people who are in the position as of this point. And to cover that, and that's $1,639,134. So that total for the personnel comes up to $2,349,947. The next page on that is the travel expenses. The travel expenses comes up to a total of $45,996. What is for the fleet? So the vehicles that we have currently on within the Department of Justice, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 6 vehicles up on it. We have one of them that we're waiting and have been waiting to go ahead and get fixed. So unfortunately, that's not released at this point. But the vehicles are well used, and especially for the HSGU, Health and Social Services for Government Unit. They provide and attend the hearings for child support, ICWA cases, and in any of those internal cases. So we definitely use and probably could use additional vehicles. The travel expense, the per diem is at 64 daily, 89 night per diem. And we do have POVs at 2,000 miles budgeted. Because like I said, sometimes we don't have enough vehicles when they're in use. And then other incidents was 6,000. We budget that at a current 90,808. The airfare, we budgeted about $36,000. So the total travel expense that we're looking at is $172,804. Our page number 8, we're looking at the supplies. We do have office supplies at 8,000. We have non-capital assets that we look at, like the furniture, replacing broken furniture, equipment that has been, how can I not say, that we need to replace, that has been broken or not, that is scheduled, or we have a budgeted at 22,000. We do have a few lease and rentals, and we budget that at 1,938. This is if we need to go ahead and book conferences, rooms or anything for meetings, either here or outside of the nation. The communications and utilities,
We have it budgeted at 2,208. So, our supplies is total budget at $54,146. We do have, the repairs and maintenance at 4,598. This is encompassing all of our equipment such as scanners, printers, and any of those, office needs that we need to go ahead and have to keep up or have to go ahead and get fixed. Our special transactions that we have here, this is where we're reading budget like attorney's registration fees for their CLEs and for their states license, as well as the Navajo Nation Bar. We also have 4 advocates that we do provide their CLEs to as well. So all of these listed here are basically mandatory professional dues that we can go ahead and make sure is covered. That is at $47,364. We do have also, or added in the 5,000, and this is for recruitment, relocation, and background checks for our staff. And of course, the insurance that is in there is totaled at $62,766, with a total of $128,532. The last page on that is the prorated costs that we have on the 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8 on the 8 vacant spots that we do have. And that is the conclusion of the Department of Justice's budget with the current budget and unmet needs. I'm going to go ahead and have the prosecutor do the presentation for the Office of the Prosecutor.
Yes, good afternoon. Vernon Jackson here with the Office of the Prosecutor. I have with me Ms. Sandoval, who is here to assist me if I run into any kind of deeply embedded questions concerning our budget. Under tab number 4, you will see the first budget presentation, which shows a proposed budget of 2.7 million, which is distinctively different. As you can see, the difference between what we got last year to what it is that we got this year. The 2.7 million is scheduled to cover personnel expenses only. And that is a real important consideration for this committee to realize that that's the road that we are also on, where our allocation of 2.7 million is going straight to personnel costs. So I won't spend a whole lot of time on those differences, but I will just make note the travel expenses, meeting supplies, lease, and rental. As you can see, all those numbers are in the negative, which means we don't have currently in this particular budget the amount of money that we need to ensure coverage in all of those areas. And so if you look down at the bottom of column C, you'll see 649,780 is the difference there in terms of what we got last year to what we're getting this year. I would like you to turn to the next page, if you would. This is budget form number 2 on the current budget. Here are our program performance goals that we have. As you can see, the adult prosecution is a big deal, where we mainly process all of the adult prosecutions throughout the Navajo Nation. Thousands of cases that we're talking about each year that must be processed through the court system. Number 2, we have victim services. As I'm going through these, you can kind of correlate over to the idea that this budget is only covering personnel costs. Number 2 is the Victim Services Program, which is the Victim Witness Advocate Program, which has become a very, very important part of our outreach to the community. Many of these victim services, victim advocates are now working with domestic violence victims, and also appearing in court, looking for these victims when we can't find them, going out to search for them. So the Victim Services Program is a big part of what we do. Number 3 is our Major Crimes Unit, which deals with all of the cases that have been declined for federal prosecution. Many of these cases involve homicides, sexual assault of children, offenses that need to be prosecuted when the federal government does not prosecute the cases. So that's a number 3. Number 4 is our white collar crime unit, which is looking at all of the white collar crime leads that we're getting into the office. So that's a big part of what our program is about. And then number 5 is our legal secretaries program, where we have legal secretaries scattered throughout the Navajo Nation and in various programs. The major crimes unit, the white collar crime unit, the adult criminal prosecution program, all of those have legal secretaries that are embedded in those particular areas. The last one is going to be the investigations program, which consists of investigators who are actively involved in conducting criminal history checks on all of our offenders. This program has been one that has been absolutely instrumental to our prosecutions in court, where in many cases, many of the criminal history worksheets that are being produced by these investigators in the investigation programs are amounting to decisions in courts across the Navajo Nation to hold individuals in custody who are a danger to the community, danger to themselves, or flight risk, or the last piece is they've committed a major crime offense. So this number 6 program, the investigation program, is a big part of what we're doing now and moving forward to help to shore up how we do pretrial detentions. They're also a big part of how we are providing testimony in court concerning the results that some of these offenders are producing in some of these cases. Let me give you an example. So we have a domestic violence case involving a suspect who is the subject of a criminal history worksheet check. We are talking about the National Crime Information Center, which is a federal database that that the investigators check into. We also check the state databases. We also check PACER, which is the federal government's court system. We check that also. And we also check, of course, the Navajo Nation Justware system, which produces a criminal history worksheet, which has really been helpful in helping to keep individuals in pretrial detention. So if you go to the next page, if you would, please, under the proposed budget of 2.7 million, you can see there all of the various positions that we have within the Office of the Prosecutor, from legal secretaries to investigators to prosecutors to let's see, principal victim witness advocates. The next page, you'll see that we have a total personnel of 41 personnel for a total of 2.4 million. Going to the next page, you'll see from this budget, I'll just kind of peruse over this because this is mostly all personnel costs. As you can see, 2001 there, personnel costs, 2.5 million. Fringe benefits, which is a big part of the expenditures, 128,000. Next page, if you would, please. Form number 5, under proposed budgets, you see the prorated amounts for current positions that are vacant. There are 5 vacant positions. We're only going to have 4 now, as we're bringing on a new a senior prosecutor that's going to be coming on board to oversee the white collar crime unit, which is a real big development. So that's under tab number 4, committee members. If we go to tab number 5, we look at the figures for the unmet needs. This is a really budget presentation that makes me lose sleep at night. If we get all kinds of money for the personnel, where we can get money for operations, where we're going to get money to allow travel expenses for prosecutors to move from one district to another to present cases, appear in court, deal with these pretrial detentions, trials, etc. 304,000. Lease and rental, that covers lease and rentals for RAMA. And also we're looking at the possibility of Delcon also going to be in that mix. We're securing a building in Delcon, which is a relatively new home there that's near the chapter house. And it's relatively so new that they have refrigerated air in that facility. We are now before the community in Delcon to get final sign off on the lease agreement for that. So that's what that pays for. There's also 2 spaces in the back of where we are now down at the Hogan So facilities down back in the back of the building there that's being vacated, that we want to put our investigators into, and also the major crimes unit. We're very crowded right now where we're at. We want to be able to expand in those areas also, and also to deal with an evidence room, because we're getting a lot of federal investigative materials provided to us, and we need to have a secure place to have all the investigative materials, which consists of drone footage, which consists of body camera footage also, and FBI reports and different reports that are provided to us to help prosecute these cases that are not being prosecuted by the federal government. I think a big part of that responsibility is to make sure that we're securing those pieces of evidence to ensure to let the federal government know that we know what we're doing going forward in ensuring that the evidence that they provide to us is properly cared for. So as you can see, there are 6,500 contractual services. One of the contractual services costs there, which is a new addition to our work, has to do with a service that we want to get from LexisNexis. LexisNexis is a research entity that provides also People Finder. So the federal government, the FBI, and all these federal law enforcement entities use LexisNexis to help find people, to help find them when we need them for hearings, to help find individuals who are part of, let's say, a child dependency case. We can't locate them. This system will help locate individuals both on the Navajo Nation and off the Navajo Nation. That's a big part of the 6,500 cost there. Special transactions you see there for 70K, and then if you look down to the bottom, we look at an unmet needs budget of 2.2 million, and that I can say, members of the committee, the 2.2 million, if we get that total amount, we'll be able to meet just balance, break even, so to speak, with all of the work that we have. It doesn't take into consideration additional things that we could do, that we want to do. This pays for where we are now. So that's on the unmet needs. As you can see in the next document, Form 2, it's basically the same performance evaluation criteria that we want to put there. As you can see, the listing of the personnel again in that list there as attached. If you look at unmet needs, it breaks down each one of the costs for 2001, which is personnel costs, 2,900 fringe benefits, 3,000 travel expenses required for our work, also 4,000 for supplies throughout the Navajo Nation, all of the various offices that we have around the Navajo Nation. And then we move into the supplies, 4,000, and we go into 5,000 lease and rental. We also go into 5,000 communication and utilities, which is at 61K. The lease and rental is at 17K. Building amounts are there, equipment amounts are there also for copiers, etc. Moving on to internet, wireless costs, 6,000, repair and maintenance. This is all work that we're all expenses that we have now that we don't have money for it. Okay, so repair and maintenance. We have 75K for repair and maintenance, and I know we had a robust discussion on building repair, repairs and whatnot. But our costs are associated with the facilities where we've had problems with facility maintenance coming out to help us. But I guess that's for another discussion. But that's what that cost entailed. 6,500 for contractual services, and then down to 7,000 for special transaction training and professional dues. So that's for unmet needs. And then the last piece is going to be insurance premiums. Members of the committee, that concludes the budget for the Office of the Prosecutor. Thank you.
Jackson, thank you for that report. Committee, are there any questions? Delegate Mitchell.
Just for clarification. We're going off this packet, right? So just looking at, DOJ. Make the changes here. For the budget instruction manual. The temporary, not the temporary, but the vacant and. Looks full time. So I see that. Then. Your unmet needs. Your unmet need is. Right, it's exhibit B. So be your unmet needs were DOJ and prosecuted. Right? This is what you writ off. But there's a detail factor.
Yeah.
So that detail ties into exhibit B, the numbers.
Yes.
Thank you. Numbers tie in.
Hmm?
Numbers do tie in.
Okay. Delegate Mitchell, thank you. Madam Chair,
Thank you. So, Heather, if you could be a little bit more clear, so you have several vacant positions in your office. You said there was a few of them that you, so you have one that's at 2088. So just for clarification on the record, can you tell us which ones have been filled, since this report has been provided? And then that way, you know, because you have your position ID numbers, that way we have that clear, number one. And then in terms of your, unmet needs, excuse me, your unmet needs, can you explain the unmet needs for, so you have thank you for breaking it down. Your, where did I see it? So the same question with your repairs and maintenance, I guess would be the same question that we had with Public Defender's Office. Whether that's $4,598 for repairs and maintenance. That one is just for a Xerox machine. And then you also have two DOJ. So what repairs and maintenance are needed for those two DOJ buildings? And, you know, your amount is at $4,598. And then the special transaction, I understand that one is, I mean, I guess I need a little bit more clarification on that, because that's a large amount, $128,532. Whose phone is that? You owe, what is it? $10 to law enforcement committee. You can pay that to Lorraine. We have a very strict rule here. If your devices go off, we only make one excuse, and that's medical devices. Your medical device goes off, you're okay. If it's phone, other equipment, you pay $10 to Lorraine. That money is gathered at the end of the year, and we sponsor a child from the tree for Toys for Tots. So thank you for making a $10 donation. Okay.
you won't get a receipt for it either.
You can't claim your taxes, you can't claim it. So if we can get a little bit more of that information. And then as far as Office of the Prosecutor, so I'm a little bit shocked that one of your attorney candidates is actually making, as an attorney candidate, like, what, $11,000 more than an actual attorney. I need explanation for that. Your attorney candidate right now is at $99,243 salary. Whereas your attorney that's listed right underneath that is at $88,051. So I don't know if that's a discrepancy. We've also, are aware that one of your employees actually is being paid as a, I guess maybe a candidate, who's gonna be sitting for the bar, who sat for the bar, several times. I know that this, we've had issues where I've questioned, whether we're paying an individual at a prosecutor's salary or at a higher rate when they're acting as your personal secretary. And I'm still questioning that because I'm still getting emails in that regard. So I'm with your personnel listing. I guess there's just some questions with that. And then this committee on several occasions, we've asked, what is going on with Title 17 updates? And I know that you recently invited the committee to, because you're going to be doing a report to MMDR. But that is like one of the biggest questions I think that this committee receives is what is the Office of the Prosecutor doing? And my response, quite frankly, to your boss is, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. We've called them in, they do this great presentation, but it's all talk, no action. And now I'm looking at your budget right now, and you have all of these people. You have a huge office right now. I don't know if this is the biggest that it's ever been, but I do applaud the work that is coming out. And I know that that it is a lot of work, but at the same time, I think that that your office, if it's not producing anything good, why should we give you your unmet needs? And I think that I'm not the only delegate that feels frustration. We've, brought together detention, we brought together prosecutor's office, law enforcement, CI. We're seeing this revolving door, and we keep questioning, like, who is responsible? What can we do to change this? How can we change the laws to address these issues? And we have families that are frustrated with what is happening. And so I think that with this budget, we really need to question, with this large amount of manpower that you have, there shouldn't be no backlog of cases. There should be no issues with providing justice to people. There should be no issues of communication. So I need to know what your office is doing in order to justify, a lot of what the manpower, they're there. There's not anything that we can do. But you're asking for step increases. And I've been very, very, with Department of Justice, I've been very vocal on the floor, questioning, how do we justify to people who are making an hour that we're giving increases to our attorneys? And I was very, very unhappy when the Department of Justice put in for their CARES bonuses. And I remember 5 times I visited the Department of Justice during COVID. 5 times. The only people who were there were the secretaries. And they were all behind closed doors. So you had to go and you had to knock. And then they would come with their mask. They would say, hold on. They would open the door and they would step back. And you'd say, is so-and-so here? No, they're working from home. So during CARES, and I know we've had this discussion on the floor, I said, the attorneys, you don't need no bonuses. You are working from home. Who needs the bonuses are the people who are actually showing up who were showing up for work. So at this committee, I try to advocate for the boots on the ground. So for the firefighters who are out there right now fighting that fire, I'm gonna fight for them because I believe that they deserve step increases. They deserve to be making a lot more because they're putting their life on the line. Attorneys, you guys are already making a lot of money, more than many of our Navajo employees are making. I just stated on the record, one attorney candidate. Attorney candidate to me is somebody who hasn't passed the bar or who hasn't passed the Navajo Nation bar, who's making $99,243 for salary. Whereas I know most attorney candidates are making $67,000. So how is this attorney candidate making $30,000 more? That's, to me, I need answers. And what is this attorney candidate doing that's above and beyond what an attorney who's making $88,000 is doing? In addition to that, I say this every year. We need to look at these attorneys for the prosecutor's office and for the public defender's office. They should be making a lot more than the DOJ attorneys who are sitting in their office. And the reason for that is litigators are in front of the judge almost on a daily basis. Litigators are the ones who are arguing the case at court. Off the Navajo Nation, litigators make more money, usually. So what I've always questioned is why does DOJ pay their attorneys who sit in comfortable offices all day pushing paper versus those attorneys who are out in the court arguing, who are having to prepare for cases, who are doing the investigations, who are out there, who are meeting with the family? Why are we paying them more? And every year I get different answers. So I'm going to ask that same question again. How are we paying our DOJ attorneys who are sitting in offices more than we are actually paying our attorneys who are out in the court, who are actually litigating these cases to provide justice to our people? How are we, explain that to me? And then the last one is, and I've asked you, I've asked this, I think this is your first time at budget, right? Sorry, Heather. So I will say your predecessors, right? McKay, what was her name? The previous
Ethel.
McPaul, and then also Brett. I asked them this question. And I thought that they were supposed to be addressing this, but I understand that we're paying for the bar license, state license for attorneys. We also pay for them to take the state license or the state bar exam. We pay for all of this. There's CLE hours. When many of them come, they work for DOJ Office of the Prosecutor, maybe for a month, 2 months, they pass the bar and then they leave. What are we doing to ensure that as much as we're putting into them getting their license, that we're keeping them, that we're retaining them? And law firms do this all the time, right? They say, okay, we're going to help you. We're going to, help you pass the bar, but you have to be working here for at least a year or 2 years. You cannot leave. Are we doing something like that? And committee members, just so you know, to take the bar of the state bar exam, you're probably looking at what, $5,000, because you have to pay the bar exam. You have to pay for their professional responsibilities. Then you have to pay for them to take the classes, right? So we're looking at $5,000.
7,000 now.
$7,000 we pay. And we pay for these individuals to go through that process. As soon as they get barred, they take off and they leave and they go somewhere else. So what I've been asking is, why are we investing that $7,000 for them to just leave? What are we doing to keep them? And usually at law firms, if they invest that much in a lawyer, they will make it clear you have to be working here for at least 2 years. And as of last 2 years ago, I think McCall, I keep wanting to say McCain. I don't know why. McPaul was supposed to be looking into that to see if that was something that the nation could do. So, Public Defender's Office is the same way. So basically, they're using the nation to pay for everything and then they just leave. So I hope that that's something, Heather, and I'm just gonna bring it to your attention that maybe that's something you guys can start looking into. But I know when I took the Navajo Nation bar exam, 7 individuals that I took the exam with left within 6 months of passing not only the Navajo Nation bar, but also the state bar. And how do I know that? Because when I was working at the prosecutor's office, 2 individuals had did exactly that. And we need to figure out a way to, if we're gonna invest in them, for them to stay here. So I'm not gonna ask you to address that, Heather. I'm just gonna put it on your radar to say that that's something that DOJ needs to start looking into, because that's a lot of money. $7,000. It was 5,000 a few years ago, but now it's 7,000. But that's a lot of money that we're investing. 7,000 times 7. Yeah.
49,000.
Yep. Yeah. So, in terms of the budget though, I think that, we really need to start having these, conversations about what is happening. And then with the victim witness advocate positions, I know, that there was the issue with, I think it was Utah Health or that got that grant money or that got funding for their witness advocates. And it was because prosecutor's office kind of dropped the ball. So I want to get more information on, well, they got awarded those funding because as I understand, when we had that meeting, prosecutor's office wasn't hiring and retaining those victim advocates, which is why Delegate Crotty advocated to have the funds go to Utah, can't remember, is it Utah Navajo Health? Yeah, and I don't know if they still have that grant funding. But now we have 2 positions that are being requested for the victim witness advocates. So I think that might be something that we might need to have a meeting on to talk about whether those grant funds should come back to the prosecutor's office or whether we should keep it with Utah Navajo Health. Since you guys are requesting the 2 positions for victim witness advocates. So that's what I have at this time. Thank you, Chair Pro Tem.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Oh, and then just a side comment, whoever decided to put cheese on salad is crazy. I'm not a big cheese on salad person. I'm over here trying to
I see that.
pick it out.
There's a sifter under there.
I might need to use the sifter.
Okay, is there any other questions? I know Delegate Mitchell had a question. Delegate Motel, you have anything?
No.
Okay, response, please.
Yes, I can respond. Thank you very much for these very, very important questions and very sensitive questions in terms of making sure that this committee knows what's going on with the Office of the Prosecutor. Let me go down the list here that I have. First of all, I just want to make a comment about the litigation function of the Office of the Prosecutor. I think the chair is absolutely right that our prosecutors spend the majority of their time in court, and that can be very taxing for these prosecutors in fighting for justice and going against the sometimes off the rail decisions that some of the judges make. Nevertheless, I concur with what she says, not to be disingenuous to attorneys that work at DOJ who do important work, but I just wanted to comment about that. I also wanted to comment about the $99,000 attorney candidate individual that we have. There's a real good story to this. And that story is that this particular prosecutor candidate, attorney candidate, applied for a job with another program within the office, within the Navajo Nation government. He was offered employment. And he was given a salary offer. And I took that salary offer and I went to DPM and I said, I want to match it because this guy is a valuable very valuable tool to the office of the prosecutor. So that 99 grand that he's getting now is a salary assessment that was approved by DPM pursuant to an offer that he got from a Navajo Nation government entity to hire him as the director of that office. I did everything I could to keep him on board and to keep him with us because he covers 2 districts, both for adult and children's cases, and he has been with the prosecutor's office for at least 15 years. So that's a story about that. So it's not as if we just give him $99,000. There was a salary assessment that was done by DPM pursuant to a legitimate offer that he was given to resign from the office of the prosecutor to work for a different program. And so I realized getting somebody else of his quality to come back in was going to be a tall order. So that's the reason why that attorney candidate is now getting that salary. So that's the response to that, and I'm most willing to answer any other questions. The last piece is that definitely this prosecutor is licensed to practice law on the Navajo Nation, and there's no doubt about that. He does have a license to practice law, and he's accomplishing quite a bit.
Mind if I add to that? Some of our attorneys that graduate law school, and if they were going to practice in the state of Arizona, then they would need to get an Arizona state license. That makes them the attorney. In my opinion, this is something that I've been wanting to think about, and I would bring it up to your guys' just to kind of give your feedback on it. The attorneys that do graduate from law school and then they take the Navajo Nation bar, I consider them as attorneys because they're licensed to practice here on Navajo Nation. What I've been looking at since I got on a couple of years ago is why are we enforcing a state law when they're not going to be practicing off of the state? That we could go ahead and maintain that consideration as the Navajo Nation. So in this particular example, but looking at it, is that person is a law graduate
Yes. Yes.
and has a license, and the title is a candidate, and that to me doesn't do justification to people who go through law school, come in, become experts in the Navajo Nation law, and this is where they primarily practice. So I've been looking at what do I need to go ahead and do to change those so that once they are an attorney within the Navajo Nation and they went through law school, we should be considering them as attorney, not considering them as a candidate. So I have been looking through that to see what we can do to work with maybe DPM, and that might be something that we can go ahead and clear up within our plan of operations too as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam AG.
So what makes them a candidate then? If they're licensed already, why are they a candidate?
It's the DPM
It's a classification.
because DPM has set the requirement, they have to be state licensed, either within the 3, Utah, Navajo, or Arizona, along with the Navajo Nation bar exam that they have passed.
So this
So
person's not licensed for in either any of the states or different state.
no, they're licensed in the Navajo Nation. So they're a law graduate. They have their JD. They took the Navajo Nation bar, and their primary purpose is to practice on the Navajo Nation. So that's when we're saying when you're looking at the candidate.
Why are they a candidate then?
Exactly. And that's just paperwork. And that's where I need to go ahead and continue to work. When I first came in here, the 2 years ago, that was my question. Why? Because we have attorneys that are just great, they're successful. They know what they're doing. They pass the Navajo bar, and their primary purpose is practicing on the Navajo Nation. So why are we having them labeled as candidates still? And that's the research that we were looking at. So I appreciate the expression that you're looking, because that's the same expression that I had coming into the administrative level. It's like, why do we?
So I just wanted to add that where my thinking in as a management is where I'm wanting to go ahead and take a look at, see how it works out. So I'm just,
Sounds like your plan of operation needs to be updated.
yeah, that's what I said. You're absolutely right. Thank you.
So an attorney can, like, basically that means that they haven't passed the bar, right?
The
It
state
sounds
bar.
like it.
Yeah.
It sounds like it based on
The
that
state
title.
bar.
Yes,
The state bar.
yes.
So this person that you're paying $99,000 to hasn't passed the state bar yet,
No, no.
but the attorney underneath has passed the state bar.
Yes,
that the case?
that is correct.
Oh,
However,
okay.
however,
2 years.
however, the salary scale takes into consideration experience. So that new attorney that's coming in is a brand new attorney that's just right out of law school with no experience whatsoever, as opposed to this attorney candidate who has over a decade of experience.
Yeah, and I think the question that is brought up right now is exactly the reason why we need to go ahead and take a look at it and just re-examine.
And that's where Madam Chair always asks these departments, where can we come in to help as lawmakers? What needs to happen?
Okay, because, so you have another attorney candidate who's making 78,000.
And that's a brand new prosecutor who has graduated from law school, that has passed the Navajo Nation bar exam, but hasn't passed the state bar exam, and who has no experience.
Wow. Okay.
Okay? Shall I continue or? Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to also address the emails that you've been getting about a statement that I have a personal secretary who is a prosecutor. That situation is, you are correct, Madam Chair, that this person has tried to take the Navajo Nation bar exam and hasn't been able to pass. Right now, we are going through a reclassification of his position to not be a prosecutor, but to have another role at the office of the prosecutor. We haven't completed that reclassification as of yet, but this gentleman is a unique gentleman because of the fact that he has the ability to be able to articulate to the community, particularly chapters, the work of the office of the prosecutor, what we do and the type of work that we do. And he's also a big part of the Net Action Plan. They almost elected him as the vice chair of the Net Action Plan. But I told him that that's not a role that he should take on at this point. But to that particular point that you raised about this particular prosecutor, he's being paid at the entry level. It's the lowest level a prosecutor can get. And so nevertheless, we are going to reclassify his position. And we are believing that the position will be reclassified to an investigator position because of the need for an investigator in our investigative branch. So that's the answer to the second point concerning the personal secretary person that I have. So that's number 2. Number 3 is going to be, this is a good story here about Title 17. Title 17, we have, within the last 6 months, we have organized a group of stakeholders consisting of the Navajo Police Department, the Criminal Investigation Division, judicial branch, judges, social services, a laundry list of stakeholders who we have been meeting with within the last 6 months. We've been having these meetings to amend Title 17. And one of the biggest pieces in that effort was the public defender, that we wanted to make sure that the public defender was involved in this whole effort of amending Title 17, which she was in every one of our meetings. She participated in the meetings. We even gave her veto power, saying if you don't agree with one particular offense and you don't like it, we'll just stop completely talking about it and we won't change it. So that's how much we wanted her in with us. Added to that is the fact that the focus of this amendment was very narrow. narrow to the point of what needed to be changed in Title 17, like statute of limitations, changing that for a longer period of time for sexual assault of children, homicides, manslaughter, creating a new offense of suffocation and also strangulation, which we do not have now, which we're seeing a lot of in these domestic violence cases. So we've charged up the whole effort like that. We've made our first presentation before the MMDR group. It was received very well. There were members of the community that were there who listened to the presentation. We are now preparing to hand off the document to our sponsor, who is going to be Amber Crotty, who I believe she has other, Delegate Amber Crotty, who has other sponsors who's also going to join her. We're getting ready to hand it off to her. So we are making efforts to have Delegate Crotty drop the legislation as we talk. So that's the progress that we've made so far. I'll stop there.
I dropped legislation based on your request for the Title 17. Now you're delegate shopping?
No, there's not delegate shopping. It's a effort to correlate with delegates to determine who and what is going to be the best mechanism for us to present to the council. That's what the effort was. Now, what you're saying there, I don't know what Title 17 you're referring to. If it was 6 months ago to a year, that time has passed. This is a new era. We have a compilation of a Title 17 that is very focused, very narrow, that has the public defender support, and that has a gateway through some delegates to present. The talk right now is to try to get it presented before summer session or in a special session. That's what we've done so far. That's the good news that I want to share with you.
For doing that. I dropped legislation. You asked me to drop legislation for Title 17, which I did. And in fact, we've met several times, even with Espino, we've met. Now you're jumping to Delegate Crotty, asking her to sponsor this legislation. This is going to create friction between delegates.
I
So
understand.
shame on you.
I understand. And there's no shame
No.
on me. There's no
No.
shame on me. It's the
No.
effort to get this to council. That's what the effort
You-
was.
Ask a delegate to sponsor legislation and then jump to another delegate.
Can you explain
We-
what you mean by I ask you? Because I don't understand that. What are you talking about? Please.
Okay. You know that we've been working on this. As a committee, we have been working on this. And we've had several meetings where we've asked you, what is going on? We've even met in, was it Albuquerque? And
Right.
now you're jumping to another delegate. I'm sorry, committee members, do we tolerate that? We don't, right? You don't do that. So that's why I'm saying shame on you, because now you're gonna create friction where I have already dropped legislation, where Office of Legislative Counsel is already aware, and they're moving towards this legislation that you presented to us to say, this is how we want to change Title 17. They are aware of it. They are working on
I
it.
have never
Mhm.
presented to this community, to this committee, a Title 17. I've never done that. So I don't know where you're getting that from. I've never done that. Can you share that with me when I did that? Because I have never presented to this committee a Title 17 that we have all agreed to say, I want you to sponsor. I've never done that with you. Last session that we had with the Law and Order Committee, you decided to move on your own to decide that you were going to do something with legislation on Title 17, which I knew nothing about. I was unaware of. So I don't think it's shame on me. I think it's an effort to try to get this thing to council for the public, for the people who need these changes.
And we have been pushing for that.
And now we
you
have it.
Done zero. You
We have it
done
now.
nothing.
We have it now.
You have done nothing. Which questions me, which I questioned your boss. Are you the right person to be pushing this Title 17? And we've had that conversation. And now you presented, which is fine. I will back up. I will let Delegate Crotty do it. But that, as a committee, is a negative reflection on us. Because you chose to jump to another delegate. When we have dropped legislation already, as a committee, we have dropped legislation because we said, as a committee, we are working on Title 17. We are working on these amendments because that is our responsibility. We have been pushing it. for many years, and you are well aware of it. And yes, you have presented to this committee. And you even invited us to a work session to say, this is what we're doing. So don't sit there and say that you've never presented to this committee. You have presented options and we said, no, we have held committee meetings in different chapters to talk about this. So I don't agree, AG, with what is happening. And I don't appreciate the delegate jumping because that creates friction among delegates. Disagreements happen. And then what ultimately happens is you have a delegate who will rally to not make it go through, which happened at the last, during the 24th Navajo Nation Council. That's exactly what happened. And then the people are affected by this because nothing has moved forward. So I'm going to let you deal with it, but just know that as a committee, we were ready to move forward. We have been waiting, we have been asking for this, and zero has come out of the office of the prosecutor's office. Zero. So we've had several meetings with detention, with criminal investigations, with police department. We've held public hearings on this. And I'm just really upset.
I don't
Yeah.
think there was no public meetings about
Excuse me?
this.
How many public hearings have we had in communities?
For Title 17.
How many? We've even had your prosecutor, Tyson, come and present to the community. Only one time your office has sent a prosecutor, even though we have requested. So yes, you dropped the ball. Only one time Tyson came out to present to Chinle to say, this is what we're working on. This is what we're hearing from you guys. This is what has been happening. But we have invited your office so many times and they never showed. So yes, you are correct that your office never showed.
If I may, I definitely appreciate the understanding of where the committee is on this. The Title 17, one thing that I can definitely hear on this is that everybody's passionate about the Title 17 and what needs to be done. So I appreciate Chair expressing her opinion and I have a better understanding about that. And then also we can go ahead and the comment that we can have it discussed and have it internally handled.
We'll talk to
Appreciate it.
Delegate Claudia and we'll find out how we want to move forward on this without the Office of the Prosecutor involvement in this, since they've created this issue. And then we'll work with you directly to figure out how we want to move forward. Because I mean, yeah.
Okay, so we did meet, you did invite us to the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. That's where we all met. And ever since then, we never heard anything else on Title 17. I myself was kind of waiting for it to see.
It was Bernalillo. Who was in Bernalillo?
We also met at the Sheraton.
Yeah, by the airport.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 times. That's what I remember. So we did meet on Title 17, but I never personally got a direction of what's going to happen. I was just kind of waiting. So that's where that goes. It's Bushi. Very Mr. Mitchell. Delegate Mitchell.
Thank you. On this topic, I saw a legislation that was sponsored by Title 17.
Yes,
You withdrew that legislation.
yes, he did. He
That,
withdrew.
that came to my mind. I said, okay,
Yeah,
what happened to LOC?
yeah, we talked with him and we met with him and that was his decision to withdraw it until the bigger Title 17 comes through. And once there's a disposition about that, he was going to come back and reintroduce the concealed weapon offense.
It was just a specific area that was in the Title 17.
I'll get no time.
I don't want to belabor this topic, but when you were being installed, I guess, as Assistant Attorney General, we met at the This is for AG Claw. We met at the Twin Arrows. That's where we discussed this at length, and we spent a lot of time talking about this Title 17 and the changes that needed to be made. And I, again, like the rest of the committee, I don't feel like I kept informed. I wasn't let known what was taking place, and I constantly wondered, because that's what, 3 years ago, and I never really, other than the meetings that we had in Albuquerque, I just assumed that things were rolling right along. But I think to get back on the right track, this is the committee, I think that needs to work on that topic. I think we're the ones that are responsible for that title, criminal code, and I think I'd like to see it come back to on track with us working as part of this initiative.
Well, that's what we thought. I think that other committees have made that comment on the floor before. Why are other delegates sponsoring legislations that go before our committee? Because normally, if you're going to do, let's say, a lease, you either go to that delegate that the lease is affecting in that community, or you go to the committee. Because the committee has more knowledge about what is happening. That's just how we've always done things at council. And now we're gonna probably have to sit down with Delegate Prodi to figure out how we're gonna address this.
Like I said, I'm taking this conversation as good for us and what we're doing, and because it sounds like I said, everybody wants that amendments for Title 17, and it would be wonderful to make sure that it does go through. So I will definitely reach out for further conversation.
So the problem though is we've heard what's happening. We're the committee that oversees,
Mhm.
Division of Public Safety, we oversee detention. We oversee, we're hearing all of this. We went out to the communities, we held hearings on this. And when you jump ship and you go to another delegate that hasn't been a part of those conversations, it creates issues. That's why this committee technically should have been the one to, to push through with that Title 17. Because we have the stories, we know what's happening. We know, listening to detention, listening to CI, listening to law enforcement, because we have the oversight to correct those issues and to make sure that those issues are being addressed. We have the responsibility and the power to call detention, to call law enforcement, to call criminal investigations, and to say, okay, here's Title 17. Are we good with that? We have the oversight, Public Defender's Office, to sit down and say, okay, how are we going to do this? So now my question to you is, how is Delegate Crotty going to do that? Does she have oversight over all of them to do this? Was she in attendance at the public hearings that were held at the chapter meetings? Now it's going to create that friction. It's going to create that tension. So thank you guys for creating that. Now we're going to have to address that as colleagues. Now we're going to have to call in the speaker to address that. So thank you. So at this point, I'm just going to say that as a committee member for DOJ and for oversight, I'm gonna move forward with cutting their travel expenses. I'm also gonna make a motion at this time not to approve the unmet needs.
With that, we have a
To
motion.
budget and finance to figure that out.
Are we done here, Madam Regent?
I think there was 2 other questions that wanted to go ahead and make a response.
Those 2 questions.
Chair asked about the personnel, about the ones that were showing on the vacancies. So on page 2 of 3, on the original budget, position number 22 or 22235, a principal attorney. That I start over there, that is lovely vacant. And that one is
that would is, it's put in for 2088 hours. That has been filled, and it, like I said, it's still going through the DPM process.
Wait, okay, which one was that one?
It's a principal attorney, and it's on page 2 of 3 on the original budget. And I think it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Is it
7 down.
2235?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, okay. And then halfway down, position 20 or 204735, the legal secretary is labeled vacant, but their PAF is also going through. And then towards the end, position number 296669, the attorney candidate position, that is showing vacant, and the hours of 2088, and that one has been filled too as well in the last 2 weeks, and we're waiting for the PAF. So we had to keep it in because the OMB, I believe, is the one that goes through there and hasn't been installed yet. So those are the 3 that are filled, and then put the 2088 hours. That was one of the questions. The last question that we have on here was, Chair, you were asking about the special transactions and how much that is. Majority of that, and that is on page.
For your unmet needs.
Oh, the unmet needs, yes. So it's under tab 3. Form 4, page 10 out of 13. The special transactions, as you see on that, is to go ahead and pay for 33 attorney registrations fees for the state and the Navajo Nation Bar. We have the 4 advocates for the registration fees on there for the Navajo Nation Bar. And then we have the 18 support staff registration fees that we have on there. Then of course, the mandatory professional dues is the state bar dues. And then the Navajo Nation bar dues. And then the new admissions fees for the bars, that's where I think the heavy cost of it is $47,367. We do have $5,000 in recruitment and reallocation and for the background checks. That is a possibility to assist with signing up and doing the background checks needed. Not necessarily always just for the attorneys, but also the staff themselves. The attorneys don't necessarily go through the background checks because they do that when they're going through the process of the state bars and license and registering. But DPM with this, the administrative staff, they still go through the background checks for sensitive areas. And then, of course, the listing of that is the remaining part is the insurance premiums, and those are what we pay for that. And that's at $62,766. The one I did accidentally skip is the program promotion items, catering and refreshment. When we go to visit schools, we do like to provide, I'm sure you guys seen our little stress squish sheets and pamphlets that we have that we provide to the high school all the way up to even elementary. We want to keep them, get them while they're young to understand what the possibilities are. So we've been very successful in attending elementaries and junior highs and high schools, and then of course law schools visitations. And that's what adds up to the $128,532, Madam Chair. And I know that just one other comment that I wanted to go ahead and make is that I do agree with you, both you and Chief Prosecutor, regarding litigation attorneys, because it is stressful. It's a time limitation and they should be getting paid higher. But I have to respectfully and kindly disagree with the attorneys at the Department of Justice as pencil pushers, and that they just sit at their desk. They do so much more than that, and we have a lot of success in that. So thank you.
Thank you for the comments, clarifications. Is there any other questions? I thought we're gonna go ahead and move to possible amendments. Love to hear them at this point. And I'll read for legal counsel as well. We'll there's no amendment, so anything we're gonna go to vote to approve. Going once.
Oh, amendment. Sorry, I was texting Delegate Crotty over here.
I tried.
Okay, so my motion right now is, I don't mind, so for the unmet needs, certainly, the personnel is, should be covered to, sustain the 8 vacant positions at 1044 hours, as well as, the fringe benefits. I guess my, one question I didn't ask is, how many new positions have you added? Are there any new positions that are currently covered under the unmet needs?
No.
So you didn't add any new
No.
positions? Okay. So, certainly the personnel, should be covered for the unmet needs. Travel expenses should be at half based on the conditions of appropriations. But I did have a conversation with acting AG, and I did let her know that if they can present to us prior to this legislation going to full council, that we can amend that at full council and say that that condition has been, that it's been met, yeah, and that we support the 100% travel unmet needs. Does that make sense?
That's a
Yeah.
quick question.
Mhm.
Make sure I have it.
Mhm.
So again, what I'm doing is I'm looking on the current legislation
Mhm.
that has been dropped. And I'm looking at that exhibit that was dropped, and then I'm looking at the current,
Unmet needs.
unmet
Mhm.
needs that was also given. So currently, just to inform the committee and the Department of Justice, that there are some differences between these two. And so what we're doing is the amendment, first we need to make adjustments
Mhm.
to this particular form. And then after we make adjustments to this particular form, then this form will replace the current exhibit E on the legislation. So,
So just for clarification, yes, that would have been replaced, but now we're gonna have amendments to that to, half the travel cost on it. You're gonna change the travel cost to half of that, right?
so
Just for clarification.
my clarification is who has the master of this? Because it would be much easier to change
So we can go ahead with it?
this. And then
You have the numbers there?
Then we just simply replace the current, I mean, yeah, the current one with new one.
Let me see that.
What page is that?
This is exhibit E.
Do you mind going
That
back
one.
to do it? Because then they-
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, it should be-
It has one exhibit E.
Yeah, definitely.
So on the legislation exhibit E, there are 4 changes, just to verify. One is the amount, the total amount of the unmet need. Another one is on the personnel, which has been mentioned, and one is on which is number 1, and the number 7 is the special transaction.
No,
Those are different than the actual exhibit E.
no, because that was supposed to be replaced.
Right.
Yes.
So, but now there has to be another change on the master one. And then once this is changed, it would be so much easier just to, because now there's gonna be a change on number 2, travel expenses.
I see what you're saying.
So
okay.
so this has to be
Mhm.
changed, and then they'll be much easier to get this to simply replace the current one.
Yeah, so all we need to do is choose the travel and the total cost.
I'll just send it.
You can actually send it to. Yes, yeah.
Can you go back to the office and do it right now?
Along with, not gonna change.
Is that all?
Let's have a discussion, yeah, but that should be all. You feel that, yeah. So the current travel number 2 is listed at 172,804. So that should be cut in half. Now, so that's for them. So thank you, yeah. So, question is, currently on the legislation, there is no exhibit D. And the reason I mention that is because exhibit D is where we have the conditions of appropriation. So do we have, now, I've done a little bit of research during lunch period, and I actually was able to locate the fiscal year 2025 Department of Justice, budget legislation, conditions of appropriation. And I sent them to your staff if they want to, if you want to look at those. But there are 3 of them that you had on. And then what I've done is I've also, gone to Title 12, and I can go over a bit about what the process of appropriations are, if you're interested in hearing about it, but it's all up to you if you want to proceed on that. But the point is, I can give a summary, and then if you want me to like read and analyze more, I can, but the concept is when there is a condition of appropriation, it can only be followed up during that particular budget year. And what happens is in last year's, it was mentioned that it would start to be reviewed at the end of the second quarter of fiscal year 2025. So if this particular, that is relevant for all 3 of the conditions of appropriation from last year's fiscal year 2025. So that would have meant that at the end of quarter 2 would have gone through the process of affecting that particular budget. And again, I have those conditions that I can, if you want to know, I can illustrate them to you, or summarize them to you. But the concept is those conditions of appropriation can't be applied to the next fiscal year.
So it would only be for FY 25.
Yes. So it could have been triggered at the end of quarter 2 of fiscal year 2025. And anytime after that, but so if those conditions from fiscal year 2025. So if you're gonna put in new conditions, would have to make an amendment, put in a new condition. But like I said, I've sent the staff, I've sent it so they can send it to you. And the point is it can be a very, very similar written condition of appropriation for fiscal year 2026. And then the concept would be that if it follows last year's, if it modeled last year, then at the end of quarter 2 is when the committee can start to move forward on the process.
So would that be like a legislation then? So if I were to drop legislation today to cut off their travel funds for the rest until October 1st, would that be legislation based on the conditions of appropriation?
Title 12
Okay.
of the Navajo Nation Code, section 820. 820 is titled Overview of Budget Policies,
Mhm.
referring to specific letter R. Letter R is condition of apportionment, and now if there is condition that has not been met,
Mhm.
I'm gonna directly go to number 5. I'll read in its entirety so that we'll get the full force of it. So number 5 says, if a condition of apportionment is not fulfilled within the time period required. Now, for last year's fiscal year 2025, conditions of apportionment, it said at the end of quarter 2, it could be triggered. So that was there. Okay, so now I'll continue to read. The budget and finance committee, there was a budget and finance committee. After consultation with the program director, the office of the controller, and the office of the management and budget. Now, here's where LOC comes into play. Upon the recommendation of the appropriate council committee with the oversight over the program. So what this is, my analysis is at the end of the second quarter of fiscal year 2025, if it hadn't been met yet, then the Law and Order Committee, sent through the Oversight Committee of the Department of Justice, could have informed the other authorities and parties that have just been mentioned in R. I'll say the whole thing so it's clear for all. Section 820, subsection R, subsection 5, for the Law and Order Committee to then reach out to those other parties to begin the process of the enforcement of the condition of enforcement that has not been. I can continue to read because there's a little more to it. and then we can discuss it if you feel. But are there any questions at the moment that anyone has?
So just to be clear, this conditions of appropriations, it will only apply to their FY 25 budget, but we can renew it for FY 26.
But you can.
So anytime we do a conditions of appropriations, really what we should do is only give them the first quarter to achieve it. That way we have time through the rest of the year to cut their
You can do that.
travel.
You can do that.
Okay,
It's because like last year's, you put it at the end of the second quarter of fiscal year 2025.
could we
If
be
this-
specific in their travel? So like I would cut all conference, all training, all like for travel, yeah, go to your court and go, go present, go do what you need to do. But any conferences, we're cutting that out. Any, like anything, like any trainings, we're cutting that out. Any, like anything, like, can we be specific in the way that we cut out the travel?
That's a great question. I'm gonna go to the reference again. And then, I think not, because I'm going to, again, section 820. Subsection R,
Mhm.
and this is subsection 3. A condition may require a freeze on the expenditure of travel funds of the program. And then we have a or, so we have two options.
Okay,
So the next option is, or withholding up to 10% of the gross salary of the program director of the program after fulfilling the condition. If the condition is not performed within a specific time period within the fiscal year. So so that last part does verify that if you want to say at the end of quarter one, you have that opportunity to put that in the condition of apportionment. But as of in our rules,
is that in the rules or is that in the bid?
it's in Title 12, which is in the bid.
Page 112.
So, yes, page 112. Thank you. I should have quoted the 112. I apologize for not doing that sooner. But it is actually under Title 12.
Okay, so you were reading on page 112, which area?
3.
3.
I just read number 3.
3 and 5.
Correct. Those are the two that I referred to as.
This one came out good.
So then my question is, so if we were to cut their travel now, do we do that through legislation? How do we do that?
Through 5.
Through 5, okay.
As because you are the oversight committee, and it says through your recommendation, then that begins to happen. So because it's not toward the end of that long sentence, but it says that the recommendation will go out to multiple parties. These parties are the Budget and Finance Committee, and then so after consultation, with the program director, the Office of the Controller, the Office of the Management of Budget, and upon the recommendation, the appropriate council committee with oversight taking the program. So that you could make that recommendation. And then again, I will be, as I read this, the dilemma I have as an attorney is it can be understood in multiple ways. And I'm sure you see it as well. Like if people interpreted it in different manners, I think it can be interpreted a different way. At the moment, I interpret it as the triggering of going through this process of the unmet condition appropriation comes from the committee that first initiated that condition, which in this instance would be the Law and Order Council. And then we see the other parties that are involved with this process of going through and looking at the unmet condition.
Well, I think as a committee, I don't know if other committees have addressed their conditions of appropriations, because I know Hess has already gone through the process of budget. I don't know if RDC has gone through the process. But I think that we should probably be addressing this. So we can make the recommendation to budget and finance to say, hey, FYI, these guys haven't complied with their conditions of appropriation, so we are requesting that their, whatever remaining funds of their, travel be froze, be like, that it be froze. Is that the word to use, froze? That it be-
It's the word that's used in.
Yeah.
And
And,
so I would.
and I really, honestly, at this point, I'm not really worried about it because, you know, conferring with, acting AG, it sounds like they're gonna come before LOC before this gets to full council, the budget. And we can let budget and finance know as well too, but at this point, because we're in today as of, what's today, July 10th, the conditions of appropriations have not been met. LOC is recommending that the remaining funds of their travel, if it's less than half, that be froze.
Again, I want to make sure I understand completely. Are we talking for fiscal year 2025?
Yes.
Okay, for 20.
Yes. Yeah, that's why I'm saying
Correct.
if they've used already half of their travel, then that the remaining half be frozen. Yeah,
In
but
regards
if they haven't used all of their travel, then that half be, that it be frozen. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Yeah.
because that's how,
Yeah.
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 I think they're understanding how it's written very similar.
Yeah, just make sure that the language is correct. And then this will trigger, I think, the way that we address conditions of appropriations, because I didn't know that the conditions of appropriations was only for that fiscal year. I thought that conditions of appropriation carried every year. I didn't know, that it was just for that fiscal year. And I think that that will put now council on notice, that if you're gonna issue a conditions of appropriation, that we really should
You
be
need to
doing it,
follow.
the first fiscal, the first quarter. And I think that's how LOC should address it, first quarter. Because we come out of budget, you know, by January, February, we kind of forget that, so if we do first quarter, budget is still fresh in our mind and we can bring it forward to say, these are your conditions of appropriations.
That's a very strong policy.
Yeah, so two things will happen. Number one is,
So this is what's gonna be in the committee report, correct?
yes,
The committee report is actually.
well, but we still have to amend it because the unmet needs right now, if we approve that, if we approve the unmet needs and recommend it to BNF, they're gonna take it as a whole. But I don't know if we need to do an amendment to say that their travel, I think their travel and their unmet needs was at 70,
So for,
go ahead,
okay, thank you.
172,804. Yeah.
They're currently working on it at the moment.
Awesome, you
So-
guys are right on top of it.
So they're currently working on it at the moment, meaning the Department of Justice is taking care of that. It's to replace the form.
Yeah.
Send it over to Lori.
Excellent, yeah, that's excellent. So the Office of Legislative Counsel is doing an amendment to replace the current form on the legislation.
That works.
Has it on.
Okay, and then AG, just so you know, if this gets addressed by the time this legislation gets to either NOBI or council, then we can make that amendment to fix it, to give you full unmet needs for your full amount. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, so we can address that at NOBI or at council. But as of now, this committee does have to take action, and that action within the condition of appropriations was to cut your travel. Okay, so we're gonna follow that.
So, Madam Chair, what I am, seeking is the committee's, desire in terms of section D, is this current budget legislation does not have a condition of apportionment for fiscal year 2026.
Let's just keep it as is, the way that you have it here. Because in the event, knock on wood, that they wind up not addressing it by then at least it's already covered for FY 26. And then the only change that we would make for FY 26 is to change, first quarter.
Okay, so that's why I was grateful that they handed it out
Yeah.
from last year, so you have an idea of the language that was used.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, do you want to have all three
Yes,
conditions of apportionment to be amended and added on to exhibit D of the legislation?
yes,
Okay, the budget legislation.
for FY 26, yes,
Okay.
with first quarter being the deadline date,
The first quarter.
end of first quarter. So do you need some time for that? How much time do you need?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Because we've been preparing for it,
Okay.
so we'd actually have. ready to go.
And just an FYI, I think we're gonna do that later, because we still have division of public safety, we still have judicial, we still have.
They have a special oversight on it.
What you're gonna do, right? Yeah. You just use language and like I do.
Finish it tomorrow, the only thing is I have an eye appointment tomorrow in the morning. So we have
The meeting now.
Oh, yeah.
um,
We'll finish it today. We'll finish it.
If we have.
Get it done.
Yeah.
So at this time, we're gonna recess for 10 minutes. Seems like I do this every hour.
Yeah.
And
We're just keeping.
it's always the same time too. It's always at 40. So we'll recess till 1:50. We'll convene at 1:50. Recess.
So we still have.
Because I'm sure missing some of it.
We could actually.
Oh, I see it.
Ask them. I think it's.
Okay, let's get back, the amendments already. Staff, if we could, read the amendment?
No, we gotta, actually, we got a
Motion.
motion,
Yeah,
yeah.
we gotta have a motion.
Do we have
for
the
amendment.
language ready?
Yes.
Okay.
here.
Oh.
I'll do the motion,
Okay,
to accept amendment number 1.
just one or. Oh, we do both of them.
Although,
Yeah, we only do
One at a time.
one at a time, yeah.
Okay, we have a motion for amendment number 1. Do I have a second?
Just for the record, Vice Chair, if you can read just like the amendment number 1 and just that top portion, just for the record.
okay, amendment number 1 reads, add 3 conditions of apportionment A, B, and C in Exhibit D. The Navajo Nation recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns to reflect the Law and Order Committee's approval of Law and Orders Committee's approved Exhibit D.
That's it. Just very quickly, Office of Legislative Council, I know you keep saying apportionment, but I think it's appropriation.
You're right.
Yeah, so I think we need to correct that
You're
in the amendment, so that it reads, that's condition of appropriation
Appropriation.
and not apportionment.
Thank you.
So can you guys make that change, whoever drafted this, amendment? So it should read, add 3 conditions of appropriations, A, B, and C, and Exhibit D. Yeah,
There's still,
it's the same,
Oh, yeah, it's still-
yeah, we can just change that to appropriation.
Here. Well, wait for the changes.
Is it, Lorraine, do you have the correct language? As long as Lorraine has the correct language,
I don't have that one.
as long as she gives us the thumbs up that she has it, then, yeah. So the motion has been made, and you call second.
I didn't call a second, nobody answered, so.
I'll second.
The motion for the amendment 1 from delegate, Nota, second by delegate. Gillies. Is there any questions on the amendment? Delegate Mitchell.
Just so that DOJ and other departments are aware. Question to legislative council. What would be the process if you can't meet your timeline? Like on C, plan of appropriation, plan of operation, might take a little longer. What will be the process? Do they inform in writing LOC that they can't meet this timeline? Question.
Can I answer that? In the past, yes, Delegate Mitchell, we have done that where the committee or the division or department comes before the committee, and usually they'll write a memo stating like, we can't meet this, and they'll ask for an extension, and then we just usually vote on it at that time. So if the Department of Justice says, you know what, we thought we were gonna have it done by the end of the first quarter, but looks like we won't have it done until December. Then based on what they tell us, that's what we just make that change. Because really, it's our committee that will take action. So as long as we're informed of that before the end of the year, before it goes to budget and finance, we can make those changes internally. And that's how we've, Matt, that's how we've dealt with it in the past. Yeah, and I think every committee does the same thing as well, as long as there's that communication that's in place.
Madam Chair, thank you. Delegate Mitchell, are you? Satisfied with that? All right. Are there
Lorraine, did
any
you get it?
other questions on the amendment? You have it?
With the
correct writing?
appropriations, not apportionment?
Yeah, appropriations.
Okay. That's it. Very
Okay.
good.
Do you have a motion and a second? Is there any other questions on this amendment number 1? Madam AG.
So with the definition or how it will explain to us,
So first saying, because right now currently it was asking, we have it for the third quarter. With the current 2025. Could I request and say, hey, can we get this done in the 2026 before the end of the first quarter? To ask you guys to have that consideration, so it would be extended there. So then now my understanding would be that we could go ahead and get the other two, the scope of work extended to the first quarter of 2025. Could I ask you guys to consider that? And then we can go ahead and keep the condition appropriations for the personnel and also the contracts maintained on there, because we can get that completed within in the next week. I think that's what the clarification that I wanted.
Madam Chair. I think that's something that will be, I'm gonna let Madam Chair have it more than, we'll go from there. Madam Chair.
So you're asking for A, B, and C to be moved to first quarter FY 26.
If it's easier to do that, because like I said, I think as we discuss, we could take care of the A and B within the meeting.
I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna let B and F know.
Okay.
That you guys didn't meet your conditions of appropriations. And that LOC has recommended that your travel budget, be, for FY 25. And it'll just be in place until you get it done.
Okay.
So if your FY 25, if your budget gets affected, it'll fall back on you guys. So,
Okay.
yeah, but the FY 26 will still be in place. So if you don't get it done by FY 25, this one covers FY 26 first quarter.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on Amendment 1? If not, then we'll vote on Amendment 1 at this time. Staff, if you could assist us. Or with Amendment number 1.
Yes, thank you, Chair Pro Tem. This is roll call for amendment number 1 for legislation 0147-25. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
I'm sorry, I'm green.
Just the Delegate Nota has an
Okay,
ear infection. So that's why he's not hearing. So you're gonna have to speak really loud.
okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Delegate, no, I didn't mean to put your business out there. That's why he can't hear. So don't think that he just, it's just,
Bad sinus.
it's a sinus infection.
Delegate Nota votes green. Honorable Arbin Mitchell.
We're green.
Honorable Arbin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newing.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newing votes green. Vice Chair Pro Tem, we have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed, but 2 not voting. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Staff, thank you for that. Amendment number 1 does pass. And we'll move forward. I believe there's another amendment that needs to be taken care of. Amendment number 2. Is that another amendment that we're gonna entertain at this
Yeah.
time?
We have to.
Okay, can I get a motion on amendment number 2?
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Delegate Newton.
What's that?
There's a minor error.
What is it?
So, in the new one, the travel expenses have been halved. But the overall amount of unmet need in that number hasn't changed as well. Sure. So if you understand, because it's been halved, that number of 2,710,027 needs to be minus 86,402, which would make it, the new number should be 2,626,625.
I think let's just leave that then. So, and the reason is, as a committee, when I bring it before Budget and Finance, I can let them know. And if they want to amend it to say, yeah, LOC, we're gonna abide by, what you guys are gonna be doing, then we'll have it right now. So we'll leave it to be an,
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure that everyone knew.
Yeah. So we don't need amendment number 2 then. We'll leave it to be an,
Okay, so right now, it has been halved on travel expense, but it hasn't been affected in that amount of unmet need.
Okay,
just for clarification. So if you do get to, and when you get to BNF, they might bring that up. And you won't be surprised.
okay. And then what I'll do is I'll just explain to them that we didn't take like full action because like per the BIM, if I read it correctly, we have to present it to BNF, right? Or BNF has to be involved in this process of doing the half travel. Because we're giving them until the end of first quarter, right?
So for fiscal year 2025, the recommendation comes from the Law and Order Committee.
Yes.
For
FY
FY
26,
26.
Yeah.
The recommendation comes from the Law and Order Committee.
yeah,
So
which we
this
did
is-
just now,
This is
amendment
your
number 1.
recommendation.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is and that's what this is, the
Yeah.
recommendation.
So my understanding is now that we did amendment number 1, we put that conditions of appropriations in place and we're giving them the first quarter of FY 26. Now, if they don't meet it, then that's when we trigger it with BNF, right?
Understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically, we don't need the changes to reflect the half. We'll go ahead and we'll approve it at full, but we're letting BNF know that if at the end of first quarter, these 3 are not addressed, then we're gonna trigger it and it's gonna go half. Yeah,
Thank
then that's where I think they work directly with Office of the Controller and they cut it there. And with OMB, to let them know. Right? Am I correct on that? Okay. So so I guess my question then is, do we need amendment number 2?
You don't need amendment.
Okay, okay. Because we already did it with amendment number 1.
Understand?
Yeah,
Yeah.
does that make sense?
So
Yeah.
the concept is, yeah, this is what DOJ has given as their exhibit E.
Yeah.
And if you want to keep it in that same context, you don't need amendment number 2.
Okay.
We'll withdraw your motion,
Did I make a motion on amendment number 2?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I'll withdraw my motion and
and then we will see to,
if there's no other questions or comments on the main motion, then we can go to vote.
all right, then, if there's no other questions or concerns or corrections. We'll move forward to the main motion. And vote on this legislation. Are there any others? At this time? Staff, if you will assist us. Vote on the main motion of this legislation. Staff.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is roll call for main motion for legislation number 0147-25. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Arvin Mitchell. Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Vice Chair Pro Tem, we have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed, with 2 not voting, including Vice Chair. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Staff, thank you. Congratulations, Madam Chair. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
They'll end it, at the chair, law and order discretion. I'm gonna move the order around a tad and go. Office of Hearing and Appeals will be next.
This branch.
Any objections?
It's using discretion.
Law and order members?
Never mind.
No objections.
No objections, no objections.
No objections.
Office of Hearing and Appeals.
Yours is and we're doing that because OHA has a small budget. Then that way we can at least, we can at least,
Get home in time for dinner.
through the process. And then just so you know, judicial will be last, because I know there's gonna be a lot of questions, with judicial. Division of Public Safety will be after Office of Hearing and Appeals.
Lineup looks. All righty then, let's get a report going here.
That was already,
Is it already
it was
done?
part of the,
Yeah, it was part of the other smaller offices.
it
Yeah,
was with,
I think labor commission. Yeah.
All right. So.
Go ahead and read it. Oh, well, go ahead. We need to, did you call the legislation? Lorraine needs to read it to the record.
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
we've got, we got legislation number 0149-25 before it.
Oh, I'm sorry, we skipped.
Yeah. Okay, we have legislation number 149-25 before us. Staff, if you could read it into the record at this time, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair Pro Tem and members of the Law and Order. The next legislation will be 0149-25, an action relating to Law and Order and Budget Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Navajo Nation Office of Hearings and Appeals. And this is a standard 5-day comment. The exhibits are attached and it has already been read to the record. And we'll move forward to Budget Finance Committee. Thank you.
Staff, thank you for that. Can I get a motion? Motion established by Delegate Mitchell, second.
I'll second.
By Delegate Nottown.
Excuse me, Chair Pro Tem. So the documents were brought in, and these are the copies that were.
Oh, can somebody open that door over there in the back? Thank you. I don't know if it's just me, but it's getting hot. in here. Yeah, okay.
Copies, we don't have the green sheet.
And just a reminder, our AC went out, so that's why we're.
Yeah, but there's the-
Someone like so.
This is the rewrite.
Okay. All right then. Office of Hearing and Appeals.
Did you make the, no, she's gotta read it into the record. Okay, and then
The
did you
legislation.
motion? Second. Okay,
Already.
yeah, oh, and me.
Okay, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Pro Temp Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee. I'll be going ahead and do reading the OMB report for Office of Hearing and Appeals. There's the table of contents, tab A to E. Tab A is the fund type budget summary. And for business unit 103004, the FY 25 budget amount was 299,783. The proposed amount for the general funds is 154,449 with an indirect cost of 63,461, which gives a total of 217,910. Going to the second quarter budget status report for the hearing for the Office of Hearing and Appeals. The original budget amount was $226,052.50. The revised amount is $376,202.12. Actual is $103,192.01. The encumbered amount is $14,529,015. Available balance is $258,480.96. And that gives an expenditure rate of 31.29%. Okay, moving on to tab C, the second quarter performance report for the Hearings and Appeals Business Unit 103004. You have an average score for a second quarter 2.60, which is equivalent to 50 to 74% at minimum. And moving on to the plans of operation status report for the
Office of Hearings and Appeals, they have a current, plan of operation dated back to 1995, which is outdated. And again, you have the statute reference to the legislation below. And moving on to tab E, the conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. There are no legislative concerns for the Office of Hearings and Appeals. However, there is a legislative concern for the all division departments and programs. Again, programs should provide reports at the end of every quarter, beginning with the third quarter. Number of employees that receive step increases, bonuses, number of performance evaluations completed in the prior quarter, as well as how the TWA funding was allocated and how the funding was spent. And if there is any employees that did not receive compensation increases as a result of the program being deficient in performance evaluation. In the column, you see that the hearings and appeal did not respond, and the status is ongoing. Thank you. Pro-Tem Chair, that concludes the report for all of you.
Debbie, thank you for that report. Are there any questions concerning or suggestions at this time? Madam Chair.
Committee members, just, and you put Matt on notice here. We will need a conditions of appropriations. We forgot to do it for Public Defender's Office. But Office of Hearing and Appeal does need their, plan of operations updated, per the information from OMB. The last time that the OHA, had the plan of operations adopted was in 1995. Oh, the year I graduated from high school. So we probably will need a conditions of appropriation on that one as well, so that they can update their plan of operations. So that's just a forewarning match, and that's an amendment that we'll probably be making when it gets to the legislation. Yeah. So just in terms of OMB's reports. And then I know, and I'm gonna make an excuse for Office of Hearings and Appeals. This committee is well aware of the issues that OHA was going through in terms of Shema having to missing so many days for valid reasons. But their director, Mr. Nez, Mr. Reggie, Richie Nez did leave that position, leaving really
June 19th was his last day.
yeah, leaving all the responsibilities to admin assistant. I think there's only two of you in that office. So in terms of the funding and the percentage of their what they have spent, we also know that there were some issues that were happening, I guess, with the office and moving along their caseload, which is reason they were at 31.29% as of 6/30/2024, but we did request that, be updated to May 30th.
Yeah.
So hopefully we do see a change in that amount. But I'm just gonna say that it does look bad, but I mean, it was really kind of out of our control, out of human controls at this point. So I just want you guys to take that into consideration when we're talking about their budget. Thank you. And this is what happens when we have an office that's communicating with the committee on a regular basis, when we're seeing that with OHA. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you for that. Are there any other questions or concerns? Delegate Mitchell.
I'd just like to concur with Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. So do we need, very good, important for to go through the details or very good question?
On the budget,
Right.
I don't have any questions.
There's none, then we can go to vote on this legislation. Am I right? All right then, there's no question, go once. Twice, let's go to vote. Staff, if you could assist us with voting on this legislation.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, staff report.
Yes, yes, I do have an amendment for the conditions of appropriations. And, if need be, I can do that at council if you guys don't have it ready.
We're,
Perfect.
so
Okay.
what we're doing this, we're being proactive. Would you, be comfortable with using basically the same language that is used with permanent bill?
Let's go ahead and let's move theirs to third quarter. Yeah, because they're, yeah.
Third quarter,
but same language, just third quarter. And it's just to update their plan of operations.
because in the Department of Justice, their third COA was a plan of operation.
Yeah.
So we can just use that.
Just use the same language, just change it to third quarter, end of third quarter. Yeah,
End of third quarter.
Yeah.
And we can get that done really quick
Yeah.
as well.
yeah.
At the same time, just to inform the committee of the legislation that was dropped, their exhibit A, their amount of unmet need is 99,204. But in the packet that you have, it is a different amount. The different amount is 139,412.
Oh, because they changed their hours.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we're making that amendment right now. as we speak.
Perfect. Let's make that amendment, then we can just change it out. So one amendment is to change out the exhibits. Then the second amendment would be the conditions of appropriation for plan of operation.
We're actually gonna flip that because we're going in the order of these.
Perfect, then let's do it.
So the amendment number one will be exhibit E, which has the COA. And amendment number two will be the replacing of the unmet need amount. So exhibits E and E, and we're working on it right now, and it really won't take very much time. So thank you, thank you, committee, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, they got it ready.
Well, can't call recess until 10 more minutes to be on time of my hour of things.
But we're actually hoping that this can be done honestly, within 2 to 3 minutes.
That's just, okay,
Okay.
that's fine. 2 to 3 minutes.
2 to
We don't
3
have to
minutes.
recess. We don't have to recess.
Hang on.
Yeah.
We're ready to go.
Yeah.
But now.
I just needed this one. Yeah, so we're gonna add the amendments then along with the legislation. Two amendments, yeah. And I think they'll just go straight to vote because we've already talked about it.
It's being said as we speak.
Perfect.
That worked. Thank you.
They've actually got a smaller budget than most of the offices.
Is there under the regular grant? With the grants all got.
We don't cut off. I'm very executive offices. It doesn't even cover staff.
And then just, I know that you were talking about your printer, your printer issues. Let us know before we get the budget before council, so we can request funding for that. Oh, yeah.
It's in the.
It's in the amendments, okay. So Shema has to run around to different offices to do printing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm not surprised.
It's slowly sending it, so.
Everybody get off the internet.
No.
Oh, no.
No videos.
Yeah, no videos. Get off of Facebook. How come?
If I look slow.
I need a place to spit and I'll get off. What I can find out for Christmas purposes. Everybody knows by now I'm a Bronco fan, right? So now you know. For Christmas, Bronco fan. What's your team?
Dallas.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Dallas.
Are they still a team?
Yeah.
They so real nice. Oh, another guy. I saw a real nice, deal on Dallas. It's the last Super Bowl and it had a VHS tape on it. I saw that one last night and cracked up with it.
Yeah.
It's good to have teams. Oh, yeah.
Can't wait for the season.
Oh, yeah.
Wait for that.
Next
I'm,
month.
I'm not, I think I'm the only Navajo that signs for football. Cause everybody always says, what's your team on it?
Dallas.
No, not Dallas.
Why not?
Mustangs.
You don't have a team, so you can't complain.
I'm a chieftain, Shabrock High School. That's, yeah.
Delegates.
Yeah.
Casey, Kansas City. Good.
Anything what's Mississippi.
Oh, yeah.
That's how
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Anything west of Mississippi, shy of Las Vegas. That puts the Cardinals in the bracket. Remember when Raiders went to Vegas? They said, why do people go to Vegas? To lose.
More ways than one.
Oh, man.
I'm not even touching that one.
Okay. Because you, we have the amendments on hand. We get a motion for amendment number one, motion by delegate, Mitchell. They get a second.
I'll second.
Second by delegate Nota. I don't think we have any questions. Do we have questions? Going once, going twice, three times. Staff, if you can assist us with voting on amendment number one.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. This is roll call for amendment number one on legislation 0119-25. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Arvin Mitchell.
Green.
Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. For Vice Chair Pro Tem, we have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed, with 2 not voting, including Vice Chair Pro Tem. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that. Amendment number one passes. We do have another amendment to take care of before we move on. Can we get a motion? Motion by delegate Mitchell. Do I have a second? Second by delegate Nota. Is there any questions, concerns, or recommendations? If one once, twice, staff, can you assist us with the voting process, please?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. This is roll call for amendment number 2 on legislation number 0149-25. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Arvin Mitchell.
Vote green.
Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Vice Chair Pro Tem, we have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed, with 2 not voting, including Vice Chair Pro Tem. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you. With that, amendment number 2 passes. Now we're back to the main motion. Is there any other questions, concerns, or recommendations for legislation number 149-25? Going once, going twice. Staff, if you could assist us with the voting process, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair Pro Tem. This is roll call for main motion for legislation number 0149-25. Honorable Nathan Nota.
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Arvin Mitchell.
Vote green.
Honorable Arvin Mitchell votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Vice Chair Pro Tem, we have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed, with 2 not voting, including Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you. With that, legislation 149-25 has been passed. Congratulations, Madam Chair, and the office of the hearing to the chair. Thank you. Next, we have, let's see.
Public safety? Yeah,
Public safety, you're up, Mr. Director Henderson. Good to see you. Lot tables.
Lori?
Yeah.
It's the food establishment, see if everything's in place. You can see there was only one program that's supposed to make a change. There was only one program that supposed to, that did the change.
Right.
I could have the rest of
You think.
the rest of all this.
It's all good.
Then public safety, all the, most of the personnel is 6:30.
did you guys put that amount in your? Oh, geez, no, you guys didn't, you didn't put it in your external funds. Navajo Police Department. They only have general funds, they didn't put it in their external funds
It was optional, it was still optional. Remember last year was optional.
for the external funds.
For the external funds, they don't need.
They don't need to put it in their budget.
They used to put it on Form 1.
They used to put it
Which
on-
was good because it shows you the bigger picture. But it's,
And they
It's
used to
not
put it on
required.
Form 6. 6 is not required.
Okay, I'm looking at your personnel. 178,093. You have one position, I believe it's at 2,000. Regular status employee, 2,000, MPD commissioned employees, 4,000. Where's your vacant position document? Oh, that's fine, that's fine. For Navajo Police Department. Oh, I also see the same thing for Chinle, and I don't see a vacant position. Or the position.
Can we make sure that all these documents are in order before we get a motion? So let's check over all the documents at this time right now, so that we can proceed.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
They're,
Complex.
external.
Then why is it in the general fund somewhere?
There's, so they're, what they have in their summary for personnel is for overtime.
How is overtime handled in the bin? Cause I'm looking at this and I'm seeing like regular status employee. It says 2,000. Usually there's, so it says fringe benefit overtime regular status
Overtime.
employee. It's not indicated that it's overtime. What I'm seeing is that you guys have a regular status employee. And it's being funded at 2,000. Am I reading that incorrectly?
It says for,
they're all right. I think it's just over.
Yeah, but it doesn't say overtime. If it says regular status employees,
On the detail. That's over.
Says employee salary, fringe
Form.
benefits, overtime, holiday pay.
Really,
no, look up at the top where it says personnel expense. Okay, then you see where it says regular status employees. And I believe it's 20,000, not 2,000.
20,000 overtime.
20,000 and then 40,000 for NPD commissioned employees. What I'm just saying is. This looks like you're calculating for an employee. If it's overtime, then there needs to be that it's for overtime.
it says overtime right above where it says regular status.
Right? Fringe-
It says
employee
overtime,
salary, fringe
And then it says
benefits,
regular
overtime, and
status
holiday
employee.
payments.
and then, the commission employees.
Yeah, overtime and holiday pay for department employees.
And then the next one is, I guess regular is supposed to be for, holiday regular. That's how I do that.
That's good, but I'm just concerned about the ENF is gonna pick it up.
That's why I have, does it cover it in the bin?
Page 17,
Page 17.
number 3, overtime pay.
Yeah. It's always
Like that.
covered in the-
I'm looking for my bin, right in front of me, page 17. Overtime programs that incur employee overtime costs as provided in section 8 of the PPM shall budget for such expenses to ensure that payments are made in a timely manner. Overtime costs shall be budgeted using object code 2510. So the object code is wrong. I see object code is 2001.
But, Madam Chair, so for this year's budgets, they're all at level of detail 4. Based on the budget instruction manual. So that's why these object codes are at level of detail 4 in your column.
So 2001 is correct, then the
Yes.
BIM is wrong?
Mm.
Because BIM says 2510 for overtime pay, 2610 for holiday pay, 2710 for merit pay bonuses.
Yeah, but the budget forms are required at level of detail 4.
What, like, what do you mean, level of detail for, what is that?
Based on the chart of accounts and the object codes.
2510 is at level 7. So to make it a little more streamlined and all that, it took the level 4 or 5 this year.
So that's why it's just that, so 2001 is the right level, yes.
So,
But-
Office of Legislative Council also concurs that 2001 will be. the code.
That is the right code,
Because
Okay.
that was
Yeah.
mentioned, level 405.
Is not included.
Yeah.
okay, so do we need, so we don't need anything else, everything is correct, the forms are correct.
If you wanna see, I have the level of detail form.
Okay, no, what I'm saying is, everything is correct, you guys looked over the entire budget, everything is correct,
That one section.
just that one section right now? Okay,
So if you have any more questions, I'll look at it as you go.
okay. I guess, just, go ahead.
But for expense purposes, they go back with OOC.
Yes. But
But
for
for budgeting,
budgeting, it's at level of detail 4.
Okay, so,
That way, it eliminates a lot of budget transfers. Because if it's at level 7, then, you know, you have a lot of budget transfer that you have to do. Takes a lot of time, you know, if you take the detail down lower, it captures everything. That was the purpose of the change. That's one I get.
so just really quickly, while we're still on O and B over here, if you guys can start looking to see what are the big differences, so like increases and decreases, so that we're prepared from last year's budget, and then really your unmet needs, what you guys are asking for your unmet needs. And then as far as O and B, can we get, before we call a motion in a second, can we get the most updated report for there's expenditures? How long will that take? I'll send it to you. Okay. And that's it.
What's done?
So it'll be the end of May. So So since you haven't called a motion and a second, yeah, I think we can just look over it really quickly just to make sure we're right on point.
Yeah. Guys are late for 10 minutes, you guys are late 10 minutes for a reset.
We don't need to read this.
Okay, we're just gonna take a couple, few
We're
minutes.
reviewing.
Yeah, we're
Review.
reviewing, yeah, just
to review.
give us we're not recessing, we're just gonna review
Some
it
time,
really quick.
review all the documents, make sure they're in order, and then we will proceed. Good thing about Karen, you don't have questions and you just run the meeting. You don't have to read, for those of you that are kind of scared of being a chair.
What he's saying is anybody can be chair.
Everybody can be a chair. If I can do so.
Since we have Mr. Beyond, I would, to avoid this, confusion, I would put the sub account on the site. Will be, I will put the sub account on the site. But, the one that's being used is over here, but. Let me see.
Did you know that we didn't recommend unmet needs for here,
We did, remember?
Oh, yeah, we changed that thing, okay, Steve said it, that's right.
I think one of the purpose too, to take it down to level 4. Yes, data.
Or there was one in the teams, we didn't do much.
Okay.
One couple days.
Sorry, I sent it.
EEN has general funds positions of what, but they have it at 28. Question to. Missing and murder, it's a new program. You can have salary, I think it's a 4-year salary. So they made it a C.
Yeah.
Does it have a plan of operation? 706.
What year are we in? 25? Lorraine, do we still have our budgets from 2023? The budget summary?
This was the.
Has to be here. Yeah. You're gonna have it, see, I don't know what's the name. Which one? Sure, search.
And do formal.
Find a discrepancy.
I just like to be under your program.
There's 3 more.
I'm gonna bring it in, label it, so that. Okay. Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
Oh, are they gonna be interesting review? Yeah, that's what it says right here.
That is
How many more? Hmm?
Yeah. Plus, they got that 5 million that was already. The legislation.
That's why these guys did all.
Oh, one of this. Well, that's what I was saying, like, why didn't it come to council for us to debate it?
And it should have,
Yeah.
even to get it under. It's not part of it, that we're making. Nobody ever asked the police department if they're willing to keep the woods.
As of yesterday, there was a concern about the 5 million. That was, signed. We're looking at a pollution that was this police department, missing is murdered. Persons in and victim. So, that became a question yesterday. There was it complaints. And Delegate Bobby did say that she put the 5 million down. And so we got a worksheet on that 5 million. So out of that 5 million, it was distributed to, DOH, Division of Children and Family Services. And there's also Office of the President for the Four Corners K-9. And then also division, again, with Division of Children and Family Services. And public safety. So those amounts. And so from that, because these guys are requesting 5 million in the budget for that. Yeah, so that needs, there needs to be an amendment for that. Because the way this reads. It's just a lump sum in the resolution. Yeah. So we didn't know how where it was gonna go. Until we learned of that, yesterday. So if you want a copy of the alert sheet, I can share that with you.
Cause, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So I wanted to bring that to the committee. So that you're aware of it.
So, I mean, I guess, so I'm seeing the 5 million
Yeah.
in there. We don't have any information on where that 5 million is going. But then we also have right now the MMIP. It looks like it's gonna be under CI is requesting an additional 5 million. And I don't know if they're adding on 14. If there's 14 positions that are being added into just the MMIP, because I'm looking at this right now.
Yeah.
And that's how I'm reading it.
Yeah.
So 14 new positions will be added under criminal investigations for the MMIP unit.
By me.
Maybe we should ask questions first before we go to motion. That way motion and second, we can just go straight to vote.
Who has it with that? We could do that.
Yeah, because I think right now, I mean, there's just like, I mean,
Some pages.
because that's 10 million, right? But you guys have 5 million. That's what we're saying. So right now in the legislation, there's 5 million allocated. Then you guys are coming, so that 5 million, we don't know where that 5 million is, who it's being allocated to or what's going on. Then you guys are requesting right here for the MMIP unit, you guys are requesting 5 million. So that's 10 million that you guys would be getting. That's how I'm reading it.
That 5 million is, according to what was given to the Navajo NPD in the BIM manual. That's the 5 million. And then,
So we learned, you didn't know how 5 million was gonna be broken down based on this, so.
Was this presented when they passed the legislation?
No.
So basically they passed it and she got to decide how it was gonna be broken down.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Yes, they did it.
Yeah.
So the whole 5 million is in here. Now, that's came out, so.
But how scary is that, that you have to budget and you can get 10 million, I want to start my name in here. I'll pay off my. Yeah. So I mean, this technically, since it wasn't approved, I didn't see it. What we can do is, like, we can request that this be thrown out. And that the whole 5 million be given under here. Under this new MMIP unit.
initially, we didn't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm. DPS. If you get DP, I'm all excited.
The last one.
Well, that's what I'm saying too, is, because this one wasn't, I mean, that's kind of scary.
Yeah,
They approved
that's not right.
this 5 million without this here. Whereas right now, I think we can just argue, like, we're going to ask that 5 million that was authorized, that it be put in here.
There's over 1 million that's unaccounted for.
Yeah,
So, the one that says Office of the President, the Four Corner Canine Search and Rescue, we haven't, given any, direction or information of where that, those funds are gonna go to,
see, I mean,
under what department.
I just feel like so. If you're going to establish this under Division of Public Safety, then give them the 5 million and let them decide where that money is gonna go. That's how I read it, because if this was approved at the time of that 5 million in the legislation, then I would understand it because you debated it, then you could ask questions. But for me, that 5 million should be given to Division of Public Safety and you guys decide what you guys need to do with it. Because, I mean, with like she said, with the K9 unit, nobody knows. Nobody knows at this point what I don't know.
Those were
I'm gonna
allocated during
need
the
you guys to
MMDR
report
meeting.
on it.
Excuse me?
Those were allocated during the MMDR meeting. But that was during a.
But that
task
was
force meeting.
after though,
No, you're right.
after. So when you're, and we say this all the time as council, when you're preparing your budget, you need to tell us ahead of time where that money is going. But
But we were never informed that we were getting 5 million until during the MMDR meeting.
Just that allocation.
so it makes me question, did budget and finance question where like that? Like the summer youth employment, 1 million, is that gonna be divided into 110 dollars? Or is it gonna be divided into, how's it gonna be divided into? What is the Navajo home ownership program? The home ownership support. That, I guess, that's 15 million that they authorize. Who's gonna take it over? Do you guys know?
There's no election. I think they allocated under, if I'm correct, it was, division.
We heard that, Dolores, $10.
Division of committee. Yeah. So we had questions for you.
And then the veterans hardship payment, 3 million, but you guys said that veterans still hasn't put their budget together. So do we know if they need an additional 3 million? And then the Navajo Nation Higher Education Fund, 12,400,000. Have we gotten a report on how many of that? In 2019, Dodie came before council. And they gave us this big graph and they said, this is how much money we're giving for scholarship. And I'm not lying to you guys, just a sliver of that were degrees completed. From that degrees and completed, just one line, actually it wasn't even a full line, are the people who returned. So there was questions of how do we, for all of this money that we're giving out for scholarship, where they're not finishing or they're not going on to the next year, how do we correct that? But now we're given an additional 12.4 million for higher, what's the higher education fund? Is that scholarship? Is that scholarship?
You would think, but anybody know?
Well, I don't want to assume, that's why I'm asking, is that
Yeah.
scholarship?
College? No, it's towards college, higher education.
And then isn't, Andy Nance sponsoring that legislation for something, and then it's being divided into Diné College, Navajo
Right,
Technical
right.
University, and,
Can we read a piece or something like that?
yeah. So is that on top of this 12? Oh, gosh. Okay, so I guess my question before we start with the budget is with the 5 million. Cause if I'm gonna go to fight, if I'm gonna go to bat for you guys, I need you guys to have my back. That 5 million that was allocated through the legislation. Instead of giving it to you here in your budget. Can we just ask that that amount be given to you guys and you guys distribute based on what you guys think is needed?
That's what that 5 million budget we have under tab 26. That's the one that's how we propose that we're gonna use the whole 5 million.
So was this 5 million under tab 26, was that already added into your
No.
budget request? So
No.
this one is not added into?
No,
So
no,
this is how you, so it's this one versus this one?
correct, correct.
It's gonna be a new business unit number, actually.
Okay, so committee members, same thing. If I'm gonna go to bat, I need you guys to have my back. Are you guys in support of giving the whole 5 million to DPS and letting them decide how those funds should be used versus what we're seeing here?
I would say we approve this. 5 million.
Yeah, because this one didn't come before us. Right?
David Boston, well, here, this came after, right? Like you said, it shouldn't even be around.
Malcolm, it's gonna
But
be
here.
your budget.
Yes, I agree. I wanted to burn ourselves.
Which one do you agree to? You're just,
Budget there.
you're like our kids, when you say, do you want this one or this one? And they say, yeah. Well, which one, or this one, or this one? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna agree with you.
Not Big Brother.
We believe that the 5 million should be overall public safety stuff.
Okay,
Because people, we're looking at the public, people we serve, the families that need answers. We need that additional help.
and you guys are the boots on the ground and you guys have that knowledge of the way that the funds go.
And that's where that comes in, and that's why we set it the way it is.
Okay, so Office of Legislative Counsel. So. Because you know it's gonna be me against BNM. And that's why I just, like, I can stand my ground, I just need to know that when it comes down, because you guys are gonna be put on the hot seat. I don't want you guys to come back and say, I don't know what Delegate Charles Newton is talking about. She never talked to us about it. Yeah, because we get that a lot. That's why I'm saying I will fight that the 5 million, since it's not counted, my understanding is it's right here, it's in the budget book, right? It's in tab 26. But this amount was not counted towards your budget. That's in exhibit A, right? That's how I'm understanding. But what you guys are saying is that 5 million that was given in the legislation in our bin, right here, the 5 million, you're saying that this is how you want your budget.
Yes.
Okay, right? We're good with that? Malcolm, we're good? Director Henderson?
Yes.
Chief,
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Chair? Vice Chair?
Yes, ma'am. I agree.
Delegate Mitchell? Delegate Arvizo? Okay? Then that's what we'll do.
Thank you.
The other argument other argument that we can use is that. Yeah, you have police officers in there. And you can't have other programs. They can't supervise police officers. Only these guys can supervise.
Yeah.
That's another argument. that we can use.
But it also says victim advocates as well. Do you guys have that within here?
We don't have that on that 5 million because we just don't have victim services.
Division of Children and Family Services.
Okay, so that's another thing, is we have victim advocates spread out. We have Utah Health. We have Prosecutor's Office, which we just, within the Department of Justice budget, we just, we basically approved that. And then we have, what other areas do we have victim advocates in? DFS, you guys have DFS? So we have Utah, PD, Prosecutor's Office, Public Defender, and in Department of Health, or no, DFS. Is there any other? Are you aware, as DAT, are you aware of any? We're spread out.
Right. But those are the ones that we're aware of, those ones that are spread out. That's on Navajo. And then we have the ones from the county and the federal government, FBI, U.S. Attorney's Office.
Which that is fine, because those are separate jurisdictions, but I'm talking about just Navajo.
Just Navajo is just what you read off.
We have actually an expert in victim advocates who's actually in here, but she's not employed with the Navajo Nation. She used to work for a nonprofit. And wow, I think we need to come back and we need to look at that. Who's victim advocates? Like, who should they be under? Because we're spread out. And I'm wondering, does your victim advocate do the same thing that DFS victim advocates are doing?
They all have their own scope of work different. each of these programs.
So how come we just can't have one office with victim advocates? And then you guys use from
You-
that
you-
one office?
You have two separate victim services that are on the Navajo Nation. One is, what do they call it, communal? And then the other one is criminal. So what we have right now are all communal, which means that they don't deal with, to help us on the criminal level. They all help with, civil processing of victims and witnesses. That's how they're set up. But on the criminal side, we don't have any victim services other than the prosecutor's office.
Is DAP taking that up? I mean, is DAP like, are you guys? Should you guys be pushing for just one victim advocate's office?
Yes, that's what we're trying to push for. And right now, we're gathering this information. Okay, what is Utah's job? What is your scope of work? What is children family services? What are their victim services? What is their scope of work? How do we bring in one program to support especially all the monsters under DAP?
So, okay, so. Oh my God, it's getting hot in here. So this is my question, committee members, in an effort to save time. We need to allocate that 5 million. So we have this versus what was proposed at budget and finance. Yeah. Which is really scary because I just cannot believe that budget and finance pass funding amounts without it being specific, detailed. Yeah. And now we have this one from CI right now. Can you go back and include victim advocates in your budget?
We can do that.
Because this 5 million right now, I really hate for anybody to come back and say, wait, it says police department missing murdered indigenous persons unit / victim advocate. So, maybe you can go back and see if we can fix that. So what we can do, and again, in an effort to save some time, what we could do is let's remove this one from the booklet 26, since it's not added into the budget, right? It's separate. Let's remove this one from the booklet. Let's remove tab 26 altogether. And then what we'll do is we'll give these guys some time to revise this to include the victim advocates into this, right? And then on Monday, it's not like technically, it's not a budget that requires a separate legislation since it was already included in here. It's already been approved. Then what we can do is on Monday, we can bring it forward and we can say we stand by this. And then that way, budget and finance, when I get to budget and finance, I'll ask that PPS be moved to the end of the agenda. So that way I can say, well, LOC, we stand by this thing. We approve this one, but because right now, the way that it looks, it doesn't have victim advocates and the legislation has victim advocates on there. Let's make sure that that gets covered in the budget. And then that way we can move it forward. Does that sound good? Okay, so I'm gonna remove tab 26 right now. Actually, no, I'm not gonna. Yes, no.
No.
I'm pretending to remove it, okay? But really, it's gonna stay in my budget, because if I really do remove it, I'm gonna lose it. So it's in here. I'll just put, Lorraine, can you give me a tab or what is it called? Post-it. That way I can just put right here, we'll await. So add them. Since it's not a legislation, what we can do is just put it on the agenda as approving the interim IP / victim advocates budget of $5 million. Is that Office of Legislative Counsel? Are we in order if we do that?
So in terms of how I understand what you're doing, you're not going against anything.
Okay,
So that's what I can counsel you. That you're
Okay.
not going against anything, right?
okay, because it's
So-
already been approved.
Right. So what I'm saying is that, so your actions aren't against anything.
Okay,
Um,
but in terms of LOC approving that, how do we, because there's not a legislation attached. So do we just say that we're gonna put it on the agenda as a discussion item and then we just approve it?
So your committee has it has reports for this. So as long as it's in the committee report, I think you've covered what you need to cover. Does that make,
Yeah.
I help you?
Add it in reports,
Oh, yeah,
report,
make sure this is in the report.
yeah, put report on breakdown of MMIP/victim advocates $5 million funds. Does that sound good, committee members?
So, but, hold on, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, you're fine, you're fine.
Thank you. So, but in regards to the Office of Legislative Counsel, our side is to make sure that the exhibits are matching. And so maybe this is where I'm confused. And I think I was following along as best I can, but I'm honestly a little confused. So on Exhibit A, well, first of all, what's nice is in the legislation and what has been brought, they all match. So that's
Okay.
nice.
Okay,
So-
good.
so
You guys did good.
So,
Good
so
job.
in regards to that, that's a positive. And what I think what I want to know is on Exhibit A, the final column to the right, under FY 2026, we have a column of total. Should there be numbers in all of those total categories going all the way down?
For which one? Say that again.
Exhibit A
Exhibit A on the legislation,
in the legislation.
okay,
Yeah, and so, so it is matching from what was handed out, right?
okay,
But for instance, under FY 2026, we have proposed general fund budget. There's a number that goes all the way down. I don't know, and this is what I need to know, is those numbers aren't on the far right-hand side, the total box. In the legislation. And so I'm honestly not aware. So I'm actually asking for individuals to tell me. For instance, on the very first one,
I can't even find my legislation. Is that Exhibit A?
thank you. That is exhibit A.
I don't even have a copy of the legislation.
Yeah, the only copy I have is because I pulled it up from Dibs.
Lorraine, we don't have copies of the legislation. Oh, well, wait,
It's supposed to have been auto added.
no, we have ethics. And then we have
Wasn't auto added.
public defender. Then we have Department of Justice, and then they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Division of Public Safety, okay. So under Exhibit A, did you say?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
I think both of them are like that.
okay. Exhibit A, O and B. Did you hear? So, okay, so we're looking at Exhibit A. Now what are you saying?
So under fiscal year 2026.
Uh-huh,
The first two columns starting from the left-hand side are the proposed general fund budget.
yeah,
And then for the first one, which is the business unit number 116001.
yeah,
It also has an indirect cost fund.
yeah.
Once we cross all the way to the far right hand side, there is no total.
Oh. So there should be a total. OMB is saying there should be a total. So
If
can,
you look all the way down, there's no total.
yeah,
But
let's
what's
correct that.
confusing to me is, when we go down to like toward the end, like the bottom four also have, this is where I'm not sure what this means. So I'm unaware, but special revenue fund external. And so starting with 507,010 and
Mhm.
going down to the new with that 5 million, which I think has been a big topic of discussion. All of those proposed general fund budgets are matched by the special revenue fund external. So I don't know if those if those totals on the far right are supposed to be a zero. I don't understand. I'm
You
not
mean on the
sure.
far,
Far right,
so the 732, the DPS special revenue, that's the casino fund.
okay.
Okay, so that's 732,000. The fire and rescue, 10 million, that's from their tax, the junk food sales tax. I think they get like a portion of that. The Twin Arrows, that one, the 75,000. I'm not sure what that one is. What is that one? The 75,000 for Twin Arrows?
The, Twin Arrows Station 81. It's a memorandum of agreement between our department and the casino,
Okay,
provide fire services.
good job. And then the 5 million is the one from the legislation. So they are special revenue funds. So I think that they should be technically internal. I think the only one that might be external, well, actually, they're all internal.
Yes.
So
It
that
should
that
be
one should be
internal.
corrected.
And in that context, does that mean that proposed general budget funds, general fund budget has been met by that internal? And the total need for that is a zero?
I think that the proposed general fund, that should be zero. So like the first one, 50, 70, 10. That 732,000 under the proposed general fund should be zero. All the way down, that should be zero, because that's already been covered under the special revenue fund internal. If I'm not, yeah, I think it's internal. Yeah, because external is funds that we're getting from federal government, state, county grants. These are all internal. Is that correct? So it should technically read this way, right? Zeros, and then that one should be moved here, and then the total should be filled in.
Yes.
And then one more question. I really appreciate everyone's help. This is great. So going back to that very top one, 116001, where it does have indirect cost fund,
Mhm.
is that subtracted from the proposed general fund budget in the total?
No,
No.
it's
Okay,
added,
thank you.
yeah.
Again, I wish I knew.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, you're fine. That's part of the learning process. Next year, we're gonna expect you to be on your toes.
Okay, you're right, you're right.
No, the indirect costs, those are funds, that are given from
Are provided by legislative. These are legislative forms on the exhibits, but yeah, but but the total should automatically calculate. Because they are in Excel, so it just depends on how the person sets up their forms.
okay,
I guess it's on their site.
yeah,
We should, next year we should tell them,
did you auto calculate?
yeah, I was not.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so what we'll do, Office of Legislative Counsel, is, we will we're gonna defer this one to Monday. So Monday, what will happen, Lorraine, and everybody present, is at 10 o'clock, we call a regular Law and Order Committee meeting. At that point, we are going to consider legislations. How many legislations do we have on Monday's agenda?
I believe it's 3.
3. Okay. And then we also, let's move that report for OHA. And then all like OHA, Labor Commission, let's move that one to the next Law and Order Committee meeting. So we'll just have approving legislations for Monday. As soon as we get done, we will adjourn from the regular Law and Order Committee. And then we will come back in. So today we don't adjourn, we recess. Then Monday we'll call the LOC, go back into our budget hearing to hear Division of Public Safety. Yes,
So Madam Chair, I don't know how interested you are, but we can try and make changes right now and make an amendment to Exhibit A. If you're, but how you've gone about it, again, so what you're saying, if you go into recess right now, that's very appropriate as well.
yeah,
So that action fits really well into all of the budget process.
I think let's do that. And then let's double check to make, because they also have to, we also have to review their budget for the MMI, yeah, the advocates.
So there's more than one action.
Yeah.
So since there's more than one action that needs to be done, we'll just include a new Exhibit A.
Yeah.
And then, of course, on Monday, we'll add that as an amendment.
Yeah, and then that way, that report on this one here, Lorraine, we don't have to do a report, we can just still keep it in here. Does that make sense? The report on the missing murdered Indigenous peoples fund, that 5 million, since it's part of the budget, yeah, we'll just keep it in there. So we'll just address DPS on Monday. Are you guys good with that? So we didn't call a motion or a second? Yeah,
Madam Chair, so this is gonna be the end of today's meeting.
no, we still have judicial branch.
Again, I heard you say recess, and that's why I'm trying to.
Yeah, so regardless, so we still have one more judicial. And then we have to recess because we call the meeting back to order on Monday for the budget. So we have a regular Law and Order Committee meeting, and then we have the budget meeting.
I'm new to this process, so we use the word defer. It's actually not a term that's within our legal documentation. So I don't like saying this, but if you use the word defer, it's going to be, it has a table.
Oh, we've never heard that before. Because you have to do, if you table, then you say, you have to actually say the language, I motion to table this legislation for X amount of days.
But in my training, in regards to the budget, the term defer.
Okay, we'll push this back to Monday. We're not using the word.
But it's still.
You're not gonna, never mind, I was gonna say, you're not gonna table it, but.
No.
If you want to get I just probably not good for me to say. But I mean,
If you want to get really technical, are you gonna say?
so I guess the concept is the idea of recessing, right? And that's why I was happy to hear that you wanted to recess and we were going to recess. But the concept of moving forward to another department, right? And I understand the complexity and I'm doing the best I can. But so I'm giving you the counsel that I've been counseled to give. Yeah, but the committee is allowed to do the actions they want to, regardless of the counsel I give.
So all of that training that you got, I always tell people, they always say Robert Rules of Order, even at the chapter, I always say, we threw that away years ago. Like we adopted some of the procedures, but we tweaked it. We Navajo tweaked it. So there's that Navajo twist on it. And so technically council runs on precedents. So you might say, well, legally, this is what it means, but it's precedents that has been set already that we technically run on.
And
So-
I'm very respectful. And I'm very grateful that I'm allowed to give the council that.
But you educate us along the way
Yes,
so that we
yes.
can maybe start changing the way that we're using some of these terms. So Monday, DPS will call you back after we adjourn regular Law and Order Committee. Then we go straight in and we come back out of recess for our budget meeting, and then we'll call DPS. Sound good? You guys will be ready, but be ready with changing those documents. Add victim advocates to your budget, and then we can address it then as well. So, That's it.
Anything else?
Yeah, anything else, OMB? Okay, we have one more judicial branch. So thank you, guys. You're excused. We'll see you guys on Monday.
Yeah, so let me have, Genevieve send me over.
Madam Chair, I was gonna say, we only have 2024, say that 2023. It's DPS.
Good job.
Who's wearing on me? Our
That's what you're wearing.
Everybody just assumes that.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. What was that? What I said? I was saying,
All that 2024, not 2023.
the reason
You're not. Yeah.
the reason. Yeah. But, yeah, Just don't get involved in the conversation right now, because then you're gonna have to. You know, just leave it. But I was asking about Good job. It's so frustrating. Okay, hold on. Because that's the sound. And I believe that was the sound. And the movie is just like. So I'll bring up. Yeah. So. You're right. But she's the one that's going to be doing. Let's see if we can try to find her. I think it's about her into the record of activity. My parents was.
Yeah, I always say that.
For the sign. Then she had. We're just sending. Over here, yeah.
You know, at 5 minutes to 5. So at this time, members of LOC, Chair, Madam Chair, can we review these documents real quick and then make sure that they're all in order? So that we can proceed with the motion. To entertain this
Oh, wait,
legislation.
no motion yet.
No motion,
No motion yet. Let's
no motion,
Let's check it first,
just to review the package.
just to review the pack,
Or
and then
if
once everything is good to go,
Then we'll get a motion.
then we call a motion.
Yeah.
Whew, boy, howdy.
Marathon session for you guys.
Well, yeah,
Marathon session for you guys.
we are good, we're good, okay. So, what we're going to do today is we're going to review the packet first with you guys. And with OMB to make sure that the numbers and everything is correct. And then, yes, so.
Did you guys get your $10?
20. 20. We
Oh, wow.
got $10 from. $10.
Enough for Starbucks coffee.
No, it's enough for
I
one.
owe you.
point. We collect that and every year in the speaker's office, they put a tree. For the kids, you know, like from, what is that? The
Oh,
Yeah, they do their wish list and then, we sponsor.
okay.
So LOC will take one if we have enough,
I should know that.
to sponsor, yeah, to be sponsors, that's where the funds go.
I'm new, so I don't really.
As delegates, we also sponsor.
I'm doing all.
So do you guys pull it off of the tree when you get it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Look at
once
that
we
one
pull it
here.
off the tree, then we let Jackie in the front desk, we say, okay, we're pulling this one, we're gonna go buy these.
Well, right
And
now.
then the rate goes up, she buys them,
Okay.
and then, that's how we use the money.
We
And
have
it
some,
goes with the cause.
we have some elders in our office.
Yeah, I know, I wish we would do it kind of like that for
know.
elders.
Does the community do any of those adult and elder initiatives?
We don't, and I was just gonna say, I wish, so everything, like the children's one is done through speaker's office.
Yeah.
So they just put up a big Christmas tree in the
Yeah.
speaker's office, and then they have the tags hanging,
Mhm.
and then we just go in and we look at it, so we either sponsor it as a delegate, you could sponsor it as a family, because we have some staff that do that, and then we like to sponsor as a committee. Yeah.
There's another project adopted elder.
Yeah, well, so who's gonna be providing that? Who's gonna be in charge?
We did that one time, Fort Defiance, Senior Center, they had that, so they got all their seniors to write their top 3 gift wish lists, so we just picked one from them.
This case, you know, we're the ones that went and bought the gifts.
Yeah.
And then wrapped them up.
Well, once you guys will have to do that for entire Navajo Nation though, because then you're gonna have delegates for saying, oh, that's part of the. But, yeah, so.
LOCs.
Well, I mean, it puts each of the members, senior centers.
Yeah.
In a position to.
That's why I said
Yeah,
the entire
yeah,
Navajo
and then-
Nation.
And then so you can then say, okay, this is what LLC is doing. Now, what about you guys? Are you gonna message to you guys being that?
To do
To let them be cool.
a challenge,
A challenge to them.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, if you guys head it up, then just work with speaker, tell her, can we put this tree out there? We can call it the elder tree.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then we can sponsor elders. That's an idea.
Mhm. It is hot over here, I know.
Yeah, see, can you feel it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe because these are all under the lights.
It was open, then that big gust storm. Did you see it?
Oh, great.
Yeah.
This
Really?
blows in the.
There's the AC, you're right. I feel it come on every now and then. The HVAC's not working.
Should have brought remember those fans you put on your neck?
Your HVAC's not working?
Mm-mm.
You don't have any, fans, they make a lot of noise.
Oh, make a lot of noise.
On your vacant position, I still see there was some. Not 1040.
Zeros?
On our regular budget.
Vacant positions. Stop under 1044
No, it's under 10.
or it is a
2088, or if you have a person in that
Filled.
position, yeah, it's filled, it's 2088. If you hired and they're still going through and they haven't got their path yet, then it's 2088. But if it's vacant and nobody has it filled, then it's 1044.
Right.
Yeah.
All of them that don't have an AB number is at 1044.
one
Which
are you
is
looking at,
vacant.
Dahlia?
I'm looking at.
He's looking at our regular
Starting at half five.
Half five.
And you look at, form.
Oh, that's a document ten.
Oh, yeah, you have budget specialist, judicial recruiter, information data tech. Government affairs director,
Then say.
that should be 1044.
Oh, no. Those ones, just to show you, those are all in the unmet needs. Because they're vacant, there's nobody in there.
Still it's gotta be at 1044.
Then it'd be 10:40.
If it's gone through the process and it's, if it's gone through the process of, I asked that question yesterday. So if it's gone through the process and it's been approved, a PCQ has been done. Has your PCQ been done? Is it PCQ?
Yes.
Yeah, if your PCQ has been completed, then, and it's gone through the proper process. And so it says, if it's a proposed new position, right, it's proposed, right?
They're not new.
These aren't new.
If it's not new, then it's 10:40.
Yeah, then it's 1044.
They just left it blank to show you that it's vacant, but it's on the unmet needs.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not gonna be included in the budget. That's what they're saying.
But it's still in your unmet needs.
But we don't have, remember I was saying we don't have enough to put all the vacant into on our actual budget.
Just with our current filled positions, all at 2088 with actual people in those positions across 18 districts or 18 business units. That totaled about 13.8 million already, which left us.
Just a question, let's say that you don't get your unmet needs when it. Then you hire somebody and you have to lay them off. October 1st, that's the reason why they wanted it at 10:44.
So the amount for all the fill position people that are actually working in there, they're all in the regular budget. It left us, out of the 14 million, it left us about 215,000. So we had to have a meeting with the courts and figure out which vacant, the ones that haven't been filled yet, that we can put in the actual budget. Then the districts did justification to Chief Justice saying, we got applicants, we're doing interviews this week, next week, so it's a guarantee these will be filled. So out of that 215,000, we put those vacant ones in this one at 1044. Then the rest, all the other vacant ones that are in the O&M, those ones are not, there's nothing going on with them, no applications, no applicants, no interviews. They're just, yeah, they're all in the unmet needs.
I think the best way to do it then is to get rid of it on this Form 3.
Yeah.
So where your zeros at, get rid of it. Because it confuses. So when we look at this right here and we see government affairs director, for instance, and you have vacant and it's at 0, that's the first thing they're gonna say that should be at 1044. But if it's in your unmet needs, then that tells a different, so on your BIM, it explains everything. So that one actually would be a proposed new position. Cause you have your filled positions, you have your vacant positions. So your vacant positions are those ones that have already gone through the process. And
They have PCQs and all, yeah.
yeah.
So that's all the positions.
Yeah, we don't have any new.
We have no new
proposed.
positions.
Okay, so it says upon receipt of the PCQ, the appropriate personnel office will assign a new position ID number, which will be listed on budget form 3 and 5 as unclassified title. So you do have your position number. Then it says proposed budget amount should be calculated by multiplying the entry level pay rate in step A of the assigned pay grade by a minimum of 1044. So if you're saying that you already went through the process, it's got to be 1044. Can't be 0.
So if we do that, Chair, it's gonna go over the 14 million, and we were told to stay with the 14 million with our budget.
Matt? How do we address this?
Well, Monday, Ed always said that we're gonna stick with the bin. Whatever the bin is saying is what we're gonna stick with.
But they can't be in the negative. So I see what they're saying.
Yeah.
So if they add 1044 to these zeros, it's
Right,
gonna
go
put them
over
in the
14
negative.
million.
And then they're gonna get in trouble for that. So either they keep it here the way that it's shown. And I mean, I don't know, Matt, how do we handle this?
This is something that I'm unaware of, so I wouldn't recommend, reaching out to other attorneys like Kristen Bull.
Is Kristen available?
I will, I can we can work on getting her on.
Yeah, let's call her, Elliot Mitchell.
Chair, a recommendation. I know that they're gonna go over the 14 million, we add 1044. And if we leave it like this, I guess it'll be up to budget. To explain that, being able to say that. If we
Another
follow,
recommendation.
if we follow the fin, they're gonna go over the 14 million. So. We have to. Basically zero. Some of these, for some line item.
Just for the record, committee members, do you remember in February? When the FY 25, when we were trying to address the CR, right, the continuing resolution. At that time, we told Joanne Jane, why are you adding more positions when you still have these vacant? You had over 40 vacant positions that were being advertised. Do not add any more positions. We made it very clear to her, do not add any more positions. And we warned her that this, what we're seeing here was gonna happen. You're not gonna get budgeted that amount. You need to fill the current positions first before you guys start adding new positions.
Yeah.
We explained that to her, and now you guys added it. And now it's here. And so I know it's not you guys' fault, but you're right, now we're at a dilemma, because I don't know if we do, so right now, Mac, just so you're up to speed. So they went through the proper process, they got it open, they can technically start advertising for these positions. So that's where it technically qualifies as the 1044. Whereas some programs are saying, hey, we need 2 more men. We haven't did the PCQ, we want to go through the process, that's what we're telling them, whoa, put that in your unmet needs. So if you get it covered in your unmet needs and you can go through the PCQ, you can, get it through the process and you can start advertising for those positions. But right now, what they did was they added, so they have, how many positions do you guys have vacant total?
55.
55 vacant positions now. So I think you guys added 12 additional, right, as of February? Because I think you guys were at 40, was it 43?
Yeah, so.
Something like that. Yeah.
Comment. So during the CR, I do know like those new positions were in the unmet needs, right?
Mhm.
However, it was passed in the CR, so my understanding is that wouldn't be considered new in FY 26.
FY 25.
Yeah, because it
Uh,
was passed in the CR, so that was what was approved for our budget for FY 25.
I don't think judicial's unmet needs were passed. We might have recommended
How
from
many,
LOC, but it would have to pass full council. So what was what did council approve?
whatever was passed after the CR, that budget that we had, the unmet needs was passed, which is why we were able to advertise like for that government relations officer and like the new positions that you're
Lorraine,
letting us,
the unmet
bringing
needs,
up
I don't
right now?
think so. I don't think you guys were approved for
because
that.
we do have funding for those positions, so that was my understanding.
You
is-
guys took the funding from your vacant positions. That's why we made it very clear. Do not add these new positions because you still have these vacant ones that are open. And so I think I mean, I don't know, I guess we'll have to go back to council to see what council approved for unmet needs. But I know it wasn't that much. Yes.
So Madam Chair, we have Attorney Kristen Lowe from Office of Legislative Counsel. She, I think, is far better qualified. to
Okay.
do it. So if you don't mind, can we put her phone in the middle? And then
Yeah.
like include her, if she is on speaker right now.
Kristen, can you hear me?
I can, Chair, thank you.
Okay, we have a little dilemma here. So judicial branch, right now, they have under their listing of positions, Form 3 of 5, they have some positions that they calculated their hours at 0.
Okay.
And so we told them, no, it's 1044.
Mhm.
So they said, if we do 1044, we're gonna be in the negative.
Okay.
And they have currently 50, how much?
55.
55 vacant positions right now. And,
Okay.
and then we were just now, explaining that in February, when Joanne Jane came before us, there was, I want to say it was 43 at that time vacant positions. And we made it clear to her, do not add any more positions because you have 43 that are vacant that need to be filled.
Mhm.
And we explained that to her, but they're telling us that council approved those new positions in the unmet needs in FY 25. So technically, they're just carrying it over from FY 25. So that's how they have now 55 vacant positions, but if they do those 55 vacant positions at 1044, it's gonna put them in the negative. So how do we handle this?
So they could, do it, I would say, as a prorate, so they could do it for less than 1044 if possible. And then the remaining hours would go on to their Exhibit E unmet needs. Or they could just, for whatever positions that they can't fund, they can just put on as abolish and then take the whole position over to unmet needs. They'll so fund it all through unmet needs.
Okay, so just to be clear, so the options right now is, so very clear, you can't go into the negative. We've
Correct.
established that, you can't go into
Yeah.
the negative. But you could prorate some of the positions.
Yes, so in other words, that according to them, it gave the option to abolish or to prorate. So if they don't have the amount to fully fund it. Is there anyone from, I don't know if there's anyone from OMB,
Yeah,
that is at Law and Order, but I don't know if they have, other suggestions.
we have Nanette and then we have, Wanda, who is here
Okay,
from OIB.
so maybe they would have some other suggestions as well. But that's all I can think of is either prorate and whatever they can't fund it under the unmet needs, or just put it as abolish. I mean, if they don't have the money, regardless of what the FY 25 budget said, if they don't have the money to budget it now, then they're not gonna be able to, put it in their budget.
Could we just remove the 55 vacant positions? And just put that all under unmet needs and then remove it entirely from page 3 of 5 in their budget forms?
So, yes, you could remove the funding. Yes, you could put it all on unmet needs. I think that's when it goes into abolish, but I would need OMB to definitively say on that how it would be reflected on budget form 3.
Okay, all right, thank you, Kristen. Is there any other questions, committee members for Kristen? All right, thanks, Kristen. If we have any
Thank
other
you very much.
questions, we'll give you a call. Oh, and then that has a question, hold on.
I thought you couldn't prorate. Everything has to be at 88 for full-time positions, right?
Well, these are for vacancies. So it said in the BIM, it's full-time. If you have a body in there, then yes. But my understanding was the question that I was answering was regarding vacant positions. Am I right on that?
Yeah, at 1044,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so if they don't have the money to fully fund, fund it at 1044, the two choices are prorate to fill it at less than 1044 or to abolish.
Because we had some programs that did that and they were told you need to put it at 1044.
If they have the money, yes. If they don't have the money, then we're kind of in that bind. Whereas like, say I have enough money to fund them all a little bit, I suppose I can do that. I don't know how many positions, maybe 55, maybe that's stretching it. But say it was like 5 positions and I could fund them all like 20%. Maybe I could do that so I don't have to like put abolish on it. I know that was giving the committee some concerns on Monday, but for 55, I mean, I don't know how much money judicial has left over when they've funded all of their positions where there's actually people that are working in those positions. So, I mean, other ways to interpret that vacant position is, Chair and I were talking about this on Monday. So the idea is that language says should fund at 1044. So that's kind of the best practice, right? That's optimal. But if the practicalities of the situation are such that you can't do it because there's not enough money at this stage, then, you know, alternatively, you're looking at prorate or abolish. Chair.
Okay, and then that has a question.
In their original budget, before they changed it in, they put $1 in there, so would that be prorated?
In my understanding, yes, but I thought it was being done by hours, so I don't know how many minutes that breaks down to.
So if you did, like, if you funded at just 1 hour. So like, for instance,
I don't know how OMB is, like, I don't know how that's reflected on the form. I don't have the form with me. But I don't know how that's reflected on the form, if the proration is gonna be by dollars or by hours, but yes, so I don't know, 10 hours? I mean, I don't know.
Sure, I think our ultimate goal was to not abolish them, but to at least show and recognize that we still have them and put them in our unmet needs.
because right now, oh, all right, Chris, I'm sorry, Chief Justice has a question for you.
Madam Chair, the reason why they're still a part of this Form 3 is to show that these positions are essential. They're definitely needed, so any suggestions to abolish those positions is simply going to end up hurting the court. And we can't be in that predicament at this point in time. There's positions that belong to the court, whether it's judges, whether it's staff attorneys, law clerks, or even court staff, that are very much an essential part of the court in delivering the services.
Well, if they're essential, how are you guys functioning with 55 vacant positions?
It's because part of that, the bulk of it is like into judges. There's judges and there's attorneys and law clerks that carry part of that.
But what I see here is judicial recruiter, government affairs director, budget specialist, information data technician, procurement specialist. I mean,
Madam Chair also states that once you abolish it, it's hard to bring it back. So you don't want to abolish anything, from what I understand.
So just
Yeah.
to let you know that the first budget we had ready on Monday, all those vacant positions were at $1. Then we were instructed to go back and put them all at 1044 and meet the 14 million. And then the rest will go into the unmet needs. So that's this budget that we did.
okay, so, but what I'm seeing here is, I think what you need to do is like this budget specialist, you need to go back and fix your Form 3s. And like this budget specialist right now, that would be at 1044 and put it in unmet needs.
It's in unmet needs.
Well, remove it from here. Because when we're seeing it here and it's at 0, it's wrong. So you either put this at 1044 for your vacant positions, or you just remove them from Form 3 and put it in your unmet needs at 1044. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
And then that was my other question too, Chair, on Monday was.
Thank you, Kristen.
I'm not sure if if I fully grasped, what you were saying, but if they have it funded at 1044, then it would go on unmet needs, with the 1044, the remaining portion of it.
Yeah,
So if 2088, okay, if 2088 is full-time, then they funded it at half-time,
yes.
and then, okay, only half, all right.
Yeah, so the
thank you.
1044, so right now, for instance, Kristen, they have Government Affairs Director. And that's vacant. And in their Form 3 right now, they have it at 0 hours. So what I'm saying is that Government Affairs Director, put it at 1044 in your unmet needs.
Okay.
Okay,
And then, yeah, I know that abolish is kind of, it sounds like a harsh term and it may be a misnomer, but it's not that, it's all the BIM has for categories. So abolish doesn't mean the program doesn't want the position anymore. It just means, okay, right at this moment, we can't afford the position. And so it's okay to put it in unmet needs, even if it does say abolish. That doesn't mean it won't be funded as an unmet need in the comprehensive budget, Chair.
okay. Thank you.
I have a
Thank you.
question.
We got another question for you, Chris. Another question for you, Kristen.
Oh, she's not.
Oh,
She's at BNF, I'm sorry. That's why she was thinking.
what was your question?
So Kristen just said that if we put our vacant position in our actual budget at 1044, then you put the remaining 1044 in the unmet needs,
Yeah.
which is gonna be 2088, right?
No, so.
I mean, well,
you're-
1044 in the actual budget and then 1044 in the unmet needs.
No,
That was what she just said.
no, so if you have the money. Do you have the money? So look at your Government Affairs Director. If right now on Form 3, it should be 1044. Right? Do you have the money of 1044?
No,
Okay, then that 1044 goes into your unmet.
Wouldn't
And
it
your
be the
unmet.
full fund though of 2088 hours to make up the full-time hours? Like,
No, because it's
could you
vacant.
explain?
It's vacant.
and that was what I was asking, because the BIM where it talks about the 1044 is talking about the actual budget. There's no section in the BIM that states about unmet needs being at 1044. So the structure was to do 2088, and Kristen just said that too. So I said, that's what we did. We put the 1044, I know AOC is kind of different because that's the first budget, but if you were to go to like Chin Lee, they have one court clerk on tab 2. I'm sorry, tab 6. And you go to their Form 3.
Mhm.
If you go down a little halfway, there's district court clerk. That one's at 1044. And the reason why we put that in there is because they're currently doing their hiring process right now. They had applicants, they're doing by next week, they're gonna have a person in there. So the remaining,
No, so
go-
that wouldn't be 1044, that would be 2088.
but it's vacant right now.
Yeah, but you're going through the process right now, right? So if you're going through the process, so vacant means there's nobody identified.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's no
nobody's in there
person,
yet. There's nobody in there yet.
Right? But you're going through the process, right? So you said this person's gonna be hired
So
Yeah,
I think
for the district court clerk. Is that person gonna be hired?
supposedly, yeah, they're going through the process right now.
Okay, then
So
it's-
under employee ID, there's no AB number yet because we don't have a body in there right now.
it-
So that's-
You're anticipating a body. Cause you're going through the process. So
Probably
there's
can probably run down there and see if she can, she said she'll text, but maybe tomorrow morning.
Whoever's saying that they'll text tomorrow morning, just know that we're hearing your conversation. OPVP, please mute. Okay, so, your vacant means nobody's in that position, nobody's going through the process, nobody has applied, nobody has been identified
In the near future.
in the near future.
So that doesn't say in the BIM though, it just says vacant, and right now it's vacant.
That was explained to us. So if there is a person that has been identified, so let's say you have been identified for the district court clerk position, you're a body that has been identified. So because you're a body that has been identified, it's 2088.
Okay, they're not that far yet, but it's still vacant. They have applicants and they gotta do,
But somebody's coming, right?
yeah, and just that's the same thing with all the ones that are in the unmet needs. There's some of them that they're getting applications right now.
No, there's a difference there's a difference in saying we're getting the application because nobody has been identified, right? You haven't even, nobody hasn't even applied.
Yeah, this one says filled and occupied,
Filled and occupied,
and
yeah,
it's not yet as of today.
but it's going to be.
But
So,
yeah, that's why kept reading this over and over. It doesn't say that if it's in the process, it just says filled and occupied.
okay. So no matter how we try to explain this to you, you're not gonna get it. Go ahead, Delegate Mitchell. I think budget and
Okay.
finance by the time it gets there, just know that budget and finance, number one, will not be happy with you guys. Number two is budget and finance is probably more than likely as a result, going to say, no, we're not gonna fill these positions. So they'll not approve your unmet needs. What we're trying to say is, let us give you a chance. And that chance is because the application has been filled out. A body has filled out an application. A body has submitted that application. You guys said, okay, this person could possibly be qualified for this position. Let's move it to the next level. Let's interview them. Have you interviewed that person?
I don't think they have yet.
So just an application has been filled out, then that's still vacant 1044. Yeah. But then that 1044 goes into your unmet needs. Now, if let's say in 2 weeks, that position gets filled. And you say, okay, this person is qualified to be in that position, we're gonna hire them. When we were going through LOC budget, it was 1044 unmet needs. Now we're gonna move forward, then that is reason to move it to 2088 to fund that position. But let's say your district court clerk let's see, your let me just go back, your government person, right? You guys have advertised, but nobody has applied. That's vacant 1044 unmet needs, because nobody has applied. Does that make sense?
So another quick thing, Chair, is that I think then our budget on Monday, we should have just left it as it. Because all the vacants had $1 and they were all in the unmet needs.
But so you're telling me for all those 55 vacant positions, you have at a minimum 55 applications where one person has applied for each. Then it would be 1044 unmet.
But that's where it would go over the 14 million.
In your unmet needs,
No, in the actual budget.
but no.
Oh, you mean 1044 in the unmet needs?
Yes.
And that's where I was trying to get that clarification
Yes,
as to what we're gonna do and what I was instructed, because it's unmet needs.
Yeah.
And you need that position to be at 2088, then put 2088.
no, it would be 1044 in your unmet needs because nobody has applied for it.
So, Madam Chair, so if it's funded at 1044, that means the individual, even though we hire them, will only be working up to maybe perhaps half a year
No.
because their money would have run out because they would have gotten funded only at 1044 under the unmet needs budget.
No, because if that were the case, if that were to happen where you need those additional funds, so let's say we'll use that government liaison person, right? You guys have it at $0. You have it did 1044. So you're gonna put that government position, what is it called? The government specialist position, right? You're gonna put that government specialist position in your unmet needs at 1044. Right? And so if the unmet needs are approved at 1044, then you at least have half that salary. And then what we can do is we can go to budget and finance because there's additional funds that we can tap into to say, okay, we need that additional 1044 to fund them at 2088 for the year. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
A little bit.
I understand that, Chair. It's just they were told us to put in 2088 because that's the unmet needs that wasn't in our actual budget.
But I'm gonna argue with you guys there, because 55 vacant positions. Why would you unmet at 2088? What that means is, as council, if we approve it and there's 55 vacant positions next year, you guys just wasted money for the entire Navajo Nation where people could have used that money. I would rather see you guys waste it at 1044 and put it in your unmet needs, because the question is gonna come down to, are they really gonna fill these positions? Because as a council, what we're considering right now is, let's just get rid of those positions. If you can't fill it, get rid of it. Because you guys are buckling money right now that we could be using.
Madam,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just thinking that, when you were to, if we were to fund the position, let's say the government affairs director at, 1044, which is just like 6 months.
Mhm.
6 months out of the year. And if we were to advertise the feedback that we'll be getting.
Only if you're at 10, only if you get approved unmet needs.
Yeah, if it gets approved and it's funded at 1044, then the applicant more likely will be wanting to have a full-time job as opposed to an employment for only 6 months. So that's to our detriment, because we wouldn't be able to hire an individual because of the available money.
Okay, so let's say,
in that 6 months.
let's say you put all 55 vacant positions in your unmet needs at 1044, right? Can you guarantee me that you're gonna hire all 55 in 1 year?
By October 1st.
By October 1st? Can you guarantee me? 100%, you can say, I'm gonna put my job on the line. Yes, Chair, we're gonna hire 55 positions by October 1st.
It's hard to say.
Just yes or no?
It depends on the
No,
pending
yes or no?
application. More likely, no.
Okay, more likely no, but you guys allocated for 55 positions at 1044 in your unmet needs, right? So it would be easier for us to say, okay, we did 55 positions, we unmet needs, which probably is not gonna happen, but just, let's say we're feeling generous. We say, okay, 55 positions for judicial branch at 1044. That's like maybe, I'm just gonna take a rough estimate at it, that's about $3 million that we put aside. So we're gonna say unmet needs, $3 million for judicial branch, 55 positions, vacant at 1044. So you have that $3 million in your personnel that we've approved. So if your one government liaison position, let's say out of that whole 55, you were successful in hiring that one government liaison, you have 3 million in your personnel. So why are you saying that it's gonna be at your detriment when you have 3 million in your personnel? Where we've already given you 55 positions at 1044, which comes out to 3 million. Yes. Dr. Mitchell?
Thank you. I do agree with you. The 40-something vacant position that was reported to us a while back. And during that time, I was notified by a couple of people saying that, they submitted their application back in February, January. So just looking at this, it's still vacant, that position that they said they applied, it's still vacant. And I think one of the problems, I think I talked to your personnel director, is that the way you guys advertise, it says open until filled. You leave it open, you're looking for a certain person, I don't know. But you have applicants over here that is waiting to be notified, to be interviewed, or they didn't meet the qualification. So now there's 50-something vacant position. That's where I agree with Chair, you're not gonna fill those positions on October 1st. If you had 40 plus back in February, January, you know. And it just went up to 54, 50, some 55. So, you know, like what, legislative council said, and if you don't have the money, you don't have the money. So. I would agree with you guys if you guys were hiring. But, you know, it seems like your vacant positions is going up.
And people keep quitting. So,
Another comment, Chair.
go ahead.
Our HR director did give us a copy of the vacancies, and some of them were recently vacated. They left, so she does have the number of days that they were vacant. So out of that 55, there's actually some of them that are they're being advertised. But of course, for the judges, the staff attorneys, and judicial hearing officers, those have been open for quite a while. Then you go to probation. I think they were the most that have the most vacant positions, and that's probation services or probation, district court probation officers. So that one I know has been gone. They're all well over 600 days. And those ones I know she's had a hard time to hire.
I think the reason, and I could be wrong here by assuming this, but I think the reason why BNF did this is to put it on the divisions and the departments and the offices to start prioritizing which positions like is your priority. And you know, going back to we warned that this was gonna happen. You guys don't get enough money. You guys have to start prioritizing. Why are you gonna add these new positions if you got these vacant positions? So it's time to start prioritizing. And we understand judges are a priority, so keep your judges. You know, if they're vacant, keep them at 1044. But, you know, if you don't need a district court clerk, you know, then that might be one that, you know, you could say you know, this is one that we could abolish. And as Kristen said, it doesn't mean that you're getting rid of it. It just means that let's not consider it for this FY26 budget. Is my understanding right, Nanette?
Sure.
You concur? Okay, so, and so the BIM right now, we're trying to follow the BIM. That's all we can do as a committee. So so what I'm saying is per the BIM, if it's vacant, put it at 1044 and put it in your unmet needs. Just make it very clear. Just straight up. But how some of the other departments like DOJ, which is here. So DOJ said, you know, hey, just so you know, for position number, you know, 2011-55, that one, we just did an interview and we hired the person. So we're not going to do it at 1044 because we hired the person. We're going to do it at 2088. The other one was DOJ said, okay, we went through the process and we're going to offer this person the position. They haven't did it yet, but they said, we're going to offer it to them, that position. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to change that to 2088 because we're confident that that person is going to take that position. So the way that DOJ looked at it is there's a body in that position. But at the same time, they also said, oh yeah, for this one here, for, you know, 9011-2033, that one we interviewed and yeah, we think it's going to still stay vacant. So we leave it back to you guys. Are you confident that position is going to be filled, or do you think it's going to still stay vacant? And I think that Delegate Mitchell, you know, we are aware of the people who applied for these positions. They email us, hey, FYI, and there's people actually texting me right now saying that, hey, just FYI, I applied for this position and I didn't get it. You know, they never told me why. So it's, you know, when we get that information from people who are applying, and in fact, I will tell you that a former delegate applied for a position that this delegate is so qualified for. I was shocked that this former delegate didn't get selected. And I was just like, I looked at your, what do you call it, your advertising. He sent us the job description, and I was like, check, 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 check. Oh my gosh. Filled the education requirement, was not selected. And that position, you guys are still advertising for it.
Cause he was overqualified.
Yeah, apparently. But I was just so shocked though, because I was like, how in the world did you not get selected? That's why I was laughing. I always say, if I came back, I would never be able to get a job with the Navajo Nation as a delegate. As a current delegate now, but but I mean, that's what I mean. And I think Delegate Mitchell is talking about that. We know these people are reaching out to us saying, hey, we applied for that position. We were not selected. And it's still being advertised. So with those, with that being in mind, what happens is for some of these positions as a council this year, we're looking at how do we, with all those vacant positions, what do we do? And for me personally, I feel like if you are filling the role of 2 positions, get rid of that other position, pay her more. She's doing the work of 2 people. She's proving it to you. And more, most of our employees have been doing that for years, for months. Get rid of that position, pay her more. Why can't we do that? And we're at that point now where we're having to decide those issues. That's why I'm saying, I think that the goal of BNF right now is to say, you guys have to prioritize. Which ones do you really think that do you really, really need? And let's fill those positions versus which ones are your needs versus your wants. Yeah, so what I would do personally for I would recommend and is for the positions that are vacant that you don't have the money for, put them at 1044 in your
Okay.
because there is with the 55 positions, unless you guys can guarantee that they'll be filled by October 1st next year. Budget, and then it would be a matter of OMB, working with OMB to see if, okay, you have 1044 over here. You were approved unmet needs at 1044 over here for this position. This position was 1044 unmet needs. This one was filled. Can we take this one to fill? Does that make sense? OMB, when you guys do your transfers for personnel? Because I know you can't transfer out of personnel to different budgets, but my understanding is you can transfer within personnel your budgets. So if you get 1044 unmet needs and you get 5 positions that are filled at 1044 unmet needs and you happen to fill 2, you have some money for your 3 your vacant positions that you could transfer within your personnel, right? OMB?
Chief Justice had that same question.
Okay.
Looking through the budget structure line, I don't think that's in here anymore.
No, it's not. And that's why, and I asked that question. They said, well, specifically, that's why we didn't put it in there.
Okay, so you can't transfer from personnel.
You can, is my understanding.
Up to the 3rd quarter.
Up to the 3rd
I
quarter.
looked in,
They used to say that up to 3rd
Yeah.
quarter, but it's not in there.
But they didn't put it in there for that reason. So if it wasn't covered, it just comes right through the way that you guys handled it before.
you have to do it through operating expenses.
Yeah.
It's not in here anymore, so. You
And-
can't transfer from the savings to a savings.
And I think, is that the one that BNF was saying they were gonna address later on? Do you remember Shandine was talking about that?
I wasn't there when Nobby was meeting, so.
No, it was, when we talked about the vacant positions.
In the current budget, it says gives you a date of June 30th, but I'm looking through it, I can't see it, I don't know, it's not in here anymore.
Okay, so maybe that's something we can address and get clarification on. Office of Legislative Counsel, can you get clarification on that? Am I the only one that's sweating?
It's hot.
Okay.
Like, we're all hot.
I'm like, I'm getting really worried because I'm like, is it normal? Am I normal here?
Because I was looking at another email.
Okay, so the question is, if let's say, well, it's just a straightforward question. Can you transfer funds from one position to another position? And what Nanette is saying is before last year's BIM, and I have FY 24, it used to be in the BIM booklet that you could transfer up to the third quarter. But that was in FY 24 or FY 25. Now in FY 26 in the BIM, it doesn't, as far as she knows, it doesn't say it in the BIM. So can they still do that?
That's for.
Yes. Yeah, so ask Kristen about that, because it's not in the current BIM.
I guess a situation like that would rise if you funded one position at 1044, which is like midway in the year, and you still want to see funding, but you have a vacant position that's funded. Can you take that money and put and transfer it to this particular position?
And what Nanette is saying is, yes, it used to be that way up to the third quarter, you could do that, but now apparently it's not in this BIM booklet, so we're gonna clarify. But I think that's why they're saying do it. And maybe they forgot to do that. I mean, because you guys, OMB, you guys are the ones that write the BIM, right?
This year, we weren't really involved, it was me and Dean and making changes. So that's why I'm trying to look for that. Maybe it was taken out.
So we'll get it clarified.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, what I'm gonna recommend committee members is, go back and fix it. Fix your forms and your vacant positions. Just do them at 1044 and your unmet needs. And then if we're wrong on that, what we can do is we can budget and finance, but our argument will be, you followed your instructions. You said vacant, we interpret vacant as it's not filled, so we're doing it at 1044. And because we don't have enough money, we're gonna put that vacant 1044 in our unmet needs. Does that make sense? We're just following the BIM booklet, because the BIM booklet says vacant 1044. BIM booklet also says you can't go into your negative, and then everything else goes into your unmet needs. So to me, it means vacant 1044 in your unmet needs. That's how I read it. Am I wrong on that one? In the way that we're interpreting that BIM? 1044 unmet needs? Because it's vacant.
I don't know, I'm really confused on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, just do 1044 unmet or vacant 1044 unmet needs if you don't have the funding.
Chair, I have a question or maybe a recommendation, and we hear you. I totally hear you about the vacant positions. You know, with me as the acting financial director, I sit with the districts beginning of the budget season. And I explain, you know, I gave them the 3 years of expenditures. So their O&M is to the minimum of their 3 years of expenditures. But looking for personnel, so in our actual budget, there's probably, I think, 5 positions that are vacant, but those are the 5 districts that have application. There's this week, next week, they should be able to hire. So my question would be, if we know that we're going to hire, they're in 1044 in our actual budget, can we go ahead and put 1044 for them in the unmet needs? And then those positions, like I said, HR gave us a listing, and these are how many days these vacant positions have been empty. Like the staff attorney, judges, you know, we know that's hard. Sure. So,
Lorraine, can you make copies of this for
I
us?
have some.
Oh,
3, 4, 5.
I found it, it's in here.
Okay, go ahead, read it.
Page 26. Says in the first and second, third quarter, transfers are allowed within the personnel expenses 2100 or 2001 major updates. For example, funds can transfer from salary adjustment of the code, maybe transferred into the merits pay, beginning of the fourth quarter, personnel expense cannot be transferred from personnel to one ten expense. Due to the personnel ops fund memorandum. Moratorium established in resolution TF 0711 as amended in CJY 6.
So we're good, so you can transfer. All right, there you got your answer. That's why your 1044 and your unmet needs will be covered. Unless you can guarantee us all 55 positions are filled, then your 1044 will cover. So if, let's say your 1044, all 55 get covered at 1044 in your unmet needs, and let's say it comes out to $3 million, then your all 55 positions, if you hire at all 55 positions, that means that this committee will have to find an additional 3 million for you to cover you guys at 2088. But we're confident that you're not going to fill your 55 positions, so you can move those monies around if you get approved the unmet needs. Yes, pardon?
I think I sort of concur with what they're trying to do. If you're gonna hire within a couple of weeks, next month, before the fiscal year, you know that you can hire. And you already have that. I would recommend doing unmet needs with.
Yeah. 1044, okay.
1044.
Okay, we can do that. Actually, we did do that.
Yeah.
So another quick question, members, is that, so because the 14 million took all of our personnel. So our budgets now have no O&M, including
O&M.
insurance. So all of that is in unmet needs. Okay,
And that's happening with everybody across the board,
okay,
everybody, because of that 1044 rule.
Yeah.
I think that threw everybody off.
yeah.
And the other thing is, because I had a problem with it. Only because I know that sometimes, divisions, departments would prorate it. Like maybe instead of at 1044, they might prorate it at 100 hours. And then they take whatever money is left, and that's what they would use for their bonuses. Because we didn't have enough for our step increases. Does that make sense? And I supported that, because to me, that was like incentive, or it was like a morale booster for our employees, knowing that they were gonna get a bonus. Yeah, and I always go back to the first time I got a bonus here for the Navajo Nation. I thought they made a mistake. I got really scared, and I contacted it through email, my boss, Gertrude, and then OOC at the time was some guy, I can't remember his name, controller. And I said, hey, you guys, it was McCabe. Yeah, and I said, you guys messed up. You guys gave me an additional $2,000. Yeah, it was like just the best thing, right? And they said, oh no, that's your bonus. Yeah. And that for me was like, oh, we got an additional $2,000, you know, like that month. But it was a morale booster. This is when I was a prosecutor. Yeah. Yeah. But I only got it one time as a prosecutor, only one time. I didn't get it the next year. Yeah, they didn't have it.
So what are we gonna do with this legislation?
So we're gonna not call it, no motion, no second. We'll pick it up on Monday because they need to make some changes, and it's gonna change their budget and their unmet needs.
That's gonna be 2 of them on month.
Yes, DPS and judicial.
So, Madam Chair and,
You.
members of the committee. So we are of the understanding that you want to have changes done and put all these vacant positions into the unmet needs budget at 1044. And then if the unmet needs budget will also include the operating costs like our insurance and all of those stuff, so that will go in there.
DOJ just now submitted their budget, and that's how they did it. They broke it down in their unmet needs. Let me see. Yes, what did I do with it? DOJ.
It's on my list.
Oh, here. So how DOJ did their unmet needs is
Right here. They broke it down. Can I show you this chair?
So that top one is the budgets that we prepared. And if you notice, all of it is personnel.
Mhm.
But just in AOC, we have O and M, and that was the IDC and our fixed cost that was approved by BNF.
Look at that.
So then on the second part, Chair, this one, that one is our unmet needs with all the O and M for each business unit. So that's what we,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
It's the same.
So we're
it's the
good,
same-
okay.
Yeah.
So we'll just change the personnel to 1044. Okay.
That's
Yeah.
what they did in your copy.
Yeah.
So nothing's gonna change, you're just gonna pick these out, and the budget's gonna stay as is.
Yeah, and then we'll
But
change
your
form.
unmet need is the one that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So form threes, we're removing the zeros, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and remove all of those ones.
Does that make sense? Yeah, they broke it down and they
Okay.
ran into the same situation where their whole budget was eaten up by their personnel.
Mhm.
And even some of their fringe benefits weren't covered. So they're 2,349,000, that's personnel. To sustain 8 vacant positions at 1044 salary adjustments. And then it still has their fringe benefits that were covered. Cause they're fringe, cause they ran out of money, so part of that fringe wasn't covered.
Yeah.
So they broke it down. So just do the same
So
thing.
we do,
just break it
okay.
down.
Do I have to go deep line by line, or can I just put like the insurance for the positions and then the O and M?
Do it line by line.
Okay, because I have
See it.
18 business units.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd rather see it, the more detailed you are. the
Okay.
easier it goes through the process. If it's just general, there's gonna be a lot of.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll call you guys back on Monday. Actually, we didn't even call a motion and they said.
No.
So OMB, are you guys good with coming back on Monday to do your? Or if you want, you can do your report right now.
Let's
But-
do that, let's do that.
But no, but we had to call a motion and a second though.
Yeah.
And we can't do that.
Yeah. So maybe,
Can we do 8:30?
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We try to get it started, yeah, coming at 8.
Just to do DPS and judicial.
Yeah. Monday morning, is that okay?
And then push our LOC meeting. So try to be done by 10.
On the budget.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you guys are game at 8,
Yes.
I'm good. Then I could be here at 6.
Yeah.
You would text in that.
then that. I'm an early bird. I text these things at like 4 in the morning. I'll be like, good morning, LOC, just the FYI, remember we have LOC at 9 o'clock, yeah, then they're like. See that? Yeah, I even get staff that are like, you were emailing me.
That's me.
Yeah.
I was emailing these guys at 3 in the morning.
Good for me. 8 is
o'clock?
good.
Okay, so right, 8 o'clock, budget, we're calling the budget meeting at 8 o'clock. And then what will happen is then at 10 o'clock, we will recess. When, if we don't get done, we will recess the budget meeting and then we go into regular LOC. Then we pass those legislations and then if we need to come back into budget. But hopefully we get everything done in those 2 hours. Okay, because we pretty much addressed the concerns, right?
Yeah.
All right, then we should, yeah, we just get a report from OMB. If there's any amendments, conditions of appropriations, OLC. If there's plan of operations, one is plan of operations for judicial for base pastors.
Yeah, they're all up to date.
They're up to date, so no conditions of appropriation.
Not specifically to the, well, I guess in a way, just the common LC that's for all the division and departments and programs.
Okay, then we should be good. And we're gonna give Chief Justice some slack, cause she just came up, just started. So, yeah, I think we should be good then. You got a plan? Yes.
Can I get the binders back so I can
Yes,
switch
yes.
them out?
So, if the office of legislative counsel is expecting the exhibits to be changing, so just please remember that.
Okay.
Just remember that, if you're changing any exhibits, please have them ready
Okay,
so that they can easily be amended.
okay,
Thank you.
okay.
Okay. Perfect. We'll see you guys back here on Monday.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You guys. So, we recess then. We recess until Monday. Get the memo out that we're doing our budget hearing. Yeah. They're going to meet up in that's all.
You're recessing, right?
Yeah, we're in recess. Chair Pro Tem. You need to do something.
Okay.
And then recess.
Hey, at this time, we're gonna recess at 4:42. And pick up on Monday morning. Thank you all for your patience. Waiting, hanging out with, LLC all day.